did have a quick look at this yesterday as well, but now we get to glance at the other regions, the results from that event number one opener. It was interesting around the world, and let's take a look first at SSA here. We do see Maestro's coming up over Limitless. SSA is going to be filthy about that one.
Yeah. That's I heard that's Rhino's favorite region.
Whoa. Let's not throw the word favorite around, okay? But I do enjoy the SSA region, there's no doubt about it. I enjoy it a little bit less when I see Maestro's winning 4-0 in the grand final. That is a little bit of a shame. But to be fair to them, they were the better team on the day, and yeah, to die for not having the best showing there on the replay. But either way, look, Limitless, they have never really been challenged in that region so far up to this point. Obviously, Mobula last season started to win a few, which of course had VK Salem, and they started to really try and switch on, but I don't think they really used that as fuel for this specific season, and they've really struggled because of it. They really looked like the worst team against the Maestros, and yeah, they deserve to lose. So hopefully Limitless come back with a bang this open column.
That is gonna hurt to say. They deserve to lose. My
Greybeard
God.
is going to be in your DMs. Greybeard is going to have words.
Greybeard knows. Greybeard was there. He saw what I saw. He know. All right.
It's fair.
He knows.
It's true, he did.
Oh, man. This man switched from the 2/3 rule to 1/3 real fast. Just spun that one all the way around. Yeah,
Not the only region though. Sam coming up here as well, man. Hale, what do you got for us on Sam? I feel like we've had our introspective from Rhino on SSA.
I mean, look, this one's as close as it should be, and I feel like Fury and Team Secret gave us one of the best bangers that we've had so far into that top 7. I do like the ascension of Nova's AV going all the way to that top side, and there was a long bracket run for them, but ultimately they still fell at the hands of Furia, who just stays so consistent.
This is what you were saying off bracket. Doesn't matter who invades that region, Sam just throws them back out. So
yes.
Loving to see Furia back on it as well. Greybeard is very jealous of this segment.
Look, Drufinio may be like 2 feet tall, but that dude is absolutely miles high when it comes to making sure his South America is able to get swole. So good looks out of South America so far.
Absolutely. It was, I mean, around the world, obviously, there are so many events happening. We did cover a couple of regions yesterday as well. But we would like to bring it back to the APAC region. We would like to bring it back right here. And we have got a recap of yesterday's action. It was, a day of surprises. It was a day of fantastic performances. And you can see a few here. 3Rats, one of the people that we will be talking about later on in the show. Because, Gex, what a performance yesterday from them.
Oh man, was it not? I mean, we wanted to have faith in this team in Open number 1, and they let us down as a region a little bit, but the Japanese have just gone back to the books, back to the basics, and I feel like they came back absolutely swinging. We were expecting Blue Torch actually to probably come out on top of that one after an unbelievable performance on Friday, but no, it was a conquering there, and then straight back away again the other side, 90+7. These two teams that kind of didn't perform early in the event, in the season, sorry, just stepping up to the plate massively now.
Yeah, this is becoming exactly why you said there might be upset potential coming through. 90+7 has gotten over the ping woes, and then we have KINOTROPE that finally got past themselves, and Luminity's still looking like the kings of the court, but there's definitely some jesters that are maybe going to try and usurp them from just a side of their seat, and that's gonna have to be tried at least by 3Rats if they come through DEKUBOP, and so those quarterfinals are really going to be indicative of how we see some of these semifinals going through, and Elevate is not in a safe spot.
No, I was going to say that. Elevate, a little bit of a drop-off there, underperforming for the roster that it is. And it does mean that there's more of that discussion about Blue Torch, about KINOTROPE, about 3Rats, who are in the same position they were last time as well, looking probably pretty good for that top 4 finish again, but I'm sure they want to go further. One of these native teams breaking into a grand final position, that's what we're really, really hoping for, I think, at some point through this season. But they're not the only players to focus on. I think there's just some unbelievable players in this 1v1 series. Like I was saying, RLCS has just been going off for that. So here is the brackets for you right now. Some guy named Gax, I'm not sure who that is, came up 4-0 over Rhino, who's waiting down there in losers round 1 for the result of this next one. Semifinals between Gex and Hale. And you know what? It's right up now.
This is ping. This is absolute ping. There's not a chance this should work.
This is 100% only ping and nothing to do with skill or slowness.
It's okay. You got your moon shoes on. Shout out to the kids that know what that is. Oh,
Just,
okay.
You gotta rep power well, you know?
Yeah.
Here, what am I talking about? 180.
If you rearrange the little strikes in the power symbol, you get 180, right?
Yeah,
all around.
Maybe there's a murder involved.
I don't score this. There you
Okay. Oh, well, you could have.
go. Now we score. Had to wait.
Rhino's gonna work for convenience.
Oh.
He's
Oh
not
my
going to
goodness.
defend himself.
It's okay. All right. I mean, it's just you and me.
You and
Okay,
I.
well,
Get
you
grammar
and-
right.
it's you and we, all right? American education is always correct. You and us.
You and us.
Like upside down. What happened to my truck? That was like
You and
me. You
No, that
and
would just be me
thy.
twice.
Thy and thou. Wait, is that also you twice? Thy and thou? This entire
Yes,
thing is just like
I
a
wanna say
grammatical lesson. What?
It's fine, so I'll just pick up balls. For days. Welcome to ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the last time I played ones, my daughter was being born. So, actually, no, that'd be older than this video. No! 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 Just to cheese me, why? Just.
The cheese is real. It's gorgonzola. It's a spicy cheese.
Is that the specialty cheese of Australia? Is that the?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
I feel like whatever country gorgonzola is from is deeply offended right now. Maybe it's the Finns. We really need Rhino back.
I'm back on
Dude.
by Gex is my favorite son, so it has to be Nar. That's
I'm the most recently colonized, I'm telling you.
yeah.
Damn!
You like this little double jump?
I am the younger child, though. That is true. So this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. Hence,
The older one's the
favorite.
one you make all the mistakes on.
This is
so.
right now.
Totally
We've
get
got
it.
a minute 11 left, and he's just going to start dominating you. This has been the older
This is-
brother just letting the younger brother win for a bit, and now it's going to completely blow out.
Too many
This
pixels,
is the,
monkey man.
all the pixels have gone to his head. It's all over.
Oh, it's not over.
No!
It's not over.
No!
It's not over. Oh.
Dang it. Oh. That was good, though. That was
I hit the
fun.
reset button.
Well, that one was a little bit closer. Where's the guy in chat that was calling me out as the worst than his grandma while she was asleep or something? That was blind grandmother. That was what it was. Yeah,
was
where
right.
are you in chat, huh? I want to. Yeah, bring it
I
on.
love that this is all about that rivalry and nothing else. My
Exactly.
gameplay was as glitchy as my camera. Okay, that was fun though. That got but now Hale has to go.
Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you scared? Oh, are you scared of Rhino? That's what I really want to know.
I mean, look,
He's
that
waiting for
4-0, there was a lot of open nets he missed, and if he hits those, he gets scary. Okay, so we'll have to find out. Okay.
Yeah, you guys
I
will
don't
get to
think-
find out.
There's a lot of words that people have used to describe me. Scary ain't one of them. I'll tell you that.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Look, the cute ones are the scariest. All right, I wouldn't want to mess with that.
The scariest I've ever looked is in that picture that did the rounds on Twitter yesterday. Okay, that's
That was great.
that's it. So, yeah, no, I'm. Should be fun though. Should be fun. Looking forward to that later in the show.
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, we're certainly waiting on later in this show now, because let's get into having a look at exactly what will be happening in that show as we get into our bracket here. You can see yesterday a 4-1 between Luminosity and Elevate. Was that underperformance we were talking about from Elevate? They are going to be down facing off against KINOTROPE. It was DEKUBOP versus 90+7 for a 4-0 there. 90+7 taking it very comfortably. One of the biggest wallopings we have seen here on the RLCS this season. KINOTROPE versus Blue Torch had KINOTROPE come up on top by the barest of margins, nearly had that reverse sweep, and 3 Rats up 4-0 on Jungle Juices. That's another one that we all have our eyes on.
Yeah, if you're 3 Rats right now, do not take yesterday as any guaranteed indication of today. As long as they stay as hard-pressed and focused as they went into that Jungle Juicers matchup, they should be able to take care of business against DEKUBOP. I do not have a lot of faith right now in the Finns, but there's also still a lot to play for, and that's exactly what we're looking at. The cash and the points really making a big difference, because top 4 is a must if you really want to have a dream of making land.
Yeah, that's the most important thing right there, is those points. Right now, it's Luminosity sitting at the top of the tree, but will they be able to be unseated? That's the question that we have to answer today. And of course, they're already locked in for top 4 for this event, so they are looking very, very good indeed. But you never know what's going to happen on Championship Sunday. Anything is possible. And there you can see your top 8 teams, a couple already out from yesterday. That is Blue Torch and Jungle Juicers. The other 6 are fighting today to get more of those points and, of course, more of that money.
Yeah, almost a surprise to see Blue Torch out of this as well after their performance on Friday. I know I keep harping on it, but it really was something pretty spectacular. So I hope to see them back on form. Did drop off there, but there you go. 3 Rats versus DEKUBOP will be up first on stream. KINOTROPE versus Elevate will be up there. And then you get to see Luminosity and 90+7 take on the winners of those matches. The losers will go home in that equal 5th, 6th spot. And we'll be taking home some points there. But you got to say, like you said, Hale, it's the focus on those top 4 points right now. The focus on getting to land.
If you are Luminosity, you're in a fantastic spot. Another top 2 regardless is going to put you in a really good position. With the weakness that we're getting right now out of Elevate, this might be their time to secure the entirety of that land position. Obviously, there's an entire other open. They still have to qualify and still got to make sure they get there. But there is something on the other side of the bracket and within their own end that might find at least some discomfort. You've got 3 Rats. If they can get past Deku, that's going to be a real challenge for Luminosity to prove they can literally conquer every single position on this bracket. And then Elevate has to be able to overcome themselves. And KINOTROPE is looking pretty good after yesterday.
KINOTROPE is looking excellent after yesterday. They rushed out to a 3-0 lead, looked maybe better than we would now say that they are currently looking, as they came back 3-3. But we are going to be watching 3 Rats taking on DEKUBOPDUMNEM, so make sure in the chat you let us know who you think is going to take home the victory. #Rats, #DBDN to vote for who you think is on top. And I do have a little bit of information as well from one of these teams. I was looking a little bit on Twitter this morning, and LCT has tweeted, and he said he has double click on mouse, Championship Sunday, and my mouse broke. So,
What?
Well, there you go. If you were wondering if anybody was on KBM, that is the case. But
yeah, there's your proof.
well, I mean, I don't know if that changes any predictions for you guys, but certainly I'd love to hear them and the explanations. Let's go right to left here, though.
Okay.
Come on, let's hear it.
I think the broken mouse crusader is going to come through. I think 3 Rats are gonna be able to take home the victory here. DEKUBOPDUMNEM didn't show me enough yesterday in their game against 90+7 to really believe that they could beat a 3 Rats team that is currently peaking. I think it's fair to say the way they beat Jungle Juicers, the way they handled them yesterday was unbelievable. So for me, I think 3 Rats have the momentum and have the ability going into this one.
I truly believe that it's going to be the same way, and that LCT, he broke one mouse, but that dude has a bandolier of mice, just double-clicking as mad as he can, non-stop peripherals. It's definitely going to be a 3-rats dub. Just swole rat. Look, he's a gym rat, so of course he's going to be getting it. So, yeah, LCT is going to be able to get the job done. They looked fantastic yesterday, and even more so, Balleries looked confident, and Croato looked strong. DEKUBOP, I know that they have the mechanics to really bring it forward, but they looked like the cage mice, and these rats are here to bully them.
Oh, I love the fact that we had to make these predictions before we were even considering whether or not LCT had a, an entire trench coat lined with mice. But I am hoping that's the case, because I went with 3-rats as well. It was unanimous here on desk, and I don't feel like it could have been anything else. Not only that, I also do it, as much as I love DEKUBOP, and I'm very sorry to do this to you, Rhino, I want to see the APAC natives come up on top. It's the heart choice for me as well. 3-rats. I said 4-1, but it might be a bit tougher for them than that with the hardware situation. So that's the prediction from the desk. Let's bring it up there. There they are. 3-rats unanimous. But let's just take a quick look at what you guys at home as well were choosing. So that chat vote there. Oh, look at that. That's pretty right. I think that 4-1. That's looking right for that ratio.
That's at least 3 Finns showing up and trying to put in some extra votes on different accounts. That makes a little bit of sense to me.
Yeah, Europe just biasing this a bit.
But hey, it's what we do, all right? We're on Twitch all the time, and we just vote on stuff that supports our own. Yeah, absolutely. But, no, yeah, 3-rats, the favorites for this one, and I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's down to DEKUBOP to prove us wrong. It's down to them to try and give us a reason to believe that they can do more going forwards in this bracket. But remember, whoever wins this game runs into Luminosity in the semi-finals, and that is an unenviable position.
I mean, look, my faith is in the APAC natives here, but it doesn't mean I'm not a fan of competition. Anybody stepping up from this stage has to perform in the top 4. That's what I'm really looking at here, and it will be what I'm looking at coming out of these matches. Whether you can win it or not is not the question. It's how much you can win it by, because you have a big step up ahead of you.
And if we want to be real, going into Open number 1, it was before 0sec, now 90+7, had their kind of their water wings and were swimming, trying to be able to at least navigate through APAC. They look so much stronger now. So Luminosity kind of ran a Mickey's sort of bracket. They went 0sec, they went Deku, and then they had a tough call against an Elevate that had not mentally fallen over themselves. This time around, I think they're going to have a challenge. I believe, as all of us do, that 3-rats will make it past DEKUBOP, and that one will finally be a real APAC challenge in front of them. But if they overcome that, it may come down to, all right, who survives the other side of the bracket, and can they do anything to stop Luminosity? I mean, who does stop Luminosity? How do you stop Sosa? Canadian supremacy in APAC.
I wish I had an answer for you, Hale. I really do. But the teams are going to have to be the ones to bring that answer to us today. Luminosity, they do currently, as it stands, look worlds above everyone else in the region right now. They are flying so high. Their cohesion, the fun that they're having on the field, it is all working in their favor right now. And Luminosity, they look like they're having the time of their lives, and why not? They're the favorites by a long way to win this region. So it'll be interesting to see if a team like 90+7, with that newfound confidence, with that newfound kind of vim and vigor, will be able to give them a challenge a little bit later on. That would be the grand final if we got to that point. But yeah, you would not want to bet against Luminosity. They look so good.
At the very least, 90+7 get the pro gamer move of blaming it on lag, like legitimately. So, you've got to expect that they have their own expectations tempered for what they can do under those conditions. But it's worth mentioning, this is an organization who probably could be a contender for #1 spot in the region, and they don't have an org right now. There are much lower teams in here with an org, at least under some kind of profitable contract, and they're not one of them. So maybe with that little bit of extra money, they could actually get over here into APAC in person and make that difference.
I mean, at least someone can make a T-shirt, right? You know, just put something together. But they keep changing their numbers so rapidly, so I don't know if they're going to be
It's
0,
just 97,
90 plus 7. I knew it.
You can do the quick math.
I knew it. Just second grade coming back to bite me in the butt. I knew that was some easy arithmetic, and oh gosh, American education at work again. Well, we'll get to see. I really do hope that does kind of incentivize, because I mean we've seen that across the bar for all of APAC, and I mean heck, you got squads like KINOTROPE that are able to do the same thing. So this quarterfinal is actually super packed. Can't wait to see who is able to elevate into that. No, that's not a pun, I promise.
All right. Well, we do have our first match ready for you guys as well, and I hope everybody is ready for it because there's some big expectations here. And Rhino made the choices of caster rotation today, so of course he's picked his favorite to go with him, and we're going into game one. Sorry, Hale. We'll catch you later, man.
Bye, Hale.
Okay. I'll see you later.
All right, let's get into it. It is match number 1 for the day, but not for the weekend. It has been a bit of a journey for these teams.
Yeah, it has. I mean, and a journey of differing kind of ways of getting there as well, you have to remember, because 3 Rats, they looked okay in Open Qualifier 1. They didn't look as good as they looked yesterday. That was a 3 Rats that were here to play. They looked incredible. DEKUBOPDUMNEM kind of have gone the other way. They looked really good in Open Qualifier 1. They won the Finnish Civil War, and then unfortunately they just weren't able to pull it through. This time around, they haven't quite looked at that level that we expect to see from this Finnish team yet. But that could all change today. Maybe they woke up on the wrong side of the bed yesterday. They didn't have the best game against 90+7. Plus, those guys are playing with a lot of confidence. So, DEKUBOP coming in here against 3 Rats. They need to turn their fortunes around, and quick.
I mean, they only had to be here, right? That was the big issue here, and they did have to face down 90+7, who are just going absolutely insane right now. I don't think even the peaking DEKUBOPDUMNEM could have won that series, to be honest. There was just such headroom for 90+7 there, but I would be interested to see, had they been dropping down here to face rounds a second time to the rematch of the Finns, who would come up on top there as well, because they didn't even make it this far. Rounds didn't make the top 8 this time around, so a little bit of a drop back for both the Finnish teams maybe in store.
Yeah, it was a tough GSL for rounds. I mean, they did lose to a KINOTROPE side who are looking on fire in that lower bracket semi-final in GSL. Like, I don't think it's anything to be, you know, annoyed about or worried about when you lose to the way that the Japanese roster is playing. So they were top 12. They were very, very close. They just couldn't make it over the line. If they were on the other side of that bracket, playing against either Jungle Juicers or Praise, we may be having a different conversation right now. But yeah, it was a tough GSL for them. They do drop out. They'll be back, you know, I have no doubt, to try and take top 8 again. But we are not talking about that Finnish roster right now. We are talking about the other one that's in the region. It's DEKUBOPDUMNEM versus 3 Rats, and we are going live very shortly with game number 1. Here are your rosters for today's matchup. Forza Stansku and Regsa representing the Finnish side, and Ballaris, LCT, and Croado on 3 Rats.
I love the it's the coach matchup here. Do you take the E name there, the data lied, or do you just Connor, come down for dinner? You've got to go. Stop coaching the team. You've got dinner.
Stop making so much noise at midnight. We're trying to sleep, Connor. Yeah. Absolutely.
I love that when players just bring in their real names. It's. I mean, so's LCT though. That's just Lewis. That's just his initials.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. But there's still, you know, room for people to kind of have thoughts about maybe what his name is, you know, who he actually is. There's a mystery when you have.
Do you pronounce it Ulkut?
Ulkut, yeah.
I don't think so.
Oh, I hate that a lot.
Yeah, you should. That's good.
But Connor the coach is gonna try and bring his boys over the line. I'm sure they've been working a lot yesterday after that series to try and rectify some of those mistakes, try and fix some of those rotational problems that they were having yesterday. But as I say, if they're running against a confident, ready, and willing 3-rat side, we could be watching a little bit of a steamrolling here.
I mean, 3-rats were just playing as such a unit that I couldn't actually pick one of them out as the exceptional one there at the moment. But I think we also know what to expect out of that team when they're functioning like that. They are a team that's built for that kind of even rotation. Looking across at DEKUBOPDUMNEM, I think there may be the standouts there. If you had to pick one person that was going to bring this through for them, if it's doable, who would it be?
Oh, that's such a tough but a really good question. I mean, I kind of look to someone like Dansku, to be honest with you. I know Pausas has taken a lot of the headlines, but I think Dansku really is kind of the linchpin of that roster.
On the pitch,
he is
the
one that if he feels like he's online, DEKUBOPDUMNEM suddenly feel like a completely different team. So for me, I think Dansku has to have a good game. I think he has to start well. And then there's a conversation to be had about whether DEKUBOP are going to be able to grow in this series. But yeah, it's going to take a monumental effort from all three of the Finns to take down 3-rats the way that they're looking.
And we just mentioned Pausas and Dansku, but I mean, it's kind of the similar situation we were having Blue Torch when they were on field. We were constantly talking about Burn, constantly talking about Popo, but when the losses stopped was when Echo came up to par. So maybe that's what we're looking for here as well. Rexa to step up, like you said, just make sure that the entire roster is just well-knitted, functional. You really need them to be at peak here, because I think that 3-rats will be. The only exception to that might be this tech issue. I really hope that we're not going to see... I'm predicting a lot of backflips from LCT. That's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I think it might be a little tough for him if he's not able to fix that tech issue, if he doesn't have another mouse lying around somewhere in the house. But yeah,
it doesn't just go straight from normal clicking to double clicking every time you touch the button, right? So surely some of these are going to be safe. He's just going to be questioning every jump, though.
I was going to say, I don't have the mouse in front of me, Gex. I can't tell you what the actual tech issue is, but I can tell you that he clearly was not happy, as he posted on Twitter earlier today. So, sorry, X, should call it by its proper name. But yes, it's...
We're not sponsored.
I don't think anyone refers to it as X anymore anyway.
I don't think so.
Just like Twitter, oh, we know who you mean. Yeah.
Maybe just the owner.
Yeah. But something I will also say, though, is if you do get that tech issue in a morning of a big event, a big main event matchup, that can kind of mess with your mental. You said he's going to be thinking about every jump. That's a real serious point where you're second guessing everything you're doing. You're working that split second slower because you're not sure whether your equipment is going to be working for you. We'll see if he's able to come through.
And mental has been the question for 3-rats in the past. They seem this season to be on top of it. I have to say, I really love that look from LCT in particular, just coming in with a very, very calm head until now. So the hope is, of course, that stays. Despite the tech issues, despite coming in maybe slightly disadvantaged here, I think they know they're the expected team to win. Maybe that creates pressure, maybe it eases their minds. Certainly, we will find out. They will be expected to win off the kickoff here and do so, and Balleries up to challenge immediately.
Yeah, nice work from Balleries, gives it to LCT, and he doesn't look like he's struggling right now as Croado puts that one into the middle. Dansku will be able to send that one away. It's a pretty fast-paced start to this game number one. As this ball in from the middle, it will be cleared away by Croado. He will now try and win that 50. He does do so, takes it around a second as well. Great work from Japanese player as LCT is able to pick this one up in the midfield. Gets the reset, tries to go low, saved by Rexa. Back in from Balleries, looking for the back left, and it's going to hit the post.
Oh, the back pass from LCT! Oh. That is absolutely insane. Croado, as he shortens up his name, he's going to shorten the distance he needs to strike on goal with that back pass from LCT.
Wow, that is quite the play from LCT. The awareness to be able to understand where his teammate is, get that separation, and be able to play that. Oh yeah, dangerous for DEKUBOP to get a goal back immediately as this ball down the left-hand side. Dansku, the right wall. Croado will collect. Nice catch from him. Tries to play it through. Plays the 50. That might land in, and it's not going to be saved. Back post. LCT moves it across, and it's an important touch from the Finns again.
Isn't it just? Important clarification here for those who are not quite as literate in the crowd. That does say DEKUBOPDUMNEM, despite the logo. It is not Dignitas.
It's not. Certainly is not, as Bullery drops this one
That
down.
might be a different game.
Yeah, we'll have to go back in the VODs and see where that's gone wrong. Dansku trying to bring this down the line. That's Bullery's in front of him. Pauses, take it down the wing. Trying to move this one into the middle. LCT with a good clearance, and 3Rats can build an attack of their own.
Oh, Bullery's down and looking for side wall. Regza upfield as LCT turns. Pauses actually good chance here for DEKUBOPDUMNEM after moving the ball upfield, but it's a little bit of a lax touch there. Might just let possession go in and straight back to the midfield. They need to control the ball. They need to find each other and move that as a unit upfield if DEKUBOPDUMNEM want to create any pressure out of their offense.
Yeah, no, it's worth saying. Okay, well, once again, I was thinking something, but I didn't say it, so it doesn't count as Cast a Curse.
No, it's just the strongest version of it. You are such a caster that you don't even have to state something and it comes the exact opposite.
Yeah, I was going to say the game had slowed down since the goal. That is you know, that's exactly the opposite of what's just happened. 3Rats now 2-0 up, and DEKUBOPDUMNEM. That was very, very tight as LCT is able to send that one into the corner, looking to get a second touch as well. Does do so. Second man at the near post to try and push that one over the line. But 3Rats looking very controlled, looking very measured, looking very, very good in game one so far.
You say as they find a team bump there, but they do get out unscathed and straight back into defense. 3Rats up 2-0, must be feeling fairly comfortable now. I can't imagine, like, a good result out the gates here will make particularly LCT, if he's having tech issues, feel a lot better about their position here and probably ease that a bit. There's the shot back. Finally, we get one. It's Porsos to put one away from DEKUBOPDUMNEM.
And that's a mistouch on the sidewall from Bullery's, really. Croado had to make a decision whether to go back or challenge the ball, and he decides to challenge. It ends up being the wrong decision. So DEKUBOPDUMNEM back within one. That will give them a little bit of confidence now for the rest of this 2 minutes and 10 seconds. LCT up the left-hand side trying to take it away from them. Oh, good save. Dansku to keep the scoreline at 2-1.
Forces now with possession. Plenty of time in this to bring it back as well, but 3Rats, like I said, starting off early, probably in a fairly good mental state right now for this and able to push it forward. They've been working on that mental state time and time again, and it's been good even in losing scenarios. The claw back has been unlikely from this team in the past, but they don't even need to here. They are up by one and looking for more. That's a good push forward from Bullery. It's just barely off target, but put away by Dansku as well.
Porzus now coming forward, looking for the bump play. Actually, Regza flying through from the midfield to get the second goal on the board for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. They are starting to warm into this one. Almost a team bump. Pixels away from taking out his man from getting that goal, but does not come to pass, and the Finns are level 2-2.
I mean, it's just not even questionable that that was a pre-jump there as well. That the trust in DEKUBOPDUMNEM to perform together right now. They have to be absolutely peaking right now, though. Porsos is, what a shot!
And 3Rats, after looking so good for the first few minutes of this game, they have had this game flipped on them as DEKUBOPDUMNEM take a third goal and pauses. That one's going in the highlight reel, no doubt about that. Beautiful work from the Finn, and now it's down to 3Rats to try and recover. LCT has the pass back. Croado takes a shot. It will be saved by Regza. Back at the board is Bullery, but Croado keeps the pressure on. Ball into the middle. LCT, not a lot of boost. Can't get it on target. Lots of pressure from 3Rats, but not the equalizer yet.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep possession in their opponent's half. They have let go of it. Now Bullery to the backboard has to make an impression on the game here. And with less than a minute, they will have to make it on the other end as well. LCT with the musty flick does get it past one. Dansku off the backboard. Bullery. This is a fight for game one that could determine the series. If this comes down to a mental state thing, and it very well could here.
Certainly could, but Bullery, he's dropped the ball back forward, looking for more. Is there going to be a man there? Yes, there is. Croado, but Regza makes the save. 3Rats taking so many chances, taking so many shots. Surely one is going to find its home. And Brilliance obliges. 20 seconds left. 3 rats are not done yet.
It is indeed, and what a home it finds. I mean, this is a bit of a mention of a shot right here. Just taking it where they're comfortable. You got the cushy life when you get that much open space. And that left-hand side of the goal, wide open for the shot. 3 rats put the effort in to open that, though. DEKUBOPDUMNEM have been playing extremely well, and they have been closing the gaps very, very tightly. And the last seconds, they have been able to sneak in saves time and time again. They will again here. Porsos with no boost gets demoed away after it as well, but overtime is found in game number 1.
We love a game 1 OT. Sets the stage for the rest of the game. We were setting up a potential for an easy win for 3 rats, and that has not come to pass. Dansku bullies his way over the line, takes it through from his own half. A beautiful solo play from the Finn. Nothing Brilliance could do there, and it's DEKUBOPDUMNEM taking down 3 rats in game 1.
They were supposed to be representing a new name here, Locomotive. The steam train has not quite left the station right now. DEKUBOP, they just have a head start right now, but as with most steam trains, it does take a little while to get up to speed. We might see this come back the other way. 3 rats down in game 1, though, after a pretty good start in that game as well.
Yeah, they got out to a really quick start. They looked like everything that we had been saying pre-game was going to come true. 3 rats were going to be able to take this game relatively easily, but fair play to the Finns. The fight back from DEKUBOPDUMNEM, the way they were able to maintain mental and believe that they were still going to be able to come back and win this game. It's exactly what they were able to do. This was a nice goal to tie it up from 3 rats, but it wasn't enough when you concede inside 7 seconds of overtime. And DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they have a game, and now they've got something to build foundations on.
And the one thing I wanted to focus on out of that scoreboard at the end there was just the fact that, yes, LCT participated well in that. You have to see that he is very, very focusing in on everything he's doing right now, though. And the focus is going to be high because of those mechanical possible errors there due to real-life issues with the mouse and keyboard. But it did mean that he wasn't involved in the demos. It's been a high-grade demo team, and he has been kind of the lead for that in the past in series as well. None coming out from him there, 2 from each of his teammates. Maybe he just needs to leave it in their hands a little bit more. Put the faith in the team instead of putting more focus into your own work where you may not be able to help issues.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see if he's able to make that adjustment. I'm sure that's exactly what the coach is telling them in between games, is to get underway for game number 2. Ball over to that far side will be collected by Brilliance. In there as Croado takes a shot, it will be cleared away by Rexter, and I have to say I'm very impressed so far with how fast the Finnish roster are around the field, Gex. It feels like they're significantly quicker than they were yesterday, and that is really supporting their run here. That's a nice shot though from Croado at the back post, and once again they tell me to shut up.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gobstopper on this one, but what a placement. If I hit that, it comes out. I have complaints. I'm talking to Psionic. That shot doesn't go in for me.
No, it doesn't, but hey, it has, and it will. So, Croado able to get that one on the board, and he's got a second as well. The Japanese player is stepping up in game number 2. 3 rats out to a quick 2-0 lead.
Look at LCT straight into the bumps. Maybe it was exactly what we were talking about. The coach, Dartelide, coming in to give that info between the games. Get on the bumps, get supporting the rest of the team who aren't having the technical issues. LCT immediately participating in a team front here with that demo, and it opens up the net.
It does, but Croado is able to collect. It's LCT now on the left-hand side, looking to play this one through. Wanting another bump play. That one's off the ceiling. There is a chance, but it will be saved away. Porter's trying to take out Brilliance. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they're coming forward, taking a shot. Good save by LCT to keep the scoreline at 2-0, but that might not keep it for long. Pushed away by 3 rats. They just survived.
Tell you what, you might not be actually too worried about your mouse insta double jumping you when you need to get high that quickly. Quick aerial from LCT to get to the crossbar for that save. And one across the bow is going to get saved away in a huge upfield. Oh, Cruado going to full commit on that. Beaten by a mile there. Poor choice comes out, but they do maintain possession somehow. Huge transition up in field, but nobody there to support the pass in.
Yeah, I like the idea of that pass. There just wasn't the player there to collect. That was causing problems for 3Rats. Hang on a moment. Cruado on that far side. Wallery's challenges. There's a shot in the middle off the crossbar. DEKUBOPDUMNEM. It seems like going 2-0 down is like just suddenly they flick a switch. Suddenly they turn it on, and this is now going to be Rexa over on the right-hand side. Gets the reset, goes over one. Is going to be saved away by Wallery, but it's all DEKUBOPDUMNEM right now.
It may also be a case of that first game coming up 2-0 so early. It may have given a little overconfidence to 3Rats as well. They put more into offense instead of less. They take more risks instead of less. Now, though, you see them kind of being a lot more defensive. It's not paying off. This might be an overreaction. Everybody turtling back into goal, giving opportunities, and they fire them. Porceless, again, the pass off to Rexa and the bump from Dansku. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, the whole team at work here.
Take nothing away from that bump. That was a very, very smart play from DEKUBOPDUMNEM as this one comes through. It sent over onto the far side. Pauses one the kickoff as should now be cleared away. It is not. Dansku, big challenge on zero boost. LCT now going to bring this one into midfield, but there's no 3Rats players there. Now the pop forwards. Cleared away by LCT, and it's a little bit of a tennis match for the moment as teams clear this one back and forth. Cruado taking it forwards. Cleared away once again by DEKUBOPDUMNEM. LCT trying to play that 50. Does well. Coming through now is Wallery's, but it's cleared away by DEKUBOP again.
Back downfield again. LCT underneath. The challenge goes high. Still well in 3Rats half though, and they will be able to find it cleared out. Regza's not going to receive the bump that was intended from 3Rats, and now they're under fire again. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, can they even the scoreline here? Dansku gets demoed away to relieve the pressure, and a double commit comes out from DEKUBOPDUMNEM as well. Fortunately for them, Dansku respawns in time on the back line and comes forward with one good challenge to make sure they stay safe.
Great work from Wallery on the left-hand side, but Dansku goes up unchallenged in the midfield. It will be cleared away by Cruado, who's looking for his hat-trick, by the way, in this game. He's not going to find it here. As DEKUBOPDUMNEM clear their lines, and it's one there by Pauses. Looks for a second touch. He's going to find his way all the way back to Dansku. Can't get the first shot on target. He gets it off the backboard, cleared away by LCT. You just wonder if 3Rats are not in the business of scoring a goal to settle the score. They just want to make sure that DEKUBOPDUMNEM do not score a goal of their own. And at the moment, that is working, but I'd rather they go forward than stay back.
Yeah, as long as the risk isn't involved in the challenge to push it forward, I would agree. However, if they're going to be defensive, they have to do it from the midfield. They can't allow it back to their goal line. 26 seconds, and still a chance here for DEKUBOPDUMNEM, as long as they can get it out of their half quickly. Pass off, upfield, chance there, taken away. 15 on the board, and it's back the other way. LCT underneath. The 50 goes well for Deku, though, and now Cruado on the backboard. They're wasting as much time as they can. A 50 away might just put the nail in the coffin for game number 2, though. And 3Rats look like they've come up on top. Cruado just needs a save here. They need a little control. They need the ground, and they will find it. 3Rats taking game 2 to even the series.
It was a little bit tense, nervy. It was a little bit worrying at the end there, sorry, but 3Rats were able to pull it through. They were able to get that game victory, and they tie up the series 1-1, completely nullifying that game 1. And we now have essentially a best of 5 on our hands as both teams go 1 game to the goods. So, yeah, Gex, it was a tough game for 3Rats. They had to really fight towards the end there, but DEKUBOPDUMNEM's offense just was not as on form as it was in game number 1.
I gave this as a 4-1 to 3Rats in my predictions, and the one came out so early from DEKUBOP, I don't know if it can happen anymore. This is close. This is really close. And DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they have stepped up to the expectations for this team.
Yeah, and it's what we talked about, right? They had such a good showing in Open Qualifying when we wanted them to find that form again. We wanted them to find the way that they were playing, and this is probably about as close to the original DEKUBOPDUMNEM as I've seen. They are working very well together. There was that double commit that we called out, but past that, I think they're working very well as a team. Their rotations are locked in. They need to try and switch on a little bit earlier into games because they're going 2-0 down right now very, very quickly. However, they are growing into each game as it comes. So DEKUBOPDUMNEM are presenting a very, very difficult challenge for 3Rats, and they might be making fools of the desk if they continue playing the way that they are.
Absolutely. That 2-0 start back-to-back here has been killer for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. They were able to conquer it the first time, but I feel like 3Rats have picked up their pace of play. That won't be happening again if they continue to be allowed that lead early. 3Rats trying to generate it right here in the opening 10 seconds, but it does get away from 3Rats here. Back again for another shot. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they just have to really nail the defense off kickoff.
They do, and for now, they've been able to do that. It's a nice play from Borzas as LCT decides to fake that one out, goes left instead. Can't play the 50, and DEKUBOPDUMNEM will have an attack now. It's a nice shot. Boris pushes it over to the side. It's back in from DEKUBOP, and it's going to pretty much do it as now LCT cannot get his bonnet on the ball. Will be able to now, but only as far as DEKUBOPDUMNEM once again. It's a nice shot downfield, and it's a good save by Dansku. 3Rats take the first shot.
LCT out off wall again. As Baller Reese comes around, we get a bit of view of LCT cam again for a minute. Croato away. Baller Reese now bringing this upfield. And it is Dansko underneath. Chance now for DEKUBOP. Can they be the first in game 3 here to open?
Yeah, that was a nice bump further downfield by 3Rats. They're really trying to disrupt the defense. That's a nice touch. Baller Reese, is it going to drop? No, it will not. Dansku can push it over into the corner. It will now be Croato. Big 50. It's Baller Reese now trying to play that shadow, play that 50, and does do so. Croato puts it away, only as far as DEKUBOP again. Double commit on the goal line. Chance here for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. They cannot convert.
LCT gets one forward. Porsus out off wall. LCT, great little read there, but it almost ended up straight into the lap of Dansku, who has the opportunity to center. Now back into the corner. Croato should have a clear here, but blocked again. DEKUBOP have had some fantastic dunk plays and just shutting down any lead out of 3Rats' own half. And that is what it produces. Eventually just shutting them down and locking them into their goal line for long enough to get a shot off and make it count.
LCT just unable to read that one as it comes off the backboard, and Dansku will finish into an empty net. And DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they've looked very good in this game 3. 3Rats, they've barely been able to get out of their own half, so need to try and break down this press that's coming through from DEKUBOPDUMNEM. It's going to be Croato to try and do just that. Pauses, pushes it into the corner. Baller East wins the 50. He's trying to take it around another one, but Dansku, huge dunk on that one to get it right back down to 3Rats half.
Croato in, and Porsus, another big 50. They just keep winning possession, and it's not just in their half, it's in their quarter. It's almost in the goal box that DEKUBOP are taking control of the ball. But there we go, one good transition out, and 3Rats will take it back to even. It did take a while to find their opener in game number 3. It is a very different looking game 3 for the series.
Yeah, that's a nice go-ahead play from LCT. He has the faith in his 2 teammates to be able to make the stop,
and
make
his
the
mouse.
save, and yeah, maybe the faith in his mouse as well to be able to make that play. But this one now coming through. It's a nice shot from Dansku. LCT got to be careful. It's a good 50. Now trying to win a second one, and LCT able to clear the danger, but that looks very, very worrying.
Oh,
Croato's got a shot. Good save by Rexa.
Really thought we were going to see one there, actually, but like you said, a fantastic save coming out. We were asking for that step up from Rexa. I gotta say, we have been shouting Rexa's name regularly. He really has been a very, very active part of the roster in this series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. He's did very, very well for the DEKUBOP side, and need to do that for a few more games if they're going to be able to take down 3Rats roster. 1.5 minutes on the clock. Pass inside. Boris collect. Wins the 52, but second ball seems to always be won by a DEKUBOPDUMNEM player. That one time it's Regsa looking for the shot. Good save by LCT. And Three Rats, they are turtling once again in their own half. But hang on a moment, the counter-attack could be through. Regsa once again cutting off those rotations.
Kawado gives that away to Regsa, though. They've got to be careful of these little touches leading out from their own half. Shut down again, and Dansku gets the opportunity. What a pass from Regsa. And everybody just available for that. Dansku took it almost solo after that handoff, though.
Yeah, that is worrying. Again, Three Rats double commit. Tom's not quite there on the defensive play, and Dansku might have another chance as Orzas takes it through. Can't find the angle. Oh my goodness, Regs are so close. Should be the third. And Dansku has his hat trick. 3-1, DEKUBOPDUMNEM.
And suddenly DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they win kickoffs as well. That's kind of the one consistent win Three Rats have had time and time again. Their kickoff has been so dangerous against this this European squad. And suddenly, 52 seconds, it's looking pretty likely to be a DEKUBOPDUMNEM win in Game 3 again to go up in the series. Shatter my prediction, unfortunately, but I think that was expected from the moment we heard there were tech issues.
Yeah, I definitely think it was... as soon as I saw that earlier this morning from LCT, you just got a bad feeling in your stomach that maybe the mental wasn't 100% there. Maybe they were a little bit concerned about what was going to happen today with those mechanical issues for LCT, and that's exactly what's come to pass. DEKUBOPDUMNEM taking Three Rats to task in this Game 3.
I see how it is. You saw that earlier in the day, didn't tell the rest of the casters, so you could make your prediction a little bit closer between these two teams. Yeah, all right. I see how it is. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, though, it's not over yet. They do have probably a lead here, definitely a lead here in the series. Baller Reese gets one back, though, and that is going to be narrowed here in the game, at least. And DEKUBOP, they do still have to worry about this series, despite going ahead here.
Yeah, they do, for sure. And Three Rats getting that momentum, getting that goal at the end here is going to do wonders for them, to be honest. They will go into game number 4 with that confidence that, yeah, we've been able to score. If we can cut out the defensive mistakes, we will have a chance. Maybe there's even more of a chance. Oh, Ballery's just not finding that one, but he's committed 2, and that's not going to find its way to a Three Rats player. So result is locked in for game number 3. DEKUBOPDUMNEM will take the lead in the series 2-1 as we get ever closer to that game number 7. And I have to say, Gex, the way this game is going, I think that's where we might be ending up.
Yep, I am definitely seeing that happen. A game 7 here feels right to me, though, with things evened up a little bit with the issues there. Game 7 is earned between these two teams, I believe. It's just too close to deserve anything else. That doesn't mean that we will get it, but DEKUBOP have given themselves the best chance possible in this series to make it not go the length and take it early.
Yeah, and that scoreboard does not read very well if you're a Kawado fan.
Oh,
that's a little bit of a...
And he's been so good too.
He has. He's been so solid in that position for Three Rats across this whole event. It's just not online right now in that game number 3, and that needs to change if the fortunes of Three Rats are going to change. DEKUBOPDUMNEM taking advantage of everything that they are presented with, and they are going to take that lead. Like, this is something that DEKUBOPDUMNEM do really well. They are clinical. If you give them an opportunity, if you give them a chance, if you show weakness of any kind, they will capitalize on it, and that's what they're doing right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Capitalization is the absolute word there, though. I mean, DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they just kept hammering their chances onto that net over and over and over again. Something was always going to sink. The lead was going to keep increasing. Really need to see the defense step up in more than an online position from Three Rats.
Yeah. See if we get that here in game number 4. At the top of your screen for you. It is 2-1 to DEKUBOPDUMNEM, and it might be 1-0 in the game. Good save by LCT, and it's kept out by Ballery's. Dansku going to try and keep the pressure on. Ball into the middle from DEKUBOP, but Kawado right there on the scene to be able to send that clear. Another chance for Regsa, looking for the top left. He can't find it. It's an early start for DEKUBOPDUMNEM.
It looked likely too, but Three Rats I mean, they have won every kickoff until last game pretty well, and suddenly the challenges are just not there. LCT does get the outlet pass, gets it upfield. A bump maybe there from Regsa keeps LCT at bay, and straight back the other way. The demo chances, Krawado avoids 2 in net, and Squishy's out the other end.
Unbelievable, and that might just do him the world of good. There's another chance. It's saved by Krawado again. Starting to find his way back into this one. He takes a shot. It will go wide. LCT looking for an opportunity on the sidewall. He won't find it as Orzus tries to clear, and there's no real second man there for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. So Ballaris hits that one off the backboard. Krawado comes through. Let's take it around. Pass into Ballaris, and that's a great shot. 3 rats, 1-0 up.
Krawado went, oh, sorry, I'm supposed to be defending. Let me get right on that. Just fixes that immediately, makes the best save of the series so far. Then gets upfield, makes the pass in and facilitates the play. Simple shot from Ballaris. It was just enabled so well. Put on target well as well, of course, but 3 rats functioning with Krawado as part of the squad again.
And that's a scary prospect for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. This ball up in the air. Krawado going to try and keep it in 3 rats possession. LCT will do just that, cleared away by Dansku, and passes in, but Ballaris right there on the scene. Early 50s, early challenges from 3 rats, things you love to see if you're a fan of this roster. And they are now starting to warm into this game. We can see them starting to gain that confidence in each other. But DEKUBOPDUMNEM are coming back down the other end. They're looking for a shot here. Krawado sends it away. There is a chance, looking for the top right. Ballaris will send it clear. Isn't able to catch. Pauses puts this one down onto the backboard. Krawado sends away.
I was looking for a play off the backboard from the teammate waiting, but I don't think got that touch close enough to him. Dansku goes high in the midfield. Nobody left in defense. Do they get back in time? Yes, early challenge, in fact, on the 50 there, and Krawado gets sent high by, I guess, a fake? Oh, we can call it a fake.
Yeah. Always give credit to the player, as you got to give credit to Dansku. He is the goal scorer right now for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. Pauses pops this one into the air. Regs are able to win that 50, and that opens the road for Dansku to fire into an empty net, and 3 rats defense just crumbling there with just over half the game left.
But they take that goal a different way. It's a response here. It's a transition from defense that catches 3 rats out this time. And I love to see that because it means DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they have dynamism as a team. They can really change things up. They've got multiple facets to them, and they're showing that on field now.
They are. That's a big demo coming through. Krawado still going to chase the ball, even with limited boost. Does look for the pass, but Orzus is going to be first there, and this is something that we've talked about a lot. When you are leading in the ping advantage, you should not be losing 50s like that. You should be able to be getting to the ball first, or at least challenging right there on the scene. But right now, DEKUBOPDUMNEM are playing quicker than 3 rats. LCT try and change that tune. Pass down. It's going to be set back towards goal. Good save by Ballaris. He was a little bit awkward, but he made it work.
But you can really see that hesitance is stemming from mental here from 3 rats. They're faster than this. They can be faster than this at the very least. And right now, they're going to have to conquer it. They've got to get rid of the uncertainty and just get on ball. Krawado doing that now. Shot upfield. Is it on? No. Regsa at the last moment.
Pass across. Krawado at the back post. 1.5 minutes left. And that is beautiful. Dansku tried to get that pass across his net. He just didn't quite measure it well enough. Krawado will be thankful for that gift. 2-1.
Yeah, I may have dropped that cast a little early there, but I mean, I didn't figure that there was going to be a pass from their own team against their net. DEKUBOP making a huge mistake there. No way! Regsa nearly hit that on target!
Yeah, that would have been insane if he'd been able to get that on. And it scores. Hang on a moment.
Rats.
Double commit from DEKUBOPDUMNEM. Ball played back in, back post, cleared away by Krawado. 3 rats. They are... I don't want to say they're being given this game, but there's definitely work from DEKUBOPDUMNEM that if they shore that up, they will not be making these same mistakes again in the series. But 3 rats, they'll take what they can get. LCT's going to get up for this one. Is that on target? No. Backboard. Second touch from Ballaris will go wide.
They're looking for more skill, and they will find it. LCT, another one collected here for 3Rats, should be able to win them back into an even position in the series. 48 seconds left to change that. There is barely time on the board. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they really need a kickoff win here to take control early and a goal as soon as possible. They will get that win. Do they have possession?
They do. There's Corrado over to the left-hand side. It's DEKUBOPDUMNEM who try and come forwards. LCT sees all three members downfield and now wants to play the bump. Very nice work from LCT to take some time off the clock. Ball into the corner. LCT decides to leave that. It's a bump on the goal line, but Corrado still comes through with a big save. And LCT clears upfield. Balleries off the left-hand side, and LCT does not really want to go for goal right now. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they come back down, but Corrado is there again on the defense.
And we get LCT cam again.
We do.
It's their second day in a row. We're just focusing on the lead here, focusing on where the issues might be as well. But LCT, no issues this time around. Gonna, in fact, score the last one. 2 seconds left on the clock. And Baller Reese, look at the read-off wall. Stays high, collects it to the backboard, and LCT there to collect.
It's a confidence builder game for 3Rats. They definitely have been given a few advantages by DEKUBOPDUMNEM. Maybe they're looking for one more. Corrado still wants to keep this ball up. LCT off the sidewall, wants to go for it. It drops. 3Rats take the victory 4-1. And Gex, that feels a bit more like the game that we were expecting before a ball was kicked today.
Well, yeah, before you announced the issues, I didn't get to see that post, Rhino. You were keeping that to yourself for a while. At least we got it on desk, but 3Rats, yeah. I think that's more like what we expect from them without mechanical issues in real life. So this is now, maybe he just exchanged another mouse out of the trench coat. LCT back in it.
He's got like super fast delivery from an online retailer that I won't name, and we'll just be able to get that delivered to his doorstep in an hour.
It's by drone.
Yeah, straight from the warehouse. But no, you wouldn't be able to tell, would you, really? Outside of that probably first 2 games where he looked a little bit unsure, you wouldn't be able to tell that we've had those mechanical issues here for LCT. He's playing just as well as he always has. That 4th goal was beautiful, and 3Rats, they look online right now, and DEKUBOPDUMNEM, it's down to them to shut them down.
Absolutely. I think gameplay-wise, I agree. LCT has been just on fire as always, but you can see that there's that little question, that little doubt in the head. I think that's what's been slowing the whole team down a little bit there. It is a bit of an assumption, of course, but it certainly would be in my head if I were playing in the top 8 of RLCS and hardware started breaking. But like you said, just he is performing, he is back in this now, and I think they do have the mental back now as well. They did generate confidence out of that last one.
And this is something that we talked about certainly a lot in Open Qualifier 1 about 3Rats, is they are a very momentum-based team. If they feel like they're playing well, if they are starting to build that momentum, then they will play at their top level. And at the moment, that is where they sit. Nice shot from Regsa. 3Rats going to be shut down early in game number 5 as DEKUBOPDUMNEM take the lead.
I think the assumption from defense here was that Corrado was already making his way to back post there, but didn't take much of a delay there to give the opportunity to DEKUBOPDUMNEM, and less than 15 seconds on the clock, and suddenly they lead again, and that has been the biggest shift in this series. I feel like the kickoffs early on in this, 3Rats were winning every single one of them, and DEKUBOP, they adjusted, they adapted, they are functioning really, really well against 3Rats now.
They are. Balleries, let's get this one down, and there's a chance here. Corrado flies across the goal to make the save, and 3Rats defense looking a little shaky early into this game 5. Ball into the middle. Maybe their offense is online. Good save away by Regsa. He will be able to get this downfield as well. Unchallenged in the air goes Pausus, and that's a concern for 3Rats right now, that they're not even going for that ball that's available in the midfield.
Yeah, the midfield has been what's been lacking. It's why DEKUBOPDUMNEM have been able to continually push the line of 3Rats right on that goal line is so dangerous. You have to sort the ball before it gets to that point, and 3Rats, Might have been a little bit lax on that. Now, a pinch to try and get it behind the defensive line, but Reese with a banger of a clear, but it might be a giveaway for possession here. Rygza to the ceiling, looking for the play. Oh, can't reach the teammate. That would have been absolutely a heater of a goal.
Yeah, that would have been a lovely play. It doesn't work out for them this time, and that's a big win by LCT actually on that sidewall. Boomed clear by Rygza. Does have a man downfield. That's Pausus. Reese able to put it onto the backboard. Dansku into the middle. Cleared away by Reese again. Collected by Pausus, but he gets bumped out of his mind. And now Reese down the left-hand side. A bit of a double commit coming through from 3Rats. LCT tries to keep the play alive. DEKUBOPDUMNEM can clear.
Yeah, I mean, Ball was full committed to just grabbing that boost. They wanted to get the boost starve working here and get DEKUBOP finally locked into their half as a turn of events against them. Rygza with no boost, probably as a result eventually of that. It does have that flow-on effect. Dansku now out. LCT has to leave. It's Cruado out to Reese. The shot was available. It was third man though, and they will have to retreat.
Yeah, and this is now DEKUBOPDUMNEM turning defense into offense. They don't get the goal as LCT brings it forwards. He's got no boost to work with though, so Reese on that far side will have to collect. And does over the top of Dansku. Nice pass inside, cleared away by Rygza. Back in by LCT, but there's no one there to receive the pass. Go-ahead goal could come through for DEKUBOPDUMNEM, but Reese pushes it away. It's back and forth this game, and it's being played at a frantic pace. Rygza, backboard, looking for a teammate. Dansku's there, and Dansku scores. DEKUBOPDUMNEM 2 to the good.
3Rats, the nerve strike again, the double commit off backboard. Corrado was up so much earlier there. The Reese should have known. You got to leave that one. You've got to put the faith in and at least cover it lower for the miss. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they get delivered that one on a platter. And 3Rats now with 2 minutes. They could end up on game point here.
Not the best touch there from Reese into the middle, but LCT will be able to collect. And get past 2. He knows he's got Cruado a little bit further back. Leaves it to him.
Whoa!
Is that going to find its home? It will. Cruado, top left corner. And you mentioned they had 2 minutes to find 2. Well, now they've got 1:47 to find 1.
It's so important to get that top 4 position. And 3Rats have made it once before. DEKUBOPDUMNEM want their chance at it. But that's one step closer to losing it. They are ahead by 1 now. Can they hold it? Another kickoff in the favor of 3Rats. Finally, seems like a while since we've seen one go that way, but it is in DEKUBOPDUMNEM's half.
It is, but LCT won't be able to get anything here. Reese, big challenge. Extra over on the right-hand side. Cruado going up for the challenge. It's going to come up for either of them. LCT into the corner. Drops down, doesn't have any boost. Wants to try and fake that he does. DEKUBOPDUMNEM will be able to clear that one away. Might drop. Cruado has to be level with it. Ball in from Pausus. It's nice. Reese able to push it away, but this is not where 3Rats want to be playing right now. Good save by Cruado to keep the scoreline as it is.
Early push up for him, though. I was worried about that 50 result. Does win them some extra time, but they are using that time in their own half still. LCT does get it around 1. Dansku in the midfield. Maybe a mistouch here. Cruado's going to get in and tries for a shot immediately. That was a bit unexpected and almost found its mark.
That's a nice shot from Rygza. It will just go wide. Cruado was scrambling across the goal line to try and get there. Nice pass from Reese into Cruado, into LCT.
What a transition!
3Rats at their brilliant best.
What is this upfield? Cruado in, LCT just hammers it home. And that is a ludicrous goal to take you to even with only 34 seconds left in this game. That is just disgusting. Filthy animals, these rats.
The highlight of the day so far. Give that to 3Rats. What a beautiful constructed play. And that is gorgeous from 3Rats. That will give you confidence. I tell you what, a 3-man passing play. But DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they're not done yet. That's awkward off the crossbar. Cruado tries to go. He doesn't win the ball, but it doesn't matter. And now 3Rats try and come down the other end to get this goal that would give them the victory in this game 5. It's not going to happen yet. Reese stops it, but he's not done enough. Is the ball going to stay alive? Yes, it is. Pausus takes the shot. LCT drops it down. OT in game 5.
And you saw that block on the back line. I'm not sure if that third man could have made it in time before the ball reached ground, but certainly there was a risk there without that block. LCT now, speaking of blocks, does get it to midfield. Croato with no boost will have to leave it low. Ball reach, what a pinch, that goes nuclear. And it's back to midfield, LCT with a chance, can't reach it with the boost he had.
Yeah, not quite, and now it's a counter-attack. Rexa drops this one down. Good save away by Baller East. Dansku trying to keep the pressure on. Has brought us back. That's a miss! It might be an open net. Croato makes the superhero save, and we still play overtime of Game 5.
I wish that we had the FIFA heart rate tracker on right now. I would love to see what LCT's heart just did on that one. That miss could have cost them this game, and this game could cost anybody the series. This will put the pressure on either team, depending on who wins it. LCT now to push down. Croato will take in receipt in his own back corner, but giving them a lot of time here, looking for space himself, and does find it.
Nice work from LCT, pass to Croato, saved by Dan. He's now out of position. Baller East trying to take it up the right-hand side. Doesn't beat Rexa, but LCT's back. He wins that one. Looks for Baller East on the backboard. Can he find the angle? Not quite. Nice idea from 3 Rats. It just doesn't come through. And DEKUBOPDUMNEM clear their lines, but 3 Rats, they are looking the most likely right now. They certainly have the more offense. That's a nice ball into the middle. It's
That's a goal!
And he will get the goal for 3 Rats to win overtime and take series points.
What a setup there, LCT. Just putting everything on the line. It is body on the line from LCT this time. He really just sent it forward. He wanted to win 50s. That seemed like a goal here in game number 5. And that is exactly what he accomplished.
Yeah, that feels like a turning point in this series, in this matchup between 3 Rats and DEKUBOPDUMNEM. Managing to get that game to OT in the first place was huge from the 3 Rats with such a beautifully immaculate play, and I'm so excited to see it on the highlight reel. But DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they have shown through so many games in this series, they're not going away easily. Winning that final game for 3 Rats and getting them through into the top 4 will not be easy.
Oh, you watch these game highlights and it was scary there for 3 Rats. It was Croato that actually opened it up for them though. And then we got that highlight reel of a goal. Yeah, you could just hold an entire highlight reel to just that being played over and over again and I'd still be happy with it.
I could watch that goal for the rest of the day. Yeah, there's no problems with that. That was a gorgeous, gorgeous goal from 3 Rats. And that's one of those that gets not just the players, but like the VC hyped, right? Like you start, that was really nice. Let's go. You start to feel that energy, and that's what 3 Rats showed in that overtime. They looked like they were really feeling that confidence, feeling the pressure, and they were able to see it through. So they've now got the wind behind their back. It's about DEKUBOPDUMNEM to try and battle against it, and that's going to be a difficult thing to do. But the Finns have shown up today. They have shown a fantastic, fantastic look in these first 5 games. You expect nothing less going in to Game 6.
Coming from the right part of the world to be able to get out the oars and push back into this. They may not have the sails behind them, but these Vikings, they know exactly what they have to do to get the power behind them anyway. Baller East now with a save as DEKUBOP show those heavy strokes straight back into the wind.
Here we go. It's going to be Baller East looking for this one. Cleared away by Dansku. Croato on the sidewall. Into the middle, LCT. Going to be able to find it, but Croato keeps the pressure on. Dansku. Big clearance away. Baller East tries to challenge and does do so. This is nice early challenging from 3 Rats that we've not really seen for a majority of this series.
It's high, a pass down. Baller East is looking for an early shot, but Porcel's is there. The read off the backboard. That is another one that just makes me want to retch. This is foul.
That is lovely. That is Baller East. That is Baller Best. And off the backboard, he finds... I can't do another one, but you know what? We did all right there.
Sorry.
You know, that's a pull shot. That's a pull shot. It's that's one that I'm not sure DEKUBOPDUMNEM are going to be especially proud of, but you know what?
Are you ready to take the blame for this? Are you? I mean, this would. We're talking about. Oh man, the kickoffs have just been so good for the Three Rats. It's so good that they've been able to bring that back. No, DEKUBOPDUMNEM gets a 1 second goal off kickoff. It's fine.
Yeah, all right. I'll take credit for that. I mean, listen, I've got to support the European boys,
is
all right?
it?
Maybe
Well,
I did it
is
on
for
purpose.
you.
Maybe it was all part of the plan. Who knows?
yeah, that's true. Wrapping
Who can prove
fins
anything?
well here. You watch that 1v1 series, you will be getting more of that after this game, and you will see that Finnish flag in behind our boy here on desk. Wonder where the hope lies. You broke the mouse,
No
didn't
comment, Your Honor. No comment. As LCT takes this one forward, Corrado's gone ahead. He's not going to be able to get the redirect back into the game, of course, to distract everybody from what's just happened. As Regza playing this one forwards, Corrado able to push it away, but Pauses will be able to collect in the corner. Good 50, and will be cleared away by 3 Rats.
Oh, ball. Great chase upfield, but Rexa in so early there. This is what's been locking 3 Rats into their half. Just that midfield defense is so quick off of DEKUBOPDUMNEM, and they just aren't conquering it right now. Finally, a breakaway though, and that might actually be on target. Rexa has to get it on the backboard after a double back. And Bola stuck now with 0 boost. Does put a stop to that, and Dansku can't receive the pass. Would have been a pretty open opportunity there too.
Word.
Oh, demo.
Pauses takes out LCT. Corrado's got the ball though. He's going to take it through. Gets challenged immediately by Regza. This is where DEKUBOPDUMNEM have really stepped up. They are able to make those midfield challenges that 3 Rats simply have not been. Corrado gets around 1, tries to get past the second. Boris is inside. He gets demoed. Is there anyone back? LCT to the rescue. 1-1 remains the scoreline as we hit halfway, but LCT pops this one up into the middle. Boris doesn't feel like he's got the boost really to challenge for that one. Corrado tries to challenge here. Pauses off the backboard. Chance for Regza. It's off the post.
Oh my
and it'll be pushed
goodness.
away by Boris.
So much of that ball going dark inside that goal, but just not quite passing the crucial point to count as a goal. You just don't get any closer than that.
Don't. You do not. DEKUBOPDUMNEM are going to have to be wondering what they have to do to get the second goal in this game 6.
Big challenge.
Corrado intercepting. It's Regza into the middle. Cleared away by LCT, and game slows a little bit. The pace a little bit more muted. Nice shot there coming through from Corrado. Away by Pauses. Will be able to clear as well. No one on that far side until LCT takes out Pauses. Might have already been done though. Corrado off the backboard. Boris trying to clear. One by DEKUBOPDUMNEM. Ball into the middle. No angle found. And it remains 1-1 for the moment. And yeah, this is all DEKUBOPDUMNEM right now, and it will be cleared away eventually.
Very well could have been the solo play of the night there from Dansku, but as you said, comes back away again. 3 Rats still trying to fight out of their half every time they find themselves in it though, and they will need to get the boost starving happening once they get in their opponent's half. They need some time out of their half just to get themselves sorted here, really. Baller Reese and Corrado double commit, no communication there, or at least it wasn't respected if there was. And LCT goes to back corner. They just wanted to make something out of that. It was desperation to make a play work when they're finally out of their half of the field.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for.
He forced a double commit there. That's a nice put. LCT going to try and play the 50, pushed away by Dansku. Will be picked up by Corrado. Bump into the middle. Pauses able to send it away. Boris collects off the ceiling. Now looking to turn the corner. Dealt with by Pauses. 30 seconds left on the clock. Corrado can't protect it, but LCT sends it away. Demo onto Pauses. It's the most effective demo you've ever seen in your life, but it will send him back to his own half. Corrado down the right-hand side. 10 seconds remain. Can 3 Rats see this series out right here and right now? If they can, it's off the back of Boris, but he can't find much more. Pauses looks for the shot. It's off the post. It will be DEKUBOPDUMNEM to find something at the death. 3 seconds remaining. They lead 2-1.
We've seen 3 Rats score overtime kickoff goals before, but to bring it to an overtime here in game number 6 and not send us all the way to 7, it will have to be a miracle of one now. Corrado can't get it high. Boris gets in behind just in time. 0 seconds upon us. Boris, he might find it. No, the block away from Regza, and that is the save that they needed. Game 7. We said it earlier, it deserves it. Game 7 is the order, and we are being delivered.
We have seen some pop-off moments today. We've seen some insane plays, but that one would have taken the cake if that one fell in from Baller to force OT. It will not be happening. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they survive. But I tell you what, this series is everything we wanted it to be and more. 3 Rats online, DEKUBOPDUMNEM online, even game right the way through. How that one didn't find its way over the line, I have no idea. And we sit 3-3 going to Champions Field.
It's just crazy that even with lag, I mean, DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they're just so quick. They're quick to everything. It's not just the challenges that they're winning here. It's the ability to just connect with each other faster than they can be intercepted time and time again. And that goal line defense, it's good. It is not bad from 3 Rats at all, but it's not enough.
No. And that's where they are starting to fall down, is they are defending more than they are attacking. Certainly in that last game, they looked like they were on the back foot. They had a few moments going forwards, but it was all saves. It was all prevention. They need to be able to stop that ball in the midfield. As we've already discussed, that midfield control is so important at the top level. And right now, 3 Rats just don't have it. They need it in this Game 7.
Well, this really is the summary of the region. We are going in here. It is APAC natives up against the invading force of the Finns right now. Europe coming in to take it all. DEKUBOPDUMNEM with their chance now. 3 Rats on Game 7 here. Both teams, it is either way, one game to solve the issue. And 3 Rats, we need to see it from them for APAC to stand tall.
Yeah, and this game has been going back and forth. It's been going left and right, but we'll see who is able to be on the right side of it after these 5 minutes. And that's a big clearance by 3 Rats. They're going to try and capitalize. Baller at the angle, ball to the back post. LCT can't turn it home. Croado has to keep this one alive for 3 Rats. Ball into the middle from Baller, and both him and Regza go by. LCT tries to challenge, but Dansku is not to be outdone. No boost, no problem. Ball off the backboard, pauses, finishes. Credit to Dansku for sticking with that ball on 0 boost. Well, limited boost at least. Great play from him.
Oh man, LCT got involved there as well and might actually be the only reason that made it in there. I think defense may have had the block on that if it hadn't snuck in the top right corner. And gotta say, though, an interestingly slow start out of defense from both of the teams. You can see the pressure is on. Nobody wants to overcommit. Nobody wants to make the wrong choice here. And they are trying to keep things in control.
Yeah, and you wonder who that kind of mentality is going to favor, right? Because 3 Rats, we know their experience, but we also know they can be a little bit jumpy. They can be momentum-based. And LCT gets momentum for them. The leveler from LCT, it's 1-1.
Croado to the backboard, and LCT with a crazy angle gets that just far enough right to guarantee the goal. That is exactly what LCT needed. He doesn't need a working mouse, he just needs to click once.
He does. He does, and that is enough. Baller now intercepts that one, looking for another 50. Will be played into the corner once again. The support not really there from 3 Rats. Now that pass across. Baller takes a shot. Good save by Dansku. They still have possession. Croado takes a shot. Baller into the corner. Needs more though. Can't win the 50. Croado can turn, but he's not able to win it either. And DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they can start their own attack.
Well, I'm glad you're going to get a good rest after this series, because I am going straight into the next one. And this is going to take everything out of me, man. This is so good. It's worth expending the energy on, and it sure is for the players. I mean, it's been every ounce of energy. The sweat must be building for every player on field right now. DEKUBOPDUMNEM are pushing with all their might, but it's straight back the other way. 3 Rats now pushing with all theirs, just trying to get out of defense.
And get out of defense they do, off the back of Baller. Ball into the middle. There's a chance here for LCT. It's not the most powerful shot in the world. Dansku able to clear it away. Croado beaten in the air. And now there's a chance here for DEKUBOPDUMNEM. What a shot! I'm not sure that would have dropped in, but that angle looks silly from DEKUBOP. They just weren't able to get it, but hang on. There's 2 whiffs in the midfield. LCT pushes it into the corner, and a demo comes into the back onto Croado. Baller and LCT trying to work together to clear the ball, and they do.
The cut through there from Croato may have taken that from LCT, but it also took it from the opponents. It puts them in control here. Dansko a miss off the backboard, but LCT, you can't commit on that being a miss. You just guarantee yourself a loss if it isn't, but oh my goodness, it's going to be one anyway. Dansko is going to take it, the receiver of this opening created by 3Rats, really.
Yeah, it was completely empty net at that angle. You would reckon that no one at this level is going to miss that shot. DEKUBOPDUMNEM, they take the advantage. So 3Rats got out to a rough start. They then fought their way back in, and now they're going to have to do the same thing again. As this one off the left-hand side. It's going to be Rexer taking it forwards, cleared away by Croato, who will try and follow that ball through. Gets a nice bump in the midfield, so that means that it's going to be a free shot from Brilliance. Able to be put down by Dansko onto the right-hand side. LCT into the middle. That's on target somehow. Pause is able to clear it away. 3Rats pushing forwards now.
Brilliance to the backboard. Looking for an opposite play from the last one from LCT, and they do find it. Croato needs to use the backboard one extra time to find it, but it is in.
Yeah, Croato off the backboard. You thought maybe Rexer was going to be able to get there, but you can see 3 zeros on the right-hand side of your screen. Not a single point of boost on the side of DEKUBOPDUMNEM. That is due to the 3Rats pressure. 2-2 with a minute and a half on the clock. I mean, this series has been so close. It's been so tight. You would maybe think we could be going to Game 7 OT, but you could also imagine that...
It's just too good.
It would be. But you could also imagine that either of these two teams is able to win it out in regulation. That's what LCT's trying to do. Down the right-hand side, Croato at the ankle, has a pass to the back post, but LCT's gone back for boost. Has to try and play the 50. Rexer will be able to get that clearance, but not until Brilliance comes back. Nice pass inside. LCT! Oh, what a save, Dansko! Croato back in, saved away by Pauses. LCT has another chance, puts it back forwards. Rexer with the save. 3Rats with 3 chances there to score and none over the line.
At the time we called the possibility of an OT, there was enough time for a goal each from these teams to still make that happen. Now it is ticking down the last final moments as we head into the final 30 seconds. Croato with control. Can he end it here? Oh. Yes, he can! Oh, it's a bicycle from Dansko that ends up in his net. They still had defense to spare, but oh, disaster for the Finns.
Dansko has been stalwart so far this series. He's made very, very few missteps. But that could be the one that cost DEKUBOPDUMNEM top 4 in Open Qualifier 2 here in APAC. Orzas looking to undo the damage. Dansko, he knows it's on him. That one's a nice chance. LCT able to send it away. 10 seconds starting to tick down.
You can see the confidence.
Clearing that ball away. LCT wanting the challenge, decides not to, and Dansko has a bit of a pancake there. It's not ideal. He still has a lot of boost. That one's dropped. It's gonna hit the ground. 3Rats take an absolute thriller in match 1 of the day.
I'll be having a discussion with them about not finding our Game 7 OT, but come on, what a series. 3Rats, they definitely conquered the mental once more. They proved that they have solved that issue this season. It took me a little while to be convinced, but that was it. 3Rats, now they have it in the bag, and they can take this through. They will take this through to the top 4.
Yeah. They will, and you look there, you just got to feel so bad for Dansko, man. I mean, almost a 700-point game, but it's going to be that error at the ends that people are going to remember from this series. And
especially with 6 saves, sorry. It's
the
one he missed that cost them.
Yeah, and sometimes the game goes like that, but at the end of the day, he will be remembered by that unfortunate miss. And I mean, this sequence here, just ludicrous. As we finally got that goal. There it is. Pauses had the chance to clear that one away. Was intercepted by his man. And that's the goal that sends 3Rats through to face Luminosity.
It's not the most tempting offer going through to Luminosity, but they will take their top 4 for sure. They have it in them to conquer that team, I think. It may take a little bit of luck there, it may take a bad day from Luminosity, but the day exists where that's possible.
Okay, yeah. I mean, listen, there's 365 days in a year, right? So the day must exist in one of those days, I would think. Yeah, you know, somewhere
Just
around
one,
there.
just one.
Maybe. Yeah, this is
He's
that,
like,
that Doctor Strange one. Yeah,
Yeah, Doctor Strange. Yeah, just.
Yeah. But it could be today.
Question is-
it could be the 2nd of February. We will see in a moment. But I mean, fair play to Three Rats. They've pushed through such a tough series. We didn't expect DEKUBOPDUMNEM to play the way that they did today after seeing what happened yesterday. But they dusted themselves off. They came here with a really, really good look, and they can challenge anyone in this region playing like that.
Yeah, I mean, as opposed to yesterday, which, I mean, considering we've only had 3 broadcasts to this point, it was the worst of the 3 that they had looked. They come in here and they look the best of the 4 now. 4 days and they have just stepped up again. That was another level from the Finns, and look, hopefully for round's sake, they can step back up to that level themselves as well. And we've got the double Finn super squads back in the top 8 again, but not this time around. The top 4 beckons, and it will not be the Finns here either.
No, it will not. But again, that is nothing against their quality. I think we can say that for sure. They are a brilliant roster. They are fighting against the ping, of course. Would you argue that with that ping advantage, maybe there's a chance? I wouldn't like to determine that. Maybe we'll find out one day. But for now, they are going to drop out in top 6. And it will be Three Rats who go through to play against Luminosity in those semifinals. But we have another quarterfinal to get to before we get to that semifinal, Gex.
We do, and it's a pretty exciting one as well. This was probably the one I expected to go massively close, and it did, especially with some issues there. Certainly was, but we will be seeing that next one coming up as well, and it is going to be another one you want to watch, of course. It is going to be Elevate versus KINOTROPE. That's up next. Oh, we're back. So I'm so sorry. That last one, that wiped me out, guys. I don't know about you, Rhino, but that was intense. It took a bit out of me. I'm sure it took some out of the players, and that is relevant because we have a top 4 matchup confirmed now. We know now that 3 Rats are going to be facing off against Luminosity, and they must have expended something in that one.
Yeah, I don't know if there's such a thing as a sitting heart attack, but I was chilling in my lazy boy with my cat, and I got to see all of that, and I was like, wow, this is insane. And it definitely was the credit we gave to 3 Rats, but also a lack thereof, at least at the start from the desk, for the Finns. A lot of love for the squad out of DEKUBOPDUMNEM. Love the ability for them to really progress from Open 1 to 2. Let's as that bracket is progressing, the reward is you get to face Luminosity.
Yeah,
It's not that tempting.
yeah. Reward, punishment, you decide. But at the end of the day, they are still going to make top 4, and hey, you got to be in it to win it. So 3 Rats will be going up against Luminosity in about an hour's time. But before that, you can see there's another game in the quarterfinals we have to talk about. And Gex, I know you're excited for this one. KINOTROPE versus Elevate.
You're not kidding, I am. KINOTROPE, they're looking like they should have in the first event, and they have stepped up to a point where I think this is winnable for them. Elevate, they have had their opportunity to perform on stream already this weekend, and it did not go well for them. I think there might be issues in home ground for Elevate, and they're going to have to overcome those if they want to overcome a KINOTROPE that just seems to be peaking right now.
Yeah, this is a house divided that cannot stand if it chooses to stand on individual pillars, and they've got to be able to support one another. And KINOTROPE, you can't take away that there was at least a scare yesterday. We knew that Blue Torch was going to be awesome, and maybe you guys could tell us who you think is also going to be awesome today. We've got KINOTROPE KN. You've also got hashtag Elevate ELV. So make sure to give us your vote as to who you think is going to be bringing it through. But, as much as KINOTROPE is fighting their fire, I believe in them, but Elevate just is so individually talented here, Gex.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll rush through this one. I'm going to put my prediction up straight away. It's for me, Elevate still has this. They do have stuff to conquer, but I think they can do it. I put 4-2 against KINOTROPE here, though. I don't think they're going to get through unscathed.
Yeah, that's true. I'm going to roll the same way. KINOTROPE, though, I feel like we might go the same distance, and yet we all said it would be straight sweep style for 3 Rats earlier, and then we won Game 7. So I don't know how to speak anymore to that. I do think that this will be a little bit closer. If it's a 4-0 sweep, each game will be tight.
Yeah, and it is going to be a clean sweep on the desk. It's going to be Elevate for me as well. But I did look at the fixtures this morning, and I thought this was probably the one that really could go either way. Depends on how KINOTROPE show up. Even if they get out to a 3-win lead, though, I'm not going to support the fact that they are going to win until they have that 4th game on the board. They struggle when they're 3-0 up, so
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. And apparently I picked KINOTROPE, so you know what? Ignore what I've just said. Let's go with the Japanese roster. Let's have it, guys. You know what? I'll be the contrarian. Let's go. I'm going to support KINOTROPE for this one. I'm sure they can pull it through.
Yeah, the production has decided you are a believer.
That's all right.
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you just get the chance to one-up the two of us on desk if this turns out to be right.
I'm now the favorite from chat, okay? Chat now love me suddenly, right? I might have predicted the Finns in the last one, but I know chat is going to be wanting KINOTROPE to bring this one through, and wow, that's tight. That is tight.
Rhino is the APAC Gibbs. Okay, good
This
good
is
to
tighter than
learn.
I expected, at least, though. Like, 60-40, when Elevate is like the team for APAC. I mean, they have been a powerhouse for so long. Is one day, not even event, one day enough to really sway you into a team that didn't make it past 8th last time, beating them?
I mean, the doubters come through, man. Haters are here to hate. They hold absolutely no loyalty to anyone. And I mean, considering that the day-to-day today really does kind of roll like that, I feel like it's not at all a bad bet to be starting to at least cast some doubts. But you and I are going to get to find out all about that. And Rhino, enjoy your rest. I'm going to make sure to see if Gex can survive the rest of this one.
Let's go, KINOTROPE.
Yeah, you might have to hold me up.
I've got you. I've got big hands.
You're Rhino forced into Let's Go KINOTROPE. I like it.
That's okay. I'm here. I'm here for it. Enjoy the cast.
All right, thank you, Rhino, for joining us on the desk quickly there. At least as we get into our next one, Hale. Yeah, I spent everything on that last one. I was all money on the table as far as energy is concerned. So this one, it better not take too much out of me. I want to see a clean sweep from Elevate. I haven't predicted it, but I think that it's in the books. Elevate do need to tone up, though. They need to convince me.
This is definitely a moment where you expect them to play up to their level, and if you're ever in one of these kind of top two positions, especially either from having a major org in this region or just being the team that you are from the preseason to now, you're expected to win, and you must win the matches you're expected to win. However, this was also one of those teams that was lauded as the Japanese powerhouse. Furlash realized Lunatic with their homie over there in coaching position, but you have Trill trying to kind of right this ship of Tho Asalan and Maxiu. So the miniature titan that is Maxiu, I've seen him over the last several seasons, and he's got to find a way to kind of keep everything kind of kosher at home. Elevate needs to overcome the mountain that maybe not isn't their opponent, but just themselves.
I love the matchup of the coaches here again, though. Homie coming in with the big NA teams previously as well at times. But Trill has just been on the up and up and up through the rosters. Every team he touches turns to gold, and this time around, it might be a little bit of difficulty wrangling the personalities on Elevate, and I want to see it come through. Elevate are going to have to temper themselves and really play as a team here. It is a big play out from Tho, but it is only Tho. That's what I'm talking about. You need to be a team.
Needs to be a full concept. And of course, this is the first time, at least through APAC RLCS 2025, that we've seen a full Japanese roster be able to make it through. What a save by Furlash. A heck of a 50-50 out of Tho. They're going to be doing that a lot over the course of this matchup. And Furlash with the ceiling reset, hoping to get it to Rise, who decided to go in for the tackle, but Maxi will come out strong.
Yeah, really well avoided demo from Maxiu there. He had a narrow window to avoid that, and he needed to be there. Online save from Maxiu, once again clutching up and just absolutely solidifying that position. We'd call him out for those goal line saves every single time. He always clutches.
I feel like there's also kind of a difference of pattern as well as play style that Realize is trying to weaponize through some of these matchups. We got so much of that late term whenever they played against Blue Torch yesterday. The aggression, just the pugnacious way that they want to go against that goal line. A heck of a save, letting it go off the fender. Realize will stay just so resolute on the goal line. But the way the challenge game is hitting right now for Elevate, they're trying to force KINOTROPE to consistently work backwards.
And they are working backwards on boost at the very least. Everybody out of that now, and they will need to recover their rotation after grabbing some. There's a demo on frontline though. Lunatic grabs all the boost up the right-hand side and heads forward for that. And it might mean that they can get back out of their own half quickly, but it wasn't an attacking opportunity.
Not yet, no. And again, another shot opportunity. Furlash will simply float kind of nearby, aim to sweep that back corner. We've gone through 2 minutes. It feels like it's just ticked off so quickly on this clock. Lunatic has been a man on a mission. Disrupt the flow of Elevate. Frustrate them from the word go. But Elevate has been pretty composite about how they want to take this midfield. Nice takeaway. Maxiu setting it up to Tho. This will be a free double, and it will land bottom slot.
Oh, I don't know about free on this. Tho had to place this well, and he did. I mean, Realize got back. Just went a little deep into goal on that one, I think, and wasn't expecting the backboard to come so quickly. You have to expect speed out of individual players on Elevate. This is just a quick team.
Yeah, I mean, it's as free as a no defense structured backboard. I feel like that, whenever you have at least those shots, you get an opportunity to look like that. Now they go for the body block. As Elevate now seems to go much more physical. But Lunatic, as he's on kind of that back line, hoping to stretch this play out, give Furlash a chance to look at the field a lot more lengthwise. We're over the halfway mark. That one a bit too hot to try and hand it off, and Elevate is still keeping KINOTROPE pinned back.
A very uncharacteristic misread from Maxu there as well, but Elevate seem comfortable to handle it in their own half. I think that's so important for these big teams, to just be comfortable in their own half. And they are looking, once again, like there is a bit of a quality difference here. KINOTROPE keeping them at bay, but that won't be enough to win a series.
Big head fake out of Though for a moment there. They're trying to consistently make Furlash think twice, and that's really kind of stagnated the overall step forward. You don't want that first one to be lacking, and you get Realize, who now has a savior medal, much more omnipresent in the blue stripes than he wants to be. Lunatic to Realize. That ends up being a double commit between the two as they go for the same ball, same spot, same time. Maxu gets a hot redirect. It's continued on, and Furlash is lacking for boost, and he'll continue to be dry as now this becomes a daredevil moment for KINOTROPE to try and escape, and they do.
Yeah, Lunatic chasing that down as well. Ocelon had the chance to put that back into rotation for offense, but it doesn't matter. They just transition out of their own half. Maxu doesn't miss this one. There is a read and a half out of this touch. It beats one. Maxu's there to just collect.
That's an unfortunate upfield touch for Lunatic, because they were trying to get that one to go high up wall, maybe bank it from ceiling and then drop it down, and instead it played into an immediate vertical lift for Elevate to find a clear. So KINOTROPE just not finding the best position and then leaving the tiniest gap that Elevate is able to punctuate. Now with 1 minute to go, hoping to get this first goal, but Elevate would love to just post up a clean sheet here for game one.
One thing I do love to see out of KINOTROPE is that they're just getting in their opponent's face. We talked about it in the matchup between them and the other Japanese team, but I'll talk about that in a second, because Ocelon is scoring a 61 mile per hour goal here. 3-0 up for Elevate. It's starting to blow out.
Yeah, this one, you're definitely having both teams finding where that comfort zone is going to be, and KINOTROPE has been chasing after the dictation that Elevate has at least postured with. Furlash should be able to get a free one. Okay, all right. You know, you get it from the kickoff, it's still a goal.
It's been kickoff strats every single kickoff since the beginning of game as well. KINOTROPE have really impressed me on that. They haven't gone for a standardized kickoff one time since beginning of game.
No, mine will get experimental. The first couple of games of a best of 7, it gives you the best chance, and that's exactly why!
No way! They've given themselves a chance in the game as well. It's not just a chance for goals. Now 2 back-to-back here will lead them back into a 1-goal differential. 37 seconds left. We talked about it last time you and I were on desk together. Hale, 1-goal difference and over 30 seconds of time. It's doable.
Everyone, no one ignore the fact that Rhino is trying to be the most bandwagon-style person. He definitely told me, can I change my prediction? Said, no, wait, after 2 quick kickoffs. Elevate.
Wishy-washy.
Oh, man. Realize trying to hand it off to Furlash. What a shot, top slot. We're suddenly tied.
KINOTROPE, I Realize. What? You were already known for these comebacks. Last minute of gameplay comebacks. Realize is the king of APAC for this, and he is not just leading it in here. They are going to try another kickoff here. What will it be? No, they actually throw it up. They go for the standard kickoff. They do win it for a moment, but back to the goal line it comes. Defense coming out from KINOTROPE. Can they take it in regulation, or will it be a battle between them in Elevate in overtime in game number 1? I did not think I'd be asking that.
Gonna keep this aloft. There's not any boost. Gotta be careful, because you don't want to give a chance for Elevate. They're gonna pin it to the ground instead, not able to get any power underneath it. Elevate squandering a 3-goal lead off of what was a couple of quick kickoffs, some creativity and experimentation gone oh so right. Can KINOTROPE survive? Nope. 8 seconds. Elevate puts the game away.
I'm not sure where they were on this one as well. Lunatic could have gotten that faster, tried to get a little fancy with it for a 50 win. Really just needed that to be a 50 anywhere. It would have stopped the goal.
Kino, the fair weather fan, making sure to ride the wave. But Elevate is still a mountain in the wave, and that's going to be KINOTROPE crashing them. And eventually, it all pans out. That back post shot at the very end of overtime for last 80%. He had some magic moments, and I mean, what was that? Was that a flash in the pan there, Gex, or is that simply KINOTROPE now awakening through that game one?
I think it is. It's another thing typical of the APAC South teams. It's been a while since we said that. Season 1, we were separated. Every other season of APAC, we have been combined, South and North. But those APAC South teams, it's that slow start that I kind of find typical of the Japanese rosters. But they got into it towards the end there, and I mean, really towards the end. 1 minute, they scored 3, and it was Furlash with a hat-trick.
Yeah, as towards the end, as the phrase "as towards the end" could really be. Just holding all their cards until the final moment. Your friend got Uno, but then you suddenly have several draw 4s and draw 2s and skips. So bringing at least some drama to the theater, at least into this one. But game number 2 is where you think that consistency might be able to kind of show up. Elevate, the slightest wrinkle, not in the brain, but maybe in the brow, as they go, all right, that got through. Let's make sure that we stay concerted in these efforts. They're not going to let some of those free-forming passing plays just come in through game number 2, so KINOTROPE's got to get faster.
Well, while Hale calls Elevate smooth-brained, I think that KINOTROPE do have their chances, but it might not be for that reason. Yeah, it's a chance less.
Look at the separation on this one. Tho finds first touch, and then is able to toss it immediately to the backboard. That level of power and that pre-read to go directly center off of the bank, that's crazy.
KINOTROPE, I mean, it's just, they're taking risks with the plays in the kickoff department, and it has paid off. It has paid off more times than it hasn't, but it is still a risk, and that is what backfired for them there. Elevate, they are up again. I just want to see what changes if KINOTROPE can find a lead, because they're playing that risk-based game to be very aggressive, to get the offense, to get the goals. Where is their defensive plays at versus a team like Elevate?
And they're having to wait. You're talking about that risk game. It feels like that they've kind of invested completely into that being the only way that they can take out Elevate. And considering,
I hope not.
you know, I mean, it's one of those where they know they can play consistent if they get free space, but the space does not exist, and so they feel like they must consistently throw at least half a kitchen sink out the window. There's going to be a lot of property damage there. Realize, unable to catch that high lofting loose ball, and again, look at them having to retreat. Not a lot of boost to share.
Half a kitchen sink is, that's not useful to anybody. That's really, that is actual garbage. One man's trash, every man's trash. KINOTROPE with control of the ball for a moment here, but no boost. They keep getting starved out even in the midfield. Somehow Elevate is just dominating the field to such a level that it doesn't matter where KINOTROPE exists, they can't find it. And as a result, I think they let one through here. It wasn't even a result of that. Furlash had full boost.
Yeah, but it was a quick toss, and they did not jump as fast as Tho, just kind of putting it on target. Now I can make so many excuses, but Furlash definitely has had those moments happen to him before, and that happens in real-time 4K captured in your eyes right there. So, unfortunate for him, Tho is just finding these placement shots, and apparently the threat of the Dutchman is enough to be scary. A great kick up by Realize, and KINOTROPE has gone a bit quiet, but again, we've seen them come to life late game.
You know what I think this is? It is a strategy. KINOTROPE know that they don't win, they get reverse swept. You know, they can't win early. They're letting this in 2 games now, maybe even. Elevate scoring another one for free here. And that's the strategy. They can't be reverse swept. They can't even be gentlemen reverse swept now if they lose this one as well. And then it's just clean sailing, right?
Okay, so playing the macro game, give up a couple games, and then you get to be the reverse sweeper instead of the sweepy, the swept,
exactly,
swepter.
It's where Realize is comfortable.
Oh, okay. Most comfortable having to deal with stress. Okay.
Yes.
Me every Monday having to deal with the existential crisis of going back to work. Midway through
how you
game
keep your
number
job, man.
2. For the moment, at least. We'll see how future retirement exists. Furlash hoping to collect. Not a lot of boost again to share, and kind of a fat whiff. He was expecting a 50-50 from Maxiu, but that one never manifested, and now you have two players buried deep into this corner from KINOTROPE, and the last man hoping to brick up just on the top side, but Maxiu gets the takeaway.
That whiff was fat with a PH. Maxiu now with a chance to set up a couple of whiffs here. Maxiu seems out of sorts a little bit at times. When he's participating well, Elevate are scoring almost immediately, but there has been little off moments. Maxiu not going to make it back for... Oh, actually, he does get the backboard. I'm not sure it was the right call, though. Ocelon might have had that sorted had it been left to him.
Yeah, and that's, again, are they communicating as quickly as they need to? It feels like so much of this has been reliant on just regular mechanics, nothing too special out of Elevate in terms of just kind of full field dominance. Lunatic will actually take that backside boost. Didn't think his teammate would have a chance to come and collect. 90 seconds to go. Furlash, that's a double commit, but they do take it to their own backboard. Oh, and then the swing and a miss doesn't set up for the next shot opportunity.
I'm going to admit something here. I have been breaking one of my own rules and watching the chat a little bit, and somebody just broke me there. They said whiff with a PH. That's that's the one. Not fat with a PH, whiff with a PH.
Well, that's a chance! No! That was one of the best looking opportunities. Finally hitting something to the bar, and then the Chinese whiff going on by. 50 seconds, Furlash, hoping to collect. But unfortunately, it feels like this one is just going to be just a kind of a lack thereof for KINOTROPE. That 37-second mark has to be where they score, and the bouncer is not led through.
It was such a quick turnaround last time, but you can't go 3 down and then respond in the last minute 2 games in a row. In fact, 4 down. Maxiu hits these, especially when they're opened up. I mean, the whole team of Elevate just pushing into their opponent's net. Just, that bump from Ocelon, that's brutal.
Just look. Whenever you go to the Netherlands, those dudes are like 7 feet tall. And so if you're at all having to face off against someone that's bodying you like that, it's going to be bruises, and it's going to knock you aside. So unfortunately for KINOTROPE, they're going to have to get some extra icy hot and deal with that battering ram that is this Dutch dynamic duo. But Elevate 4-0. This is a much more dominant showing here in Game 2.
I like that there's still life in KINOTROPE, though. They're still able to win 50s. They're still able to put shots on like this. Lunatic somehow wasn't able to finish that either. I don't understand how that doesn't end up in the net. Elevate, they're performing on both ends of the field. The offense, though, is where they are getting their chance to shine time and time again, and it is bright like a diamond. Yeah,
they are shining bright like a diamond. Like a diamond. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. I'm sorry. Elevate, not blowing that lead. I am not as up on my pop culture in terms of songs as some might believe me to be. Can you hit that note?
I can, but I'm not going to because social anxiety. So thank you very much.
Well, we had 8 shots. 7 shots, 8 saves. Both sides. Elevate holding down the fort. And Tho had started off with a couple of great shots. You had a kind of an open net situation. KINOTROPE, it feels like maybe these first 2 games definitely have to just be kind of tossed off the shoulders. Give yourself a reset. You know what you're playing against. You knew that Elevate would be tough in the first place. But now it's game time. Game number 3 has to be where all that focus comes forward. And they cannot let Elevate score first.
Well, I can't disagree with you harder. I think they should just keep that in their mind. The 2-game loss, that's what's going to drive them. They know they can't be reverse swept. I'm telling you, it's a game plan, man.
Okay. Now, do you think they can do the reverse sweeping?
And that's definitely not copium. I promise.
No. Okay. So everyone ignore the canister off to the side. There is no copium can. All right. Game 3. I want to see more of the aggression, the outright just disrespect we had from Lunatic to start things off. Oh! Oh, but the passing plays!
That's not
you
what you're
cannot
saying.
ignore what Elevate brings.
No, you absolutely can't. I mean, they're trying to just shut us down, even speaking. Look at the speed on this play, the accuracy, not only on the shot, but the pass. I mean, that was nailed to Maxiu, just barely skimming defenders on both ends of that shot.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
more kickoff
everyone
strats.
trying something out. Okay. So these have been
Starting to look
anything
like
but
EU.
yeah, this has been anything but stock standard Rocket League for these face-offs, which, you know what, has to be the way that KINOTROPE redefines and redesigns this field, because if Elevate continues to get everything by and large the way they get it from their playbook, then KINOTROPE's not going to be able to have a breakout play. Furlash gets a demo and the ball and Realize with a chance.
We talked a bit about it yesterday, but this organization that they have brought, the players themselves have built, Torch, they're looking for practice here. So this Elevate continuing to dominate here, I don't know if it's going to be the mental break that KINOTROPE are going to have here, but certainly the pressure is on.
Oh, it most definitely is. And unfortunately, I mean, I think we can assign it to about the first couple of minutes to either of these games. Elevate has currently outscored in those minutes of the last 3, 9-0 against KINOTROPE. Yeah. They're on a heck of a scoring run. Elevate is needing to just continuously pour it on. This is the way that I've seen every single team that Maxiu's ever been on play. Love the setup. Lunatic is a bit more shallow than that deep pass, so can't quite collect as swiftly as they want to. Maxiu is just taking on the numbers and honestly winning possession.
I mean, that first minute, we can talk about that, but whew, let's talk about that, 4 minutes, 10 seconds to 4 minutes, 37, that mark. That's where I'm interested in KINOTROPE. Definitely up in that sector, but I don't think that's going to make the difference in the series.
Yeah, no. You have to actually find the scores inside of that. That's, so far, been a drought, and even with an ocean completely surrounding all of Japan, you got to get rid of the salt around it, and it's salty feelings. It's a 3-man sweep. You don't have a lot of boost. They're having tacklers. This is looking more like rugby than anything else. And still, couldn't get a direct line shot as 6 cars traveled in wing formation.
So now, in behind, and a huge back pass to Maxiu, but the control is there. They have space now. Elevate trying to set up their plays. Space is something you don't want to give to Elevate. That was a lesson learned in the first season of RLCS for APAC. Those top teams just don't give them space, ever.
The first iteration of Elevate definitely did not give space to anyone either. And then you flip around what was a previous Gladiators concept, and now you kind of thieve out what is a lot of this offense. Love the idea. Realize he's going to get this step. Look at the idea. And so cerebral the way this handoff goes.
You can see the cogs turning. Lunatic like, ball? Demo. Realize with the shot to top left corner, the threat on just forces the commits that we're never going to reach ball.
It's such a softball play, too, that it could go to any layer of that 3-man swing. And they've done that triangle twice. So they cut this lead in half. Oh, and winning one right across the pipes. Dangerous. They get a demo. Tho is having to be the lone man out front, but Tho has been so strong as the point man that Elevate feels confident enough to come out of their own back half.
Oh, Realize has dropped it. And a demo and Lunatic at that exact moment. They're very lucky to get a scraping touch on the ball as it comes back. Realize again in defense just in time. But they put one demo on and Elevate's like, no, not happening. Let's just remove the field.
Realize is already upfield. He was trying to cherry pick as a secondary thought as he was continuing to just sweep that goal line. Elevate recognizing that now they are being at least kind of a man-marked situation. Got a bounty on their heads and someone's coming to collect.
Double commit.
Trying to set this one up. It's a bouncer. Lunatic up a little bit late. Squishy save attempt out of Ocelon. Can they bowl it through? Oh, Realize is caught on the wall, and Tho will catch him a 3rd goal.
All right. I mean, that's what you get, really. You pushed 2 men into Elevate's net, essentially.
Yeah.
They will get their opening. They found it pretty easily there. KINOTROPE giving one back there, unfortunately, especially when they were kind of bringing that back into a winnable territory.
Yeah, this was look, the way that this rotation, or lack thereof, has been for KINOTROPE, it's content creator central. You're just trying out all these bananas ideas and letting it all just kind of hang loose with creativity. This is where the fun is definitely starting to happen.
Oh, Furlash.
Hold on. Did he just juke him out of his axles?
And he scored this one in the earliest part of this 4-minute period here now. The next 20 seconds, very, very dangerous for Elevate now. As, that was just a huge fake. That's absolutely massive for KINOTROPE as to just chances here. They have to make it count, though. Now, realize, they have been focusing on individual talent. This Torch organization, that is what they exist for. These individual players coming together, the scrims, the efforts coming out of Japan as a region. They are just uniting to try and bring each other up. And you are seeing that. The results are showing themselves as KINOTROPE makes this close.
Tho goes back and catches it on the flip reset. Lunatic will commit. This is going to be to the sidewall. Is anyone able to get there before Tho does? Tho throws. Oh, what is it? Oh, my God. Lunatic takes a center seat at his own goal line. Nearly is the imposter. Tho is trying for another one. They've got seconds remaining to try and tie this up.
You can't do this to me. Not after last series. I don't have the energy to cope with what I just watched. Oh, it's a shot from Maxiu as well. What a redirect. The pass in from Orsolon. Just nailing its target straight down. And Maxiu was backwards for that too. What an angle.
Always knows where to send that ball, even when they are exiting. Chaos must be the new name of KINOTROPE. Because if the way they continue to play continues to just multiply across these games and further series in the future, it's very tough to read. But Elevate, they just know when to go and get their shots around all that nonsense.
I mean, it's a KINOTROPE series, though. It has to be either a reverse sweep or a gentleman's reverse sweep. It's a guaranteed thing. That's part of the script. I don't know if Elevate's... They didn't read it last week, and I'm angry at them. They didn't read it yesterday, and I'm a little upset. But are they going to read it this time around? KINOTROPE certainly would love for them to. I think Elevate might have their own plans.
Yeah, that's very true. Elevate, there's also a couple of these that will go through as kind of open nets. And that right there, I'm not saying that you can't rotate there a time or two, but the level to which those shots are going forward, you're just like, is this where I parked my car? Well, it definitely is right now. Just getting it bonked off your face.
The level of demo stepped up. The physical play in that game, it got scrappy. And for a while, I think KINOTROPE actually benefited from it getting scrappy. I liked the look there, that they were able to individually kind of pick up where the gaps appeared, they generated. It wasn't really that much that was calculated about it, but the benefit to them was that Elevate couldn't calculate it either.
Yeah, no. And the problem now that we have is, as fun as it's been to watch the literal just, making up new plays in real time from out of KINOTROPE, they've got to either go back to stock standard great execution or it's kind of done. I need to see what they can find in their bag of tricks. If there is literally even more, another hat that they haven't emptied out, might be a rabbit that they've left behind somewhere.
A
in the
literal
closet.
Firecracker.
Literal, yeah. If they can do so, might be able to trip up this Elevate squad. But Elevate, at minimum, has measured themselves methodically to take down, or at least set themselves up for this match point. Might be able to set themselves up for a 4-0, and they've gotta, if you think about what stands between these teams and a grand final, since 90+7 is looking very, very concertedly at this match going on right now.
Well, they are going to have to either disappear from one side of this scoreline and reappear on the other like a magician, or they are going to get cut in half by Elevate here, as it is a brutal matchup so far. 3-0 for Elevate, and KINOTROPE continuing to win kickoffs, but then back the other way it comes, not sacrificing the first turnaround to a goal, though.
Score first, we might have an entire different paradigm shift, but I need that flavor and that identity to really roll around, and they want to limit the way that Furlash fights from the Elevate side. That's really been one of those big playmakers. Realize was huge in that previous game. Furlash, that ball gets away from him, so Oslon's going to have a chance at maybe a pinch. He doesn't have much in the way of boost, but he has his fellow Dutchman in front of him. Tho really taking some chances. They've got the leniency to try things out.
Realize upfield now, Lunatic with a chance to challenge, actually fakes it back into control. A brilliant little move there, actually. Set the play out of the aerial and then took it into hand. Furlash stuck underneath. Max Hughes whiffed it again with a PH, as the chat points out.
A full just that's actually the full onomatopoeia going by as well. So, all right, Maxu only scores the coolest looking goals. He doesn't get the easy goals. Though also has gone to the same measure now several times. He goes to midfield, he looks for that ball that as it's arcing towards his net, is able to collect it, calm the entire back line of Elevate, and really not reinforce that panic. I love the ricochet challenges, and again, though, just being given so much time, and the follow-up by Ocelon was at least a threat.
I love that we did see that challenge eventually. I think it was realized they got online and just made the 50 work. They have been able to win 50s fairly consistently, actually, KINOTROPE. They have the ability to do that, and whenever they do, they can take things into their own hands. I don't feel like they're playing out 50s enough. There really needs to be those early challenges if you can't get something like that freakish fake earlier.
The combination that's on the top, you have the follow-up, leaves it to Furlash. I love that they go for these extra options. That one might have been better if they simply took that first touch.
I think the bump was a fine option. It needed to be a certain thing. You needed to trust your teammate, and it had to be targeted basically on the position that defender used to be, and that is just too tough to go for in this situation.
Yeah, the complexity by which KINOTROPE is making some of these machinations is really clever. It feels like it's giving just those precious seconds to Elevate to finally read through it, even if KINOTROPE does execute well. As a hop, skip, jump, Tho will take to the outside wall. And Lunatic is kind of upfield without a plan. That's over the top of one, as Tho now is in retreat. Double touch. Furlash is going to sweep that line, take that bonus. But no, it's going to be this loose ball play that still goes back to KINOTROPE half.
Yeah, I think that may have actually been an assist bump there that they got on Maxu, helped him get to that ball around the corner, and the recovery, very good, obviously, to make that work, but so down, looking for Maxu, but batted away. You've got to say, KINOTROPE, they are standing up to Elevate right now. 1:40 left on the clock. We have not seen a single game. I think it would be rare to see any game where Elevate hasn't scored at this point.
Especially because they've been so dominant in the first half of every single game, outscoring KINOTROPE consistently therein. KINOTROPE finds their footing, but only after they've been beat up a little bit. This time around, still clean sheets for both sides. We've seen some great passing between Elevate and KINOTROPE, finding their way through, navigating beyond these waters. I love the 50-50 game. They've got to get a little bit faster. That's a big demo. Third man's not there. It's a little bit too short. They hit the bricks instead.
Maxu gets an awkward touch there, and KINOTROPE does get back possession, but only for a moment. Tho up with Maxu. Tho is going to continue, uses it as a pre-jump. It's a 50 to the backboard. He sets it down. Ocelon looking for it himself, but no. It takes Tho off the ball. Maxu with no boost is stuck in his own half. Can KINOTROPE convert out of defense? No, Maxu with 0 gets in the way.
Just a wonderful patience moment for Maxu. Even when he has no boost, he has both Tho and Ocelon retreating, and then is able to make that read. Big 50-50. Maxu gives it right back to Tho. Elevate in control, both of the series and this game. Hoping to find one big passing play. Leaves it behind. Puts his teammates on an island. Lunatic turning into a bulldozer. Trying to put on his best Corrado impression. Ocelon has to leave it to Maxu. Do they connect with Tho? The 1-2 combination. Looking for that 45 degree. Can't quite get there. Seconds remaining. Does overtime cometh? They let us settle to the ground. We go OT.
We go from Elevate blowing out the first minutes of just about every single game to suddenly a 0-0 overtime. This is a correction from KINOTROPE. At the very least, if they cannot bring this series back, they will have learned something special out of it.
All the time in the world for both these teams. The more that KINOTROPE has seen the field for what it is, the more they've been able to improve. That goes off the ceiling. And that's Lunatic again. It's the same post that is just way too thick for them to score through.
Should have been a goal there too. Ocelon with no boost He isn't giving away that fact, though. Stays under it. Realize. Up. Furlash. Double. Chance. Shot is on. Furlash is taking us to game 5.
This one's not done yet, people. KINOTROPE's had to be at the receiving end of gentlemen reverse sweeps and more. The first step to getting your own is a game dub. KINOTROPE finds it in 40 seconds. And Elevate, they could not find anything in regulation. If you've got to bleed them dry, that might be the only way that KINOTROPE could topple this mountain.
I am actually bouncing in my chair right now. I love that this is now a series. This is not just Elevate in free play. KINOTROPE respond, and they do it under even higher pressure. Last game, not expected to win. They take it to overtime, and then Furlash, of course, who has been the striker for this team, it seems, finishes it off. It's absolutely beautiful.
Just decadent in the way that you can see KINOTROPE continuing to improve and progress, but we cannot overthink this one, because Elevate themselves, they definitely were soured. They could not find their way through. The defense was answering man to man. To have that level of defense, you have to play perfect. There's a couple passes that were definitely let to skim on by that goal line, but as you get exhausted from chasing some of that quick shadow, you're not playing to zone, you're playing directly to the player. They're going to have to play up to that level, and they've got to do it 3 more times here, Gex.
I like how my brain works. I'm not willing to sing a high-pitched song on stream, but I will bounce like that in my chair. Well, whatever. We go back in here as my cheeks turn red. It may just be Elevate turning KINOTROPE's cheeks red here as they win a kickoff. And Furlash up the back end. Can they turn it around this time? This is looking like a reflection of Elevate in game number 3.
There were definitely at least 2 separate shots from KINOTROPE in that previous game that should have been goals. And I feel like if KINOTROPE continues to clean up and just maximize their opportunities, like this, bar down and out, Furlash trying for another dunk. Oh, they might be able to put Elevate on notice.
So upfield now, that notice has been posted, I think, since game number 3. And there it is, Ocelon puts it in again, and they are just reminded it's the red letter this time. Overdue.
Quick counter swing here by Elevate as Ocelon makes sure to just seal the deal. Now, we have seen those opening goals. The fact that Elevate's been allowed to score first. KINOTROPE has not been able to undo such a pattern, at least at this point in time. This is a learning team. Maxu has the foot reset in his back pocket, gets over the top of one. Lunatic will be finding that gap, cinching it closed. And this is a follow-up by Maxu as well, as everyone from Elevate gets their opportunity.
Maxu does get the demo, but not before Lunatic makes the important 50. It allows Furlash to carry this all the way up field, and a bump too. There's just so many cars in the way. This is just... they're caught in traffic.
Yeah, this is me after work. I know that I make a lot of comparisons to that.
Very interesting, Lunatic.
Oh! Look, I have good insurance for a reason. Lunatic lets this one go a bit further than they wanted to, and it went right back to net. That's unfortunate because Ocelon was seeing if his teammate would do the same thing. A step faster for him, and he's obviously going to punish.
Well, I hope you guys have been wearing your seatbelts, because Elevate have just put the brakes on KINOTROPE now. And they are coming to a very sudden halt here, 2-0, and possibly not stopping there. Elevate has switched it back on, and they want dominance in their final game.
Trying to prove that previous game was all of a decoy, wanting to extend and play some different style of Rocket League to at least be tested. Ocelon has really been hot right now in this 5th iteration on this series. 3:10 to go. Lunatic, it feels like their brakes may have just clearly come off. Tho has been kind of the proper striker and scorer for a lot of this Elevate squad throughout the majority of these games, but he's okay with letting his fellow countrymen have a chance.
Ocelon. He's so hot right now. Ocelon.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff. Elevate continuing to be crazy stuff. What a redirect. Wow. Realize? I'm sorry, that might have been one of the most shocking corner skimmers I've ever seen had that been on target.
And unfortunately for Lunatic, he was turned into Ash and Echoes.
big demo.
Furlash is there to exact some revenge. Puts a shot directly on. Ocelon will go for that flick, and Lunatic knew he was getting baited into it. KINOTROPE has limited the damage to only 2. Halfway and more through game number 5. They cannot simply limit. They must
Lunatic.
maximize their own chances. What a demo and an exact from Max.
That's a lot of courage to leave that one for a catch from Realize. He had no boost to do much, and possibly just hitting it back out to that right side would have handed off to an opponent, but they do have control again now, and it will need to be handed over. Brought back upfield, Lunatic with a quick shot. It might be in front of net. Maxiu answers. Furlash has to run back. Where is defense? Realize late on that, but does get there.
The cameraman was the imposter right there. We knew absolutely that someone had to be in rotation. Eventually they showed, but it was very last second. Lunatic will be last man on. Maxiu is going to go for that corner boost as Lunatic tries to find a teammate. That is such a smooth connection to Realize, but Furlash, this is going to be a non-factor moving through this moment. Hoping to get it to a teammate instead. Is a part of the passing rotation. We're sub 80 seconds. Gex, KINOTROPE has to score soon.
I feel the anxiety for KINOTROPE, but that's going to relieve a little bit of it. What an upfield play. Furlash, how do you get back to this? It is millimeters from the ceiling. He slams it in without a bounce.
That's Spider-Man to Spider-Man, pointing at each other and nodding from across separate skyscrapers. Realize the Furlash? What a legendary connection. They've got to do it again. 69 seconds. Elevate doesn't want to let this lead go. They've only acquired 2. They've really been able to seal the deal. More than that, a boulder roller. Can they do it? Furlash with no one in front of him.
He got bumped into the demo. They needed to clear that upfield. I don't think he possibly could have gone for that. Otherwise, Tho gets removed. Ocelon the only one on field. And out of boost as well. An open net opportunity that KINOTROPE cannot miss. 55 seconds left and an even game.
Japanese super team doesn't go down without fighting! Lunatic! He may have had one go through earlier, but the man is crazy quick on this one.
No, we aren't seeing the reverse sweep. I refuse. KINOTROPE, you cannot have that magical ability. You're joking.
Punching, kicking, fighting, tooth and nail, trying to take on and take down Elevate. Maxiu wanting the setup. He has to fight through Furlash first. Tho with the hot shot, and it will get underneath. Tho! Thorn in the side of KINOTROPE.
But the one thing you missed, they weren't clawing yet. And now they're going to have to get those dug in. And Elevate, they took the advantage while the claws were retracted. Now KINOTROPE are going to have to bear them. They're going to have to put absolutely everything into this for a win. Elevate do not want to give this up, as a dominant win out of this series is really necessary if they're going in for Luminosity. It's not enough to keep KINOTROPE at bay. Another big bump in the midfield allows Furlash a straight shot upfield.
Realize in the back line as he goes absolute rogue ninja against Maxiu. Sometimes sharpening the samurai sword and having a straight up duel isn't the only way to fight. You can find him from behind. Ocelon deletes Furlash. Maxiu hoping to carry this one through. He gets a bump onto Lunatic. This goes crossbar. That's another demo, but that one's found by Realize. 15 seconds to go. Elevate hoping to tie this one. Go overtime. Ocelon with a bouncer, and the ricochet gets him a hat trick.
4-4. How do there keep being goals? Where's the defense? Realize and Furlash both available, but just tucked in behind Furlash. And Elevate even it up again with 11 seconds. If KINOTROPE drop this after 2 opportunities in the last minute to hold a lead, they are going to be very unhappy with themselves.
And they have to maintain focus. Lunatic, one last gasp. That one's going to drop down. Does Tho keep it alive? He does. If you are KINOTROPE, you're looking for glory. Lunatic, he caught it on the right side fender. But we go overtime regardless. Gex, KINOTROPE trying to stay alive.
They won the last one. They've shown they perform under pressure. Lunatic trying to create an early opportunity. It's Tho now, looking downfield. Is there anybody there to take the pass? Yes, Ocelon is. Can they finish? Maxu gets taken out of the rotation in offense, and we'll have to reset as Elevate miss their first opportunity.
Selling out. They're allowing Tho to have so much field to work with. Lunatic was actually hoping for a crazy pre-flip connection. Ocelon has been very dominant in this game. Tho's filling the gap behind, and Maxu kind of seems lost in the sauce right now is where they need to fit in. They'll be at that midfield. Lunatic goes up to greet them and meet them at the top of that ladder, and Furlash will take his sweet time. Flip reset over the top of one. Ocelon takes it away from Tho. Dangerous motions in the ocean here for Elevate.
What kind of sauce? What do you think Maxu is? Is this like a barbecue man?
That's a soy sauce, man. Come on, you kidding me?
Sauce man. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Maxu with the soy sauce? Yeah, all right. I see.
Got that salt right now, especially with the way they're trying to take down KINOTROPE. Maxu! Oh, Furlash, no boost, hoping for a clear.
It doesn't seem that salty to me. Maxu continuing to create his own opportunities here. Realize demoed away as well. They've just created that scrappy gameplay again that KINOTROPE had been able to use, but Elevate, they capitalize for the first time out of that scrappy momentum, the demos, the push, the aggression, and it's all over in game number 5. Elevate, bring it home.
That was dangerous times. KINOTROPE was looking promising, but as soon as they separated from the players and got that one demo on the wall, Elevate was able to secure the bag. They will be moving on to the semifinals, but not without some fight out of this KINOTROPE squad. I feel like there was just some unchallenged times at the top of the box for KINOTROPE, but man, this was also this latter half. Defense just disappeared.
It was Elevate that we needed to see, though. Elevate did step up, but only because they were challenged to that level. They are a team that plays down to their opponents when they don't have to play at peak, and I think at the end there, they really stepped up, but that is because the APAC natives pushed them there. That is what I want to focus on here. I mean, KINOTROPE, it may not be reflected in the scoreline, but they did push back. That was a fight.
Yeah, it was. And it was also a kind of reminder of what Elevate has to do throughout this entire bracket. They lost initially to Luminosity, going against a KINOTROPE that we knew after having to face off against a blue torch that was so feisty that this would, in fact, be a fight. The first 3 games, if you looked at them, you'd be like, this is actually going to get lopsided. But KINOTROPE, they found a gut check. It was just a little late. You hope not to put yourself in that position the next time round. They improved from top 8 to top 6. Hoping that they continue to do that going into Open number 3.
Well, they definitely had their chance for 4th here, but I think seeding put them up against Elevate, and that was going to be all she wrote there. If they had been up against DEKUBOPDUMNEM in the bottom half there, I think they would have had their real opportunity here. I think we might even have seen them in the top 4. It guarantees us, though, in my eyes, that we still constantly, no matter who it is, have one of these APAC native rosters in that top 4 at all times.
Yeah, you're seeing 3 Rats just improving every step. You're getting KINOTROPE, and now blue, the torch squads, be it blue, be it red, coming up to really challenge into that top 8 affair, putting some respect as well as some just responsibility on APAC overall to improve across this region. Love what we've gotten so far out of both of these opens, and that does secure us our top 4. And again, we talk about Luminosity being a reward for the previous winners of 3 Rats. This one now is 90+7, and that is no more easy.
90+7 have already beaten Elevate this weekend, so let's send it off. We have to go forward into those matches. Don't go anywhere because our semi-finals are coming up.
Angles just
You're right,
about. Just
Okay,
about.
gotta give him. Gotta give him a false sense of security.
No,
Honestly,
are we-
yeah,
Make it
this is
I'm,
calm before the
I'm
storm.
already writing down my accusations for Rhino throwing to just have the lower bracket run.
He's trying to C9 this.
Listen, everyone loves an underdog, right? See you
What
later,
a
buddy.
save.
Okay.
Where does this come from? Nice. Oh, this
Yeah, we're
super
hey, we're both serious now.
Okay,
I've actually
okay.
got a chance of winning, and Hale is like, oh no. But now he
Oh, that's the
scored,
one.
surely. Yeah, nice. Very nice.
We gotta scare him into silence. That's how. That's how
Yeah,
it
for
is.
sure.
Say it like the Undertaker. You don't know when he's coming down the ramp.
Just hit the gong at a random time, and then yeah. This could be a very high-scoring affair, folks. Like,
Really hard. You had a minute 55.
Yeah, this is all for content. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
yeah.
Oh, it's all for content. He's done it. Nice. It is.
Rhino.
He was clinging on. He was letting me believe.
You just that is
Gotta pull the
exactly
rug
how
out
I
now.
Literally aren't even like, nobody's leading. It's fine.
thrive in captivity. Is that you?
You do it. Oh. Big whiff. Big whiff. Dear oh dear.
What is a rhino's preferred food? It's just grass.
I think it's just, yeah, I think it's hay and
Jelly beans.
general
as it
browse.
turns out.
just
General
sugar.
browse.
Yeah.
Sorry? Just like the
That's what it's called, like the flowers.
no!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
You're eating eyebrows. Congrats.
No. I may
Like-
have messed up.
Like the Undertaker rising in the middle of a match for no good reason.
Floating.
I have no idea how we've got here, but
2 minutes of OT.
oh,
There we go.
nice. Well played. Well played. Well played. Very nice.
GG's, man. Oh,
GG's. Oh,
You know what? Taking the rhino by the
Two-
horns.
2 minutes 10 of OT. Damn.
Yeah. Very much redemption for your earlier game there, Rhino. That's,
Yeah, I feel like
that's a
I feel
lot
like I
better.
performed at least a little better that game. Yeah.
Welcome back as some of the upset hopefuls from the APAC natives get sent packing. KINOTROPE go home. We send Elevate forward. They will be facing off against 90+7, but our next matchup, it's going to be 3Rats versus Luminosity. You got to see that one from the sidelines, though, Rhino. I hope you enjoyed your thorough break. I'm very jealous of you. But
hey,
we got a pretty good series.
Yes, yeah, it was a fantastic series. It was a fantastic series. I was worried off the gate that KINOTROPE were just going to fade away. They were not going to put up too much of a challenge against the Elevate side, but they got that game back and started to feel the belief, and you started to see that they were starting working together. It just didn't happen for them in the end, and my production given to prediction unfortunately
no, you doubled down on that. That's you now.
Oh,
I can't go back, can I? I can't go back.
Definitely fanboying in the background too. Like he was like, "Yeah, oh, no, wait, I'll stick with it." And then no, it just kind of fell apart. But you still came close though. I mean, Elevate and 90+7, they're gonna have to face off. That's not exactly a gift. And then the next one coming up, this is the one that I think a lot of people have eyes on. A true measurement of the region versus Luminosity.
I mean, we are looking at the grand final here, really. That's all eyes on, because the top two appearing teams today, they are going to realistically be the only ones left with their chances to get in to the major, unless, of course, Luminosity are knocked all the way back right now, I think. This is the only chance to really upset and put a question to that, if Luminosity could lose in this round here. However, we will be seeing that matchup next.
It's gonna be a fun one, because I know there's a lot of Luminosity fanboys. Everyone's showing up for Catalysm and for Sosa, and of course, as we kind of walk into it, 3Rats. It doesn't matter if it's 3 broken mice. I don't know if you got to see that. They were talking about, if they go forward, their new logo could just be a bunch of rats and like on crutches, trying to Tiny Tim their way onto the pitch.
Tiny Tim their way. Oh, that's brutal. But you know what else can be brutal? Your votes in the chat. I feel like there's going to be a heavy bias on this one, but try and give some love to the Rats, please, guys. I want to the APAC locals. They deserve it. LG though, it's hashtag Rats and hashtag LG. It's pretty simple for this one.
Yeah, it is pretty simple, but we've got to go through our predictions as well. You know what? I would say that Hale has not predicted first today, so I think it's up to you in the middle to.
I like that. I like that. I vote for that too.
I gave production 2 separate predictions. My heart and my head, and the head was the one that will show up on prod. I think that Luminosity just looks too good to not trust coming through with a dub. But the Rats, we have had upset central and upset emotions. I feel like if it goes pretty far, Luminosity might not know what to do with themselves in a late series. That's definitely untreaded waters, but otherwise, Luminosity should take care of business.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I will say, I don't know what production are going to give me for this game. I definitely predicted in chat that it was going to be Luminosity to take the victory. So we'll see what I'm given. But yeah,
they're just scrambling in the background right now.
Give him 3 Rats. Give him 3 Rats quick. Yeah, I think. No, I think Luminosity have too much. I think they are the best in the region right now, and I would be surprised if they didn't get past this test. But 3Rats played incredibly well earlier today, played incredibly well yesterday, so hopefully they play incredibly well again.
Yeah, I feel like this desk has been pretty unified in thought across most matters in the region, really, here. I would love to, just for the content, give you a bit of a fight, but I just can't. Luminosity, I think you're right. They're just the top of the region right now, so that's where my pick is going as well. So bring those up. There it is. Luminosity across the board from talents. I get a feeling that we're not going to see a massive difference from the chat predictions, but you guys, you've got less to bargain with here. You can go with your hearts. So let's see where it is. 21%, that's all right for Rats. I feel like that's okay. 79% though, it's pretty earned by Luminosity.
That's Sosa standing up very, very tall, just coming through. But I don't doubt them. I mean, and it's also Sphinx, not at all to be forgotten. And there is the possibility, depending on what happens from that other side matchup, that we could get brother v brother in like a Civil War style of Sphinx versus Kevin. previous teammates if they end up surviving through both of these semifinals. So that storyline is in the future, but the next storyline is going to be definitely this semifinal. It's going to actually be Meat and Rhino running with it. Gex, enjoy your time off. Yeah. Not that he doesn't want to cast.
I need to go eat.
Too much
I need to go eat. It's 9 p.m.
Oh my gosh. Well, as you go get a snack, me and Rhino will be going into this one as well. So should be a fun time. Semifinals on lock here, Rhino. I don't know how this one's gonna go, but I'm ready to jump in.
Yeah, Gex is going for a snack. We've got a snack in front of you, though, as well, with Luminosity versus 3 Rats. A beautiful game this should be. And it is the current kings of APAC taking on, arguably the elder statesman of APAC, Luminosity versus 3 Rats. Monkey Man, I mean, you love this 3 Rats roster. I don't think that is outside of public knowledge. So
No.
just, if they are playing at 100% today, where do you think this game ends up?
At 100%, we go the
100%.
distance, and I wonder if they can shell shock this Luminosity squad, because they have to play basically Luminosity's game, but better. Sphinx and Sosa consistently bringing the pressure inescapably. It's a hypervolatile time chamber, but you're running out of time. Ballerese, LCT, and Croata with Data Light, but then Sosa, Sphinx, and Catalysm, and Mektos, who we got to actually see the other last Open, and talking about this team being so consistent. Everyone in region, so they're not fighting across that same differential that DEKUBOPDUMNEM was having. So the fact that they're all in APAC really could be an indication as, all right, they have to play from the word go as fast as possible, or else maybe Luminosity will just kind of run over them.
We'll see if that is going to be the case. The game is getting underway. Another best of 7 coming your way. It's top 4 now. Semi-finals action. Luminosity versus 3 Rats. And hell, Monkey Man, only one can make it to that grand final. We know who the chat predicted. We know who the desk predicted. Can the upset come through?
Well, it's ones and zeros, a possibility. The probability is a completely separate sauce. See if there's a lot of that to drench on top of this smorgasbord of delicious, at least dinner set before the 3 Rats. They want to chew on it. Ballerese escalating right in front of Catalysm, and that is definitely kind of one of the unsung players onto this roster. I know that you talk about it. Oh, but Sosa! I think we say his name all the time.
Yeah, definitely one of those players that we talk about. And this is actually a 3-man passing play. Sphinx up to Catalysm, down in towards Sosa, and Luminosity are starting to find their rhythm right out of the gate. Sometimes when you play these semi-final matchups, you can see a little bit of ring rust. You can see that Luminosity haven't played that early morning game, or early afternoon game, I should say. So maybe they're not quite as locked in as the team that have come through the quarters. Not happening at the moment for Luminosity. They are here to play. They've been warming up, and they're ready to go. 1-0 already.
LCT is having a dual-wheel mice, seeing which one will click a little bit faster between the two, and maybe running out of double jumps faster than he's running out of gas. He takes himself to the ceiling, trying to just have that reset. Another setup play over to Sosa, and Luminosity, even though they're getting pressured onto their own back half, as quick as that is, they're finding these passing plays just as swift.
Yeah, certainly are. As Catalysm now, nice reset, trying to take out Croato, goes low, good save by LCT. Let's push that over the bar, and now Croato coming back down the line, looking for this one onto the backboard. Catalysm in that save and clearing away. Ballerese is the only person in the vicinity, but big win there by Sosa. Wants the bump onto LCT. He's not going to find it, and this ball is kind of stagnant in the midfield a little bit. 3 Rats trying to get some offense going, not really able to. Luminosity trying to push back against it and clear their lines. Every time they do, there's a 3 Rats player there to hit that ball back. So it's it's a little bit 50-50 at the moment, but Luminosity already have the lead outright, so they're not going to be too concerned about the way this game is panning out.
Yeah, it's actually a bit 51-49. Luminosity maybe just that half step ahead of a lot of these challenges, or at least presenting what comes next. 3 Rats directly answering the player-to-player off-ball positions, but then otherwise it's Luminosity who is planning for the next level. Croato isolated, and that's going to be that 2v1. They cannot undo it. Catalysm will find the next.
Catalysm to double the lead for Luminosity. And we were talking before the stream that we expected Luminosity to be able to take this game. We know how quality they are. We know that they are currently what we would class as the best team in APAC. And the weird thing is, even the best teams sometimes have an off day. Even the best teams sometimes aren't able to see it over the line. Double touch opportunity. LCT just about deals with it. Sphinx is there to challenge. Corrado will... Okay, was about to say we'll be able to bring that down. Clearly that was a bit more difficult than I made it out to be. Ball into the middle. Chance for Sphinx, dealt with by LCT. And 3rats can try and bring it away, but Catalysm's got a reset. Bit going low. Sosa's got an empty net, and it's 3. Sosa's brace. Luminosity running away with game 1.
Corrado pre-jumped here, and I think LCT was kicked to the moon by Sphinx. Just thrown all the way across to a different hexagon planet. And that opened up that gap so wide. Luminosity just simply had to kind of finish the job. It's looked a time or two that either Corrado is kind of in this this weird headspace, or maybe they traded mice with LCT, because they've definitely come up short on a couple of these touches.
Yeah, I'm actually just looking back for a moment, and I'm actually not seeing any chance that these two sides have met so far this season. This is the first meeting of Luminosity and 3Rats in this APAC season, which I am shocked about considering the quality on field. Bollorese comes through, cleared away by Sosa. LCT tries to get this one, cleared away back to halfway, but Bollorese tries to take it through. Sphinx takes him out, and with a minute and a half left, Luminosity just have to keep their foot on the pedal, my apologies, and they will be able to see this game number 1 out without too many scares.
And even without going as fast as pedal to the metal, they should be able to just kind of keep 3Rats at bay. They've been patiently getting these takeaways. That's a mighty couple of demos that will thin out the crowd to a 2v2 with 60 seconds to go. But Luminosity, as soon as they have a chance like that blooming, they often press LCT with a nice kickback over to Bollorese, and Corrado just seems to be, anxious about looking for that third man roll up. So that gives Luminosity a chance to challenge, and now they've got control again.
Dude, hit forward. Sosa doubles. Corrado at sea on the backboard. And Luminosity. We've talked before about games that we thought would be relatively easy for teams, and they proved not to be. I referred to the game 1 today between this 3Rats team and DEKUBOPDUMNEM. We thought that was going to be a very, very simple one for LCT and the boys, but unfortunately it turned out not to be. We're able to get through it. This one we also kind of had a little bit of an inkling that it would go only one way. At the moment, I have to say, Hale, 3Rats haven't really given me any reason to believe otherwise.
It's a dysfunctional, disjunctioned machine. You have several parts all turned on, but they are definitely clanging against one another, and I feel like that has to be corrected and addressed between game 1 and game number 2. Luminosity looking like a very smooth, lean, mean fighting machine, ready to take down anyone in front of them. They go 4-0, a statement, a tone setter, and a great way to start a series.
Jamie thought that was going to be tried to be caught then by Luminosity. They were wanting another goalie. Do not get it. Luminosity 4-0 winners against 3Rats in the first instance. Could that be a precursor, a foreshadowing of where we will end up by the end of the series? Hale, I'm not convinced yet, but I do need to see more from 3Rats in game 2.
Most definitely. And no saves to any of the 8 shots put up by Luminosity, which kind of pins the fact that 3Rats were always kind of leaning backwards, having to recover, and just never got a direct challenge or even kind of a finger roll to some of these shots. You saw Corrado definitely isolated 3 separate times, even with that big bump play that was able to clear at least one out. Feels like that's kind of that third man position that must be identified, and that could all be nerves. One game in a best of 7. The good news is it's the first game. That's when you say, okay, stand up, shake it out, get back into a disciplined mindset.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. You've got this time now to try and reset the mental, take some deep breaths, and go again. It's a fresh 5 minutes. It's 0-0 on the board. You can go again into game number 2, and you can try and break this seemingly unbreakable Luminosity roster. We talk about control quite a lot at the top level, they seem to have it in spades. Their rotations are locked in. They know where each player is playing. They have their 1, 2, and 3 man locked down, and they are playing out of their minds right now. I think the world needs to start watching Luminosity, Monkey Man, because they might come up with some quite surprising results if we do go to that regional in about a month's time, and teams aren't ready for them.
I'm ready for the shakeup. I want something to come out of this. Now, obviously, there's going to be the throws and woes of like, oh man, this looks like the United Nations, and it came out of APAC, and it's going to be a big cross of like multiple different players. You still have Sphinx, who is kind of one of the craziest, rookie plus 1 year situation players, and I feel like they definitely were doing some of the dark horse work between both Catalysm and Sosa in that game. Didn't even really mention them very much, but that's because when they're doing their job, you often don't notice how well it's going. Set up by Catalysm, quick score, no! Balleries, great read.
Huge save by Balleries out of the gates, and that is the opposite of what they would need. Catalysm is going to look for the reset, going to look to go! Good save by Balleries again. Three Rats, they have to maintain their defense. They have to keep Luminosity out early if they are to build some belief, and that's a good way of doing it. 2 big saves by Balleries out of the gates.
Gotta set this one up at least into an open zone. Look at Catalysm bullying Balleries. He's trying to park right in front of him, and that sets up a shot for Sosa.
Yeah, well, once again, Rhino's being told to stop talking by the teams playing on the field. As I said, they needed to stop them early. That's not happened. Luminosity score inside the first minute, and Three Rats have to regain once more as Croado sends this one to the side. It's going to be Sosa looking for the pass across the field. It's a nice play from Luminosity. LCT equal to it, but Sphinx will take a shot. Good save by Croado. Three Rats can try and send it away, but these early challenges from Luminosity are so suffocating.
They're oppressive. You just have to deal with 3 separate cars flying at you at all different angles, all different times, and not a moment to really rest or breathe. A nice cut and takeaway by Catalysm, trying to set up an easy one over to Sosa. Again, Sphinx sitting as that third in the triangle, and already on this read, Balleries just wants to get it back to the wall. Three Rats hoping for just a maintenance of possession, and Luminosity is just swinging for the fences, trying to batter down this door.
Yeah, and it's not even like medieval technology that they've got either. They just straight up have like a laser cutter. They're just going to be able to really easily get through this flimsy wood door of Three Rats. They are continuing to work. That's a pass into Sosa. That should be 2. Sosa double on the board. Luminosity unable to play inside their own half by the looks of things. Three Rats cannot escape the chokehold they find themselves in.
A laser cutter on the end of a sledgehammer. Precise and violent. That's how Luminosity is bringing it to Three Rats, which really, I just think of pancake rats, and that just sounds terrible. 3 minutes plus still to go, and Three Rats still without a score into this series. Luminosity posting up the clean sheet through the first game and a half or so. Balleries hoping to at least supplant a possibility for LCT Corona on the free jump, and what an extension by Sosa.
Sosa is on another level right now. So good in these moments, and Sphinx able to get that one. Sosa into the air, taps it forwards, has the pass! Catalysm fires down onto the Three Rats net. We've not even played half of this game yet, Hail Monkey Man, and this one is already getting out of hand.
And that's exactly how Luminosity plays. They don't leave anything to doubt. 8-0s are just kind of part of the tradition of this squad right now. And you know that Sphinx is kind of living on a high, knowing he's got so many weapons beside him. And this is a team that is just having the most fun out on the field. Being creative, finding moments to move through, and Three Rats, they're having the least amount of fun. And again, the bullying continues. LCT chased into his net. It's a rat in a cage.
Wow. Sphinx at the angle, just able to send that one over the top, and this is now just a little bit... I don't even know how to describe it, Monkey Man. This is Luminosity at their beautiful best, and we have got another semi-final after this. It's 90+7 versus Elevate. I'm sure both of those teams are watching this game, and I'm sure they are both watching it and getting very, very concerned about what will happen in that grand final, because Luminosity They have the team play. They have the communication. They have the mechanics. They have the passing plays. They have the skill. And they might have another goal here. Catalysm over the top, dunks it down. Sosa finishes hat-trick. Another goal on the Luminosity.
You know times are rough when the commentator goes immediately from game 2 in a best of 7 to describe the next series. Less than 2 minutes to go. It's a 9-0 run between games 1 and 2. Luminosity showing up, showing out, going for possession play off the fake kickoff. Catalysm looking at Sosa on the pre-jump, but it finds its way into traffic. And Luminosity, I mean, 5-0, and they did it early, and they're doing it throughout. What a save by Sosa.
Give him one, man. Give him something. Do you know what I mean? Like, why are you try-harding in defense? You've scored 5 goals. Just let one go kick off. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Quado gonna leave this one as goes into the corner. They want more goals, Luminosity. This is something that we've talked about with this roster for a very, very long time. They don't care how many they're beating you by. They want to beat you by more. They want to keep scoring goals, keep making you feel really, really bad about yourself. And that's that mental warfare that Luminosity have that I'm not sure a lot of other teams around them have.
Providing a war on 2 fronts and winning both is quite the aggressive and, you know, it's a strategy. But it's one that if you do it right, it'll be done well and it will win the day throughout. That's a whip shot that'll find its way through. And just when you think 3 Rats are able to kind of stagnate Luminosity, they just kick one upfield. LCT was hoping that there would be a layered defense, but what a find from distance.
As our American caster, you are definitely very much inclined to speak about a war on multiple fronts as Luminosity 6-0 for the moment, and it could be worse. Sosa going over the top, gets the reset. That's a whiff, and LCT will send it away only as far as Catalysm. LCT will be able to clear, and you just have to wonder what's happening in the 3 Rats comms right now. Because to be quite honest, I wouldn't actually say they're saying anything. I bet that VC is deathly silent. They just have to sit back and kind of watch what's going on, try and regain going into game 3. And you've lost in this way. They have got a goal back. Croado fires into the top left corner. Let's go, 3 Rats on the board inside 10 minutes of this matchup.
A candle protected by very, very tired hands in the hurricane and able to provide the bleakest moment of light in the dark. Luminosity is tearing through 3 Rats, but they huddle together and they try to weather the storm. First 2 games will go, and a Brazil to just amplify an exclamation point the end of this. You know what? The first couple games in their series going into that the previous Open, it wasn't as bleak as this, but they found a way out. They're going to have to find a way the same way through the series.
We looked through the SAM bracket earlier today. I didn't think they were starting until later, but apparently they are online. And you know what? Luminosity don't even care. They don't even care about ending this game in a Brazil. That much of a mental warfare is lost on them. They get another one. That passing play is gorgeous. Luminosity still playing at 100%. Still try-harding in every single aspect of the game. 2 seconds remain, and that ball will finally drop. This is an absolute mollywhopping.
Oh, tearing them through the streets. 3 Rats, they were put in a cage, and then they were tossed in the dumpster. That one goes through 8-1 in game number 2. Just running up the stat sheet right now, and don't know if that's technical, if that's hardware, if that's simply what we've seen over the course of the season so far. Luminosity burning through. We nearly had a triple hat trick for this squad. Just look at the shots. 17-4.
Look at everything. Look at everything in front of them. The thing I want to raise is the top right. 850 points by Sosa on in a professional top 4 game at RLCS. That is ludicrous. It's not Luminosity, it's ludicrosity right now. They are absolutely dunking on this 3 Rat side, and they're looking so good doing it.
Well, game 3 is around the corner. And the good news is, no matter how many goals you score, you cannot take them all with you. Now, a 1-0 game is the same as an 8-1 game. Yep. And they were able to get, what, 12-1 between those first 2 games. So now it's up to 3 Rats. That's going to be the mental that they walk through, because games like that will even be had at the highest level. It happens with the French. It can happen with the APAC. Let's see what happens as we go into Game 3.
We'll find out. Sosa wants an early goal. Balleries comes from behind to make that stop, but Sphinx still has possession, wants the bump. LCT rises above it. Catalysm comes in from deep. It's a 3-man press. I'm pretty sure all 3 members of Luminosity were basically on the backboard when that goes in. Look at the positioning. Catalysm doesn't care. He knows he's 3rd man. He's still going to come through and dunk on your head top. And Luminosity 1 up inside 15 seconds.
Catalysm trying to summon the Cataclysm. Just 3 Rats so much under duress and fire from this Luminosity magic. But still, that's the first goal. Oh. Trying to set things up, and they will take it. You know what? Doesn't matter who got last touch.
I think it kind of does. Water falling down off the backboard. Nice own goal from Luminosity. They continue to score all of the goals in this series. No, sorry. 3 Rats did score 1 last game. My fault. As they look to score another one. That one's popped up by Catalysm. LCT tries to bring it through. There's a chance here, but double pinch coming through from Luminosity sends it right the way back to 3 Rats half. And I imagine this is where Luminosity will camp until they probably get a goal.
Well, you do have these soured connections, so Luminosity actually has to spread out a little bit further. Catalysm has been so expeditious about the way he collects and just doesn't really kind of panic. Anything that drops into his back zone seems so fluid about being extended upfield. Balleries to LCT, who's trying to chase up into this corner. Wow, okay. Immediately sweeping the wall, getting that to his hood, was looking for a bump thereafter. That is a 2-step play, but unfortunate for them, that's going to be a surrender of the ball over to Luminosity.
Yeah, and that's, once again, Sphinx working on those 50s, working on keeping that ball under his control. Sosa, pinch pass, beautiful.
Oh.
That is Sosa, and that's exactly what he can provide. Off the right, off the ceiling, and the ground pinch pass into Catalysm. It might be finding the goal anyway. Catalysm's taking it nonetheless. He's the man with 2 goals for Luminosity. They retake the lead.
Stinky 86 miles per hour. That'll get you a reckless driving ticket. That'll get you a great second goal here for Luminosity. They've scored all 3 so far. Even with 3 Rats having that 1, that's going to be a softball play. Corrado ends up jumping with the ball. But with the first 100 seconds eventually eclipsed and elapsed, Balleries will have to stretch this one wide. Sosa just unfettered, unbeaten. No Sphinx from the top rope. Oh, what a save out of LCT!
That, again, another fluid Luminosity offensive play, the way that they were able to get those bumps. That pass into Sosa looks good. Catalysm coming in from deep, wanting his hat-trick, will only find a waterfall. Sphinx comes through, no boost, no problem. Sosa into the air, reset, has a chance at the angle, drops it down, looking for Catalysm. Not going to find it on this occasion as LCT be able to take it. Sphinx gave him the room there, decided not to challenge. Sosa, Sphinx below him, will take it on his zone, has the boost to work with, over the top, needs a double, doesn't find it, following through! Catalysm's hat-trick, Luminosity in just cruise control right now.
It is the Pied Piper, and they're leading the Rats in chase. LCT was the only one that saw the follow-up man as 2 separate defenders had to go after Sosa on the setup, and then with the final drop-in, you just can't get the read fast enough. Luminosity dominating airspace. They have aerial control over every single pixel on this pitch. Beyond halfway for game number 3, and we have not seen any kind of tone change up. And in fact, after a demo and a switch up of the defense, we'll find a 4th goal for Luminosity.
Have Luminosity decided to handicap themselves by saying that only Catalysm is allowed to score? Have they?
You think that's a handicap?
Are they doing side quests? Well, yeah, obviously not. But they're out here completing side quests, setting themselves little challenges in this game. That is Catalysm's 4th. It's Luminosity's 4th. Sphinx wants to get in on the action. He can't find that one, and will now be LCT. get the clearance. Castlism wasn't expecting it, has to half flip into the corner. Now scanning the field. Gets past one, looks for the pass, and will be able to read the 50, but Sphinx has to sit back a little bit, knows he's third man, and that is one of the benefits of having this young guy who very much understands exactly what Rocket League is about. A lot of young players, if they are that third man, will still challenge that 50 in the midfield. They will still make that rash decision, that rushed play, and it can open up the defense. But Sphinx, he makes sure that he has the defense on lock when he is playing that third man, when he knows that the other two have gone forwards. And that is something very, very special in a player as young as he is.
Yeah, it's a complete kind of change of mind because he can kind of do it all with or without boost and with confidence. There is not this arrogance about it. It is just having fun with his teammates and connecting in such a both hive mind as well as just jolly manner. And you feel it in his gameplay. You see it in the way he just is able to communicate. Oh. Looking for this redirect. Balleries shoves it to the ceiling. That will at least placate the goal gods for the moment. The Luminosity has continued to do damage. And with 45 seconds to go, there may be another one leaking through. Sosa, no, he wants to make it look cooler.
I think Sosa said you've scored enough, buddy. We don't need a fifth on the board for Catalysm. There's no need for that. He was there to make the save. Ball forward, Sosa drops it down, and Balleries will be equal to it. We'll put this ball right into the middle. Croado and LCT having a conversation about who wants to take this ball forwards. It is LCT. He's not got the boost. He does now pick up the 100, but immediately met by Catalysm, who takes it down the left side as well. 10 seconds remaining. One final chance for a Luminosity goal. It doesn't look like it's happening. 4-1, 3-0 on the series. And now, Monkey Man, it looks like, for all the world, like this one might just be done and dusted. Sosa, backboard, chance, no. Luminosity, one away from going to the grand final.
Trying for the repeat, at minimum a top two, with one game win left to go. And if they are able to secure not only top two, but as well as a grand final win, they might have had the just enough math, arithmetic, to get themselves into a LAN berth. That'd be huge to do just through the first couple of opens here for APAC. But 3Rats, we've seen KINOTROPE do some special things at late term against Elevate. Maybe 3Rats has something left on the burner, but it's gotta be very quick because Luminosity has looked unstoppable.
I would love to go on that thought journey with you and explore that potential world, but I do also have to make the point that KINOTROPE, they were able to score more than one goal in a game before they started to make that comeback look okay. They looked like it was a lot closer. There's the cat that we were waiting for. Hang on, we might be able to have a cat stream.
Oh, he's an old man, everyone.
Yeah,
cat stream, let's go!
Cat's on stream.
Oh my goodness. What's your cat's name? This is Chief. What's your cat's name?
This is Alfie.
Alfie, okay. Aw. Look, I think that maybe this is the reason 3Rats are losing, because we are in fact cat dads.
That's a very good point.
Sorry about that, guys. There is definitely at least the tiniest bit of favoritism for that species. But Luminosity looking like they got that eagle eye set on making it to yet another grand final. I don't think there was any doubt, at least from the desk from this position. There's at least some love for the 3Rats though, to make it a little bit closer. And so far, maybe it's the mouse. Oh, hello. Yes, hello. None of us tech or hardware, but what's your opinion? Oh, he does not have good things to say about rats. My bad.
Okay. I'd have been surprised if you did. But either way, enough cat chat. We're now on to rat chat as Balleries tries to take a shot. It's cleared away by Catalysm, and it's a quick start out for 3Rats in this game number 4. Balleries trying to take this through again. Catalysm drops it down, and Luminosity able to clear this one away. Sosa with the redirect off the sidewall. Sphinx tries to make something happen. Balleries will catch and maintain possession for 3Rats.
Minute through. We started about 30 seconds, at least on camera, for this game. And you gotta remember, Elevate actually had a 0-0 ball game in game number 4 that ultimately went the way of KINOTROPE keeping things close. And I told you that if this game or this series was at all going to be in question and not be a Luminosity dub, it had to go deep and it had to be Luminosity that was muted. But what a save by Catalysm!
No,
Look at the combination! Are you kidding me? Oh, Catalysm from distance and down yard!
Every time we think they've done the best play, every time we think that there's the next big Luminosity highlight, there's another one. There's another one that flies through, and this time it's going to be Catalysm into the bottom right, but before that it was him and Sosa combining to boom that ball clear. Kickoff goal, no, Sosa misses. Hits the left upright, and I was so sure I was about to get a second goal for Luminosity there. It does not happen yet, but it feels like a matter of time as Sphinx comes off the ceiling, gets the reset, goes low. Good save by LCT.
A matter of moments, a matter of seconds, a matter of just having another shot, which definitely they've been able to find in surplus. Pre-jumping from the backboard of 3 Rats. It's a competitive lack of respect. What a redirect save by LCT off the ricochet. LCT up and down the pitch though. Nothing is free. Utopia Coliseum built by these bricks that Luminosity lays.
You say it's a lack of respect. I have to be honest, I don't know that Luminosity actually respect anybody.
No.
I think they're just one of those teams that just will go into every game. We are better than you. Sosa, top left, is trying to prove that point. Put the exclamation point on it. And yeah, fires into that top left corner. So I know Luminosity were very upset yesterday that their perfect qualifier had been taken away from them. They were able to drop a game against Elevate. It looks like that is the only game they're going to drop before the grand final, because the way that they're playing right now, it is terrifying. And hang on a moment, 3 Rats Catalysm able to make the save. 3 Rats' offense breaks down so quickly. This is the difference. Luminosity able to keep their pressure on, keep their offense going for an elongated period of time. 3 Rats, they have one shot, and then suddenly it's coming right back towards their net.
You lay up that kind of play against any other team and they might fold. There's at least a higher percentage take on that working out. Luminosity is so well layered and so disciplined and quick, mind you, about their response and how they go after this. Croato finds Sosa, so they will thin out the majority of that matchup. LCT and Croato caught in the same rotation, and Croato will bail. Smart idea, because LCT had a lot more boost getting the ceiling reset. But look at that read. Sosa is 2 Carlings ahead of what LCT is trying to configure, and I don't think that's based on the mouse.
No, I don't think the mouse had much to say about that one. As Sosa off the backboard now needs to... Whoa! LCT able to make the save, and Baller comes forwards now. Demo play potentially not going to happen. LCT takes a shot. Ball going to find its way into the middle. Croato's going to have to run back with 0 boost and does push it over to the side. That's exactly what I'm talking about. 3 Rats had one shot, and all of a sudden they're now back on defense. This is just so controlled from Luminosity. Sosa almost called me a liar, but decided to make the play instead.
Ooh, Sosa ends up kind of having this fallout. Less than a minute ago, Luminosity have found only 2. But with the way that the Rats have been limited, 2 is probably far more than enough. Especially now as they aim for control up and down this pitch. It's a game of keep away. Sphinx is challenged early. LCT gave a lot of respect, and that's going to go off the other side post. That one has to go through. It was a tough call for him.
Yeah, it does, and unfortunately it doesn't. So Catalysm, 20 seconds or so. Croato, that's a big challenge. Sphinx is going to have to try and make something happen here on 0 boost. Sosa able to send it over to that far side. Wins a 50. Balls in the middle. Croato might have a chance here. Bottom corner. Catalysm equal to it. The German goalkeeper able to make that save. He will try again. That one might drop in. Sosa this time making the defensive play. And Luminosity proving they can do it every single where on the pitch. They will be through to the grand final in about an hour's time.
Guaranteed top 2 berth. Luminosity now 1 full series win away from being not just the current kings, but maybe the reigning kings going into a land position. It won't be guaranteed because a whole third open is left to go, but congrats to them as they go 4-0. My heart said Rats, my head said Luminosity, and I think we all saw why.
Now, call me crazy. We will discuss this. I think Luminosity, if Elevate lose in the semi-final, will be 2 points away from locking in Birmingham. Something like that.
I don't know what the main. Is there like a pre-posted number, like what you gotta have, like to not to. Yeah, like what?
Maybe, but they'll be on
What's the
30 points. Let's argue they win the grand
They'll have a
final.
lot.
They'll be on 30 points. Elevate got second in the previous event, which was 10 points. If
Yeah.
they lose there, they're going to get 7, I think, in the semi-final. So that's going to be 17 points. So, yeah,
Those
they're
make
going to
me
be
do math.
very, very difficult to catch. But, hey, we're talking about the future. We're talking about things that might not happen. Let's talk in the here and now. 3 Rats. They had 2 fantastic series back-to-back in that lower bracket against Jungle Juices and DEKUBOPDUMNEM. Just didn't have enough in the tank to take on a Luminosity side that it's fair to say is at the top of their game right now.
They are living so high. And to quickly do your math for you, the way it would work out if Luminosity does happen to win that grand final, Elevate, if they're next to them in that same grands, taking second, it would be a 10-point difference. That means that Luminosity, for Elevate to force a tie, they'd have to win the next Open, and Luminosity could finish no better than 5th, 6th place because they'd have 5 points.
That's right.
So that seems like a tough task considering that Luminosity has hit top 4 for now the last 2 Opens and the last 2 even better than that. So it's better to not leave it up to math. It's better to get the job done. And that next semifinal around the corner here, Rhino, is looking very spicy.
Now, this game I am super excited for. 90+7 versus Elevate. We saw Elevate take down KINOTROPE earlier today, but 90+7, they have been playing some incredible Rocket League. So we are going to cut to a very short break, and when we come back, we will have that game for you right here on the Tesseract Esports Twitch channel. We'll see you in just a moment.
The intro from the cat. It's a full cat stream here.
Aw,
Say hello.
so cute. 3 cats,
Full
3
cat
rats.
stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 cats, 3 rats. No more 3 rats, actually. I think the cats might have hunted them down.
Yeah, Apex Predator out on the streets, and that's exactly where they got beat by Luminosity. Unfortunate. Gex, it wasn't as brutal for you on the sidelines, and your awesome dinner as it was for us.
Yeah, I honestly, the dinner might have been better than the series. It was certainly a lot more interesting. That was brutal. There was just nothing to be said for one side there. All I can put it down to is tech issues. That's in my heart. It's the tech issues. That's what it was for me in here.
I've got a mouse somewhere that maybe LCT could borrow. It will be there in like 4 to 6 weeks.
Offer mine? You want?
Yeah.
I would show mine, but it has a logo on it. But anyway,
I'm closer.
The brackets are here. And we have our first grand finalist. It will be Luminosity making their way into the grand final of Open Qualifier 2, looking to retain their crown. Who will they be playing against? That's the question. We got Elevate versus 90+7 to determine who will be playing against the beast of APAC.
Well, the cats have been out as mascots for the stream. Who are going to be mascots for the region, really? It has been determined so far to be Elevate versus Luminosity, but this next one, it could throw a wrench in the works for that.
Yeah, because 90+7 is looking really good, and they've definitely been able to really overcome a lot. I saw some Welshman chit chat going on a bit ago whenever they were talking about Breezy, but Elevate versus 90+7. Elevate needs to be put on notice, and I think they were, at least from that previous KINOTROPE series, and 90+7 has definitely overcome, and Kevin is looking a lot like what Sphinx was doing in that previous with Luminosity. This one is scary, and when we talk about points, Rhino, this one, if 90+7 does have a means and a way to overcome and be something improve so much against, then maybe a Luminosity, if they get past Elevate, it throws a wrench into everything.
Kinda. Yeah, I mean, I still need to be convinced that Luminosity aren't going to go through and wave the flag for APAC in the Birmingham Major. But we do want to hear from you who you think will be flying the flag for this semi-final. Elevate or 90+7. Make sure you get your hashtags in the chat so we can hear your opinions for who you think is going to be taking this game. And I think this is another one where we're relatively unanimous on the desk, but Gex, take us away. Who have you got for this one?
Oh, you have to put me under the spotlight here too, don't you? I feel like the region is either going to love me or hate me for this pick, but I think it might be the downfall of Elevate. I think 90+7, they're just looking really, really good right now, and like you said, Kevin is stepping up to a mark as well. I mean, teammate to Sphinx as well. I'd love to see that matchup come back.
I also went with a bit of recency bias, and this goes against all of my gut because I love Maxu to death. We've obviously, now today though, we've seen Tho as well as Ocelon trading being that front man. They showed a bit of weakness, but 90+7, I went with them. I don't know how far this series will go, but if they keep running with that momentum we've seen them with, they will be able to overcome Elevate.
Yeah, and that is going to do it for us. Clean sweep on the desk, as I predicted. It is going to be 90+7, taking all of the predictions today. Yeah, you can't go against what they did to DEKUBOPDUMNEM yesterday. We saw the way that they took those guys down in a sweep. Nonetheless, the games were somewhat close, but they never really looked out of the possession of 90+7. And for that reason, I think they're going to be able to take down Elevate, but we all know Elevate's ceiling. We all know the way that Elevate can play on their day. So this is a dangerous prediction from all of us.
A full desk against them. This feels wild from us, in fact. I didn't even check what you guys went. So let's have a look at what you guys said. 80% to 90+7? Apparently we've got backers. What? That is insane.
That's 270 plus 21. And then whatever else. Actually, I guess, no, that's 360 plus 28 if you count the chat as well. So there's big numbers being posted up. So no pressure, 90 plus 7, but everyone's kind of believing in you right now. Wow.
Yeah.
That was
yeah,
quick, man.
that's I mean, yeah, Desk and chat all in favor of 90 plus 7 and Elevate playing as the underdogs, Gex. When did you last hear a sentence like that?
yeah, right. That's crazy. I mean, look, probably last time they came up against Luminosity, but that is the only time in the history of the region. So to have somebody else standing up, we thought this was going to be a two-horse race at the beginning of the season. We're in only second event, and suddenly it was like, yeah, maybe not.
And I do wonder if anyone's already having those kind of back alley, behind the curtain conversations beyond the first major about anything changing with rosters. So I'm not saying you should, but there might be some big things coming around the corner. But big around the corner is this next semifinal. Someone's got to get a seat next to Luminosity. That's a scary thought, and I think that you two are going to be having all the fun with this one.
We are indeed. Thank you for handing it off to us. In fact, we will be dropping you off here, Hale. An excellent last series. I wish that it had been a little more competitive for him, but now we might have another good one for us. We've got the good runs today.
Oh yeah, we have absolutely got the goods. This is all things considered, this should be an excellent series. I'm going to stop saying this will be. I'm going to stop saying things like...
Caster Curse is coming out again. Yeah.
I'm absolutely preventing myself from declaring anything because there is a real chance that one of these two teams just show up today and it's a sweep. There is that opportunity. Both of these teams are good enough to do that. However, based on what we've seen so far, these two rosters in front of you, though Ocelon and Maxiu versus Kevin, Deku, and Breezy, should be an absolute barnstormer.
Maybe the trick is don't bring a coach. They're doing it. These top teams. I don't know. We're looking at a top 3 here for me. Then 2 of the 3 teams are not bringing a coach. Though Ocelon and Maxiu are bringing in just... I mean, both these teams, really, they are bringing in massive, massive history. Kevin is the newest of these players, and he's still got tenure here in APAC. So, you know, I guess it's a little less necessary. I'd still love to see the development out of these teams as well.
Yeah, I certainly would. And that is what it's all about, right? We are here in the APAC region. All we want to see is progression and improvement from each of these teams and rosters. So if we get to see that today, if we get to see a fantastic game, I will enjoy that very, very much. Here we go. We're getting things underway, and I'm pretty sure we don't have that long of a game number 1. But things are getting started as Zone out on the left-hand side. Going to try and get the early goal and does! Oh. And it's going to be Elevate getting out to an early lead.
I think that should probably, the 26-minute timer has started quite well for this team in blue. Elevate up on top. We will be fixing that as fast as possible. There's the real timer underneath. You get that one.
Yeah, we can see that one as Elevate taking the first goal, and now 90+7. They're going to look to try and recover and bring this one back. Kevin wanting the early challenge onto Maxiu. Doesn't happen for him as Deku brings it off the sidewall. Good redirect there from Kevin. Off the backboard, though, will be able to send it away. Ball into the middle from Breezy now. Off the backboard, needs another touch. Maxiu here's once more. There's a chance here for Kevin. Pancakes it, cleared away by Ocelon. But at the back post is going to be Kevin, I think it was, as this one comes back in. And sorry, it was Breezy. Kevin is now going to pick up in the back corner.
Oh, if you weren't paying attention to the scoreboard, it is 90+7 in orange here, and the blue side, of course, the APAC super powerhouse. They've been here forever. It's Elevate, and right now Elevate is leading 90+7. They have a chance to upset the region right now as a team without an org as well. Crazy stuff to see one of these teams at this level playing without any representation.
Yeah, and look, that could be a whole conversation that we may have at some point. I don't feel like upsetting a load of people right now. So Breezy's going to bring this one off the right-hand side, and it will be cleared away into the bottom corner. 3 minutes 30 left on the clock. And after that initial quick goal through from Elevate, it's been a little bit quiet. There's obviously been chances for the side of 90+7. They've not been able to convert yet, though Ocelon and Maxiu to make those defensive plays, but how long will they be able to turtle up for? This is a nice chance over on that far side. Kevin will leave that one to Durku. Kevin now coming through, back forward, needs a double, cleared by Tho. Ocelon redirects.
Respectful play from Kevin, but not enough to bring them a goal, and half the game approaching here as well as the timer starts to tick away. It's becoming necessary to see some movement, at least from the 90+7 squad. They've got to convert pressure into a goal sooner rather than later. It's not about necessarily evening up the series. It's about getting the momentum started. And that might be it. Oh, that's a save and a half out there from Elevate.
Excellent save. Double commit comes through, though. Maxiu able to recover in time, though. Over onto this near side. Kevin opposite middle. There's going to be no challenge. There's a double demo on the back line. Maxiu and Durku taking each other out. So now it's going to be Kevin popping that one forwards, and he gets robbed. Maxiu doubles the score for Elevate. And they want to show that everybody in chat, everybody in the desk simply has no ball knowledge.
we just don't know ball, that's right. Elevate are stepping back up. I feel like most of this pick was based on performance yesterday, and they haven't been the same team. I will say they have stepped back up. They have the options, and they are taking them 3-0 now. The lead just keeps growing.
Yeah, Maxiu with the pass across. We'll leave that one to Ocelon. All three members in a very similar position, but it doesn't matter if you score. 2 minutes remaining for this game number one, and it's fair to say that Elevate, it's been relatively even, to be honest. 90+7 have had opportunities, they have had chances, but Elevate have been clinical with the shots that they've had, and Maxiu gets on the board once more.
This is the benefit you have out of being a team that already played an earlier round, though, as well. I mean, it's been Elevate, that big beat against KINOTROPE, where they were actually pushed. They got accelerated, they got warmed up, and now we come in here, and they're bringing it to 90+7. This is a rematch, too. Reminder there as well. This was 3-1 to 90+7 the last time they rematched.
Yeah, it was. And, I mean, it looks like a completely different prospect right now. And Ocelon gonna look for a fifth. It's not happened yet, but a team fueled by revenge is a team that is very, very scary. And Elevate, they are exactly that. They know what happened last time. They won't require a lot of people reminding them. They will know exactly how it went down last time, and they will want to put a stop to it and right the wrongs. And if they continue playing like this, Gex, they will have the chance to do just that in a little bit of time.
They're not quite the cats backed into the corner, but they sure are hunting rats right now.
Yeah.
Kevin putting that forward as the three-rat moniker transfers over just momentarily to 90+7. And yeah, gotta hope for their sake that they fare better than we assume the matchup is going to go with Luminosity down in the lower bracket of this run. And the drop down chances there again. Elevate just keep making these.
They do. Yeah, they're kind of finding opportunities, though, into the right-hand side of the goal. 5-0. And
I blame you.
What do you mean you blame me? Hang on a moment.
I blame you. It was the call out that this was going to be the great series. It's on you.
I hedged.
Should. Universe, listen to him. Should.
I hedged a sensible amount, okay? I did not declare anything. Made a point of this.
Oh, shot. Another one away. Where is the offense for 90+7? It has just been nothing but an onslaught of attack from Elevate. It feels like, yes, the ping probably is having has its responsibility to play here to bear, but it's got to be more than this. You've got to be on attack more than this.
What am I seeing in front of me? What is going on? The ball drops. Elevate take the victory, but that last 10 seconds of play was very, very odd. As we will send Elevate into the lead.
Yeah, Elevates take it in a very comfortable fashion. It's not the game I wanted. I wanted to cast an absolute banger between these two teams as powerhouses. And 90+7, they just didn't look like a powerhouse team.
Hang on, did you... I seem to remember you saying that you didn't have a long enough break and you were still a little bit tired. I don't know that you're being completely honest with that one, Gex.
That doesn't mean that I'm... that doesn't mean that I am self-controlled enough to pace myself here. Okay. I just want all of them to be good, Rhino.
Fair enough. We do want bangers of series here on the mainstream, of course we do. And at the moment, we're not getting that. It's down to 90+7 to change that tune. And a concern for me, really, Gex, is no coach. If you've not got someone that's in that VC, that's calming you down, that's settling the nerves, if you haven't got the players who are going to be able to do that, it could look a little bit rough. So 90+7, they've got a lot of work to do in that VC right now.
Yeah, you bear a lot of responsibility for your own mental state when you don't have somebody there to keep you in check, to bring you back to reality and ground you. And that is what both these teams are lacking. 90+7 would need that kind of pickup right now, massively. That is a huge beatdown to take in a game one of a series that you are already under the pressure of to stand up and win. I mean, that vote from chat, that's pressure.
Yeah, that is a lot of pressure. And again, before today, would you have expected the 90+7 were going to be such heavy favorites going into a game against Elevate?
I wouldn't have predicted it today.
Yeah.
I didn't predict that today. That's
fair.
That 80%, that's insane to me when Elevate is the team against.
Yeah, it sure is. And this one comes across. It's though 5 seconds on the clock. We might be making very quick work of this one.
I think so. It's got to be a turnaround surely somewhere here, 90+7. Now, I do think that Elevate's probably coming in today with a bit of a game plan just to combat a team that has high ping, though. And that's going to be an issue. If a team comes in just to play you out of the ping differential, to just beat you on 50s and get control that you can't handle simply because you can't see it, that's going to be really, really rough for a team like 90+7 right now.
Yeah, it is all big demo from Max U, but Deku is all the way back. Will be picked up by Ocelon onto the right-hand side. Trying to pass his marker, but difficult to do. This is earlier challenging from 90+7. And is there anyone back in time? There certainly is not. The counter-attack through from Elevate. Defensive rotations not locked in. And 2-0.
And it is brutality right now from Elevate. They are just... It is no holds barred by this red and white team on the blue side. It's hard to see them not being back at the reputation that they've earned in the region. And they might even start to look like the bad guys here. I mean, you pick on the guys with the ping. But the truth is, you're in RLCS. You don't have the luxury of respect for your opponent to allow them that time to adjust to your touches.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be Tho. Laser into the top right. He is going to miss, but it's the way that Elevate are playing right now. They're taking those shots. They're taking their opportunities when they see them. That's a nice touch inside from Kevin, but again, there's no second man there. 90+7 just not playing with each other right now. They're really struggling to find those passing plays. They don't understand the comms right now. And Elevate, they're taking advantage, 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the run back there, but it was never going to be in time. 90+7 leaving themselves open. I mean, you can't even blame the ping on this one. 90+7, 2 goals in a row, just get beaten to a defense that didn't exist.
Yeah, for sure. As this one now coming through. Whoa!
Oh.
Double commits.
Chance?
That's awkward for Elevate, but they still make it work somehow. Not a lot of boost in the tanks, though. And Breezy will look to go low. What a save, Max U. Keeping the sheet clean.
That's going to be brutal for Breezy, I'm sure, on his end. That was deep in the net, too, but they do get it back. Breezy, he doesn't care about his last attempt. He's just going to take another, and this time he'll sink it.
This is what we needed to see from 90+7. They had gone almost 7 minutes of gameplay without a goal. Finally, they are on the board. And 90+7 get the goal back. Now, maybe there's a series to discuss. It's a fake kickoff early from 90+7 as Kevin now is given the go-ahead. Looks for the double, doesn't have any boost. It's a bump on the backboard and Tho can clear his lines. Elevate looking now to counter. Ball into the middle. Good clearance away by Deku. And this one will try to go back towards the Elevate net.
Oh, another shot on, though, will save. I think the right decision's being made there by 90+7. If you can't go for the instant challenge and get the 50 to make sure that the ping isn't the issue there, then fake. Get the space instead that you need to be able to read despite the delay. And that was the decision made there. The last goal hasn't convinced me that 90+7 have fixed the issues, but this one might. Finally a goal with more than one member of the team involved, and it looks like an intentional handoff here too.
Yeah, it does. Not quite the double commit, not the way that you might be expecting with no comms. That is definitely a, I've got this, I'm going to come through and get the score. So 90+7, back within 1, and all of a sudden, Elevate might be starting to get a little bit concerned about how this game is looking. Still over half of it to play, by the way. We have had 5 goals in the first 2.5 minutes. And there are probably going to be more in this game if Kevin has anything to say about it. Though, cuts him off the backboard. Nice double save and cleared away by Deku. 90+7, still within 1.
Kevin gets to cut from the midfield here simply because Ocelon chased him the length of the entire field for a demo he did not get, but Kevin gets involved in the play a second time now and stays up for the pass. Forward it goes. Kevin, the only one on that 90+7 roster that's not playing with terrible ping right now. And he does try to make use of it as the passing play comes to him, but they do lose possession for a moment, get it back in their half.
Yeah, but Maxiu has that pass to Tho. Nice angle off the post, and Maxiu will finish. And that is pretty poor defending from 90+7 here. Maxiu's pass to Tho. That shot looked really nice initially. Deku, don't know where you're going, pal, but it's not really towards the ball, and Elevate take advantage.
Yeah, Deku really very awkward coming off the backboard there. And there's a kickoff goal from Maxiu as well. Elevate now looking very, very good into the last minute 40 of this match. It was only a brief flash in the pan for 90+7 where we had hope for this game too, and maybe even a series comeback here. But no, there's just no dominance to be found from 90+7 when there really should be in certain circumstances.
Yeah, there was a moment. There was a time where we were making narratives. We were talking about the comeback, and they were the best of times, they were the worst of times. As Ocelon over to this left side, now trying to get this off the side wall. Elevate wanting more. 5-2 isn't enough for them. They want a 6. They have found one. What a save, Breezy, and Kevin will be able to clear. 90+7 clinging on with all that they have.
Just unbelievable offensive domination again from Elevate. I mean, you can talk about your days all you want, Rhino, but it is shots coming out from Elevate still. It has to be turned around. There's a very, very vague chance back the other end. They're pushing for it, but not really with control over this. Kevin now might be given the space, though. The pinch out. Deku! Oh, that top left corner was beckoning.
It was a gorgeous shot, really nice, but just not able to find the target, and Breezy able to cover. Putting this one over into the sidewall. Ocelon, who's going to try and do some damage in the middle. Maxiu. That is game 2 done. Elevate get out to a 2-0 lead in the series. And yeah, 6-2. They find themselves. 90+7. Haven't warmed up today, it seems.
Those slight touch there to leave that there for Maxiu is absolute brilliance. I don't know how he didn't get in the way of that shot, but you see this kind of turnaround. There was a double commit, and it realistically against most teams would have probably been the time there to recover from it as well, but Elevate are back at their potential where you shouldn't be able to make a single error like that, unforced, and get away with it. They are being punished every single time, 90+7.
Yeah, they are. They will just drop this ball down over on the sidewall. 2-0 to the side of Elevate, and well, one semi-final was an absolute wash. Gex, at the moment, we are looking at exactly the same in the second one. Elevate.
No. Actually, you can say that. I'll let you say that. That's fine. That's a curse I like.
We want that to be to go the other way, right? That's what we want. But yeah, I mean, you can't argue with it. This is the Elevate that we hadn't seen really this open qualifier. This is the Elevate that we've been waiting for in this OQ2. And finally, we see it in front of us. They are taking all of the space. They are really taking 90+7 to task, early challenges, making it difficult for them, and scoring a bunch of goals. Elevate, playing at this level, that is kind of what we want to see for the region.
The one thing I do like there for 90+7 is that the 2 goals they did get, the entire team was involved with that. It was an assist per side, and then the 2 goals coming out of the 3rd member of the team. So everybody getting involved is a good look. Particularly that second goal, you did see that the teamwork was there. The capacity is there to come back into this and not only have control of that ball and put shots on, but also get the pressure started onto Elevate. If Elevate get the pressure in their heads, that's what seems to have been breaking them so far. It really needs to be a pressurized game, or Elevate are just going to run through this in their own playstyle.
Yeah, and that is the situation that we find ourselves in the moment. But a fresh 5 minutes, a fresh 0-0 on the clock. 90+7. They have to reset. They have to get that mental right, and they have to play their game. And that's a double commit from Elevate. Chance here from Deku off the backboard. Ocelon will be able to push Deku away. Chance for Breezy! Top shelf. 90+7 take the lead.
I don't know if there was a call out that the second was back for defense here, but Maxiu doesn't even try to jump for this. He just goes straight for the boost, though gets in the air, but the power on that shot maybe just unexpected to Elevate, resting on their laurels for a moment as 90+7. Just underestimated on that one, I think.
Maybe. It's a nice take from Breezy. He's got the boost to get through as well, but Maxiu equal to it. Can only find Deku up on the sidewall. Let's take this through. Gets a reset of some description, and it's a bit of a mess in that corner as Elevate will eventually be able to clear their line.
I would love to know what that looked like on his screen with the lag, but oh my goodness, no! Deku has a post hit again! These unbelievably narrow margins by 90+7 a couple of times on great shots now.
Someone please calibrate that man's radar. Someone please
it's off by like half a degree.
Yeah, just something, man. He's able to hit the woodwork, which is quite impressive in itself if that's what you're aiming for, but I don't think he is. So, over on the left-hand side, he's going to have Ocelon supporting. Ocelon doesn't really challenge Breezy there. Tho is going to pop this one up. He's going to take it past 2, and now he's got this one off the backboard, but the pinch is not ideal. Caught by Maxiu. Off the backboard and cleared away by Breezy. Kevin's taking out Ocelon further down the field. There's an empty net, but they don't turn on it. And now there's a chance for Elevate to come right back. Pass down. Nice shot off the crossbar. Followed in by Tho. Good save by Breezy.
There's always a pass left in Elevate. That's what I love when the team is functioning well. But this time, doesn't need a pass, at least not from his teammates. It is going to be Tho to collect this off of Deku. And straight into the net. That's a brutal way to shut down the lead for 90.7.
Yeah, you see that touch, initial touch from Deku, and you know it's not ideal. Coming through, getting the 50. That might be another one. Hits the post. Is there a second man? Following through, it's Tho. Bottom left-hand corner, his second of the game, and Elevate turn it around in a matter of seconds.
You know what? This makes me want to stick with it. Not 90+7. They haven't earned the full 97. They're 90.7 right now. They're just they're not quite up to standard. That's where I'm leaving that.
Yeah, I'm gonna back that. And until they win a game here, they it'll be 90.7. Yeah. Well, look, I don't even know if they've earned that today. Maybe it's 90-7. Let's see what happens. Kevin.
It's just going to keep going down further and further.
We've got divide coming
negative
up soon,
90+7.
Yeah,
we're in the negatives.
Yeah. Tho.
We might be.
Hat trick for Tho. He doesn't want 90+7 anywhere near that grand final. Elevate 3-1 up.
Just a really, really quick chase onto that. Great placement on the ball as well. Defense was on its way back for 90+7, but Elevate just too fast. And like I said, you leave any opportunities, you're going to get punished for it against a team like Elevate.
Yeah, you are.
All right.
There'll be a chance, and Breezy, I think, has scored. That is going to be 3-2, 90+7. Able to get back within 1. It was a little bit of a kickoff goal, but Breezy still had to make that one work at the angle. Difficult to do. And yeah, back within 1. All right, maybe we have got a game.
Yeah, 90.7 again, at least. Max, you now chasing onto this. No boost. If he gets this, something's wrong. No! Max, you should not be allowed this one, but the chaos in net opens it up, and the 50 goes well.
Just panic. Just outright
How
panic.
does Breezy
happening.
not score that?
Honestly. Yeah, you can see in Dirku's face, he knows he's... Oh, though, off the back of Maxu. All right, there was a chance there. Maxu might still get the goal, but either way, yeah, Dirku just panics there in goal. You could tell he wasn't really confident in playing that 1v1. It came through, and Maxu able to bulldoze his way over the line. He has one to do. This is a chance for Breezy, cleared away for the moment, but Dirku will have a chance, gets the reset, though able to clear it away. And that would have been really important for Dirku's confidence, because I think at the moment it might be a little bit shot.
You asked me when was the last time I heard Elevate called the underdog. I don't think I'm calling them that anymore. 90+7 have swung that in their favor, if you will, I guess. Not quite the right way to say that, but yeah, I mean 90+7 definitely the underdog again here now, and it's really hard to commentate that and to put into words what is really down to the errors that should be expected out of a team playing out of their region, and what is genuine mistakes right now.
Yeah, and that's where we have to kind of toe the line a little bit. Is there are some things that are obviously going wrong for 90+7, but what we attribute that to is kind of anyone's guess. There are multiple reasons as to why things could be starting to go wrong for them in this series, because yeah, don't get it twisted. Things are going very, very wrong for them in this series. Ocelon drops this one down. Maxu puts this one up, throws on the backboard, but won't be able to get that one down. Maxu demo onto Dirku. Chance at the near post. Is there a follow through? It is, but it's skied over the bar. Maxu trying to recover. Cleared away by Breezy.
And at the end of the day, regardless of ping, there are still too many errors to just put it down to that. 90+7 need to clean this up. I think it comes down to communication, trust in each other. There needs to be less double commits, because you don't have the time, like other teams, to adjust to those errors. You just have to not make them.
just get good, I think, is what
just get good, yeah. Yep.
I think just be better. Yeah, it's a...
Who's this Breezy guy anyway?
Never heard of him. This is a chance for that man. He heard you. He wants to remind you who he is. Firing into the right-hand side. Finally, it's one that's not gone against me. It's you instead. Love that for me. Yeah, bottom corner, Breezy.
I'm not sure that's a caster curse so much as it is an argument with Breezy directly. He just shut me down. That's a big win in the argument for Breezy. Oh, another chance though. It's off the backboard and a touch out there from 90+7. Had the orange trail on it. They got to that big boom clear and got them a chance. They might be able to hold this up as well, but Maxi is just looking for control in the corner. Ocelon now looking for ground as well. Breezy and Kevin double commit again. That is what they have to avoid, and it costs them the air time to make a chance on that. Elevate scrape through by one though, and that is an important statistic here.
For sure. The closest looking game of any in this series right now. That is the game that you're going to look back on and go, oh, no, 90+7 looked, I'm not going to say good, they looked better in that game, for sure. But Elevate, they kind of got out to that 4-2 lead quite quickly. They didn't really look like they were ever out of control. It's a nice couple of goals from Breezy, though. That goal from Tho at that angle is absolutely silly. And then Breezy getting the go-ahead. But, yeah, you have to believe that Elevate, they want this done in as quick time as possible. They want to just get onto that grand final, and they've got 4 chances now to go ahead and get that game.
Well, 90+7 can thank me for revving Breezy up on that last one at the very least. Might give him a little bit of courage to push into a win at some point here in this series, but unfortunately, I just think that this is going to be too little too late now. It is not possible to take the amount of games you need in a row against Elevate that is the current scenario.
Yeah, with Elevate playing the way that they currently are, I think I agree with you. I think they will win one of the next 4. It's just which one. As for 90+7, the way they have to look at this is game by game. They have to take game 1 and they have to win it, and then they have to take game 2 and win it. But you can't think ahead by 5 minutes. You've got to make sure you're focused on the game at hand and then take it through. So we'll see if 90+7 are able to bring this one around and give us something to believe in. 5 fresh minutes. Game number 4. Gex, is there a chance?
You have to play like there is if you're 90+7. In fact, you have to play like you are the better team here. You have to come in with an attitude, with confidence, and you have to play like that with the rest of your team as well. No more double committing. 90+7 has to carry this out as a team, as a full roster, and they have to do it with aplomb right now. Straight to ceiling again. Kevin with the chance to reset the attack into their benefit here. And the transition just does not go well. Sniped out by Elson.
Yeah, that's a nice catch, as though on the right-hand side we'll look to find a teammate. Can only find Deku, but it's going to be Ocelon who's up first. Though has a lot of boost on the right-hand side. Takes it through, gets a bump off of Ocelon. I'm not sure they were expecting that one to come through. Though pops the ball middle. Ocelon wins the 50, cleared away by Kevin. And now there's a counter-attack for 90+7. Near post, saved by Though. Surely Breezy, no! Pushed away by Elevate in the end.
It didn't look savable, but came through. Not even a shot on target for that. A brilliant save and speed out of the defense of Elevate, but speed has been pretty much the word for Elevate. They have been very, very fast. They're not giving 90+7 room to think. And it is the strategy to deal with that ping. It may not be the key issue to fix for 90+7. You're certainly not able to, but it is definitely the playing point for Elevate.
It is, though, able to push that over to the side. This is 90+7 with a lot of pressure now.
What? What? No.
How has Deku not scored that one? I do not understand. Elevate being given gift after gift after gift here, Gex.
I just have to call Deku bad or something. He was waiting on the trigger to have a conversation with me and it didn't come. My bad. Sorry, Deku.
You control this game right now, Gex.
Yeah, they don't score without that.
Yeah, no one is able to score on the side of 90+7. That's a touch by Ocelon. This is pressure coming through from Elevate now. Not a lot of boost in the tank for 90+7. Pass down. Good save by Breezy. The counter-attack comes through again. Kevin, let's take this one through. Demo from Maxi onto Deku. Stops any attack that 90+7 might have had.
Certainly shouldn't be any caster on Earth good enough to prompt a curse that means nobody can score unless you call them bad. But 90+7, they need to win this on their own merits, not mine. Off the backboard now, it's Deku with control. Maybe not. The bump from Maxi removing that control, handing it off to Tho, in fact. And a pinch off ceiling goes very oddly, sends Tho packing.
Yeah, there's a chance now, though. Tho off the left-hand side, gets the reset, doesn't use it. Breezy's able to clear it away. Ball in, and it's a great bicycle save from Kevin. Bump from Ocelon. Chance now, double commit between Maxi and Tho. Needs to recover. It's hit the post. And it'll be cleared away by 90+7. But this is Elevate starting to grow into the game. Big fake from Maxi. He looks for the bottom left. Good save by Deku to keep the scoreline level.
So in their opponent's half, might let a chance through here. 90+7 pushing onto a defense that was only one man, but nobody making the moves there. And Elevate goes straight back to 90+7's half. It's not the confidence. We need to see them with confidence.
We do, and we're not seeing that right now as all over to the left side. Though, sit on the sidewall, doesn't get a second touch, but waiting. It's Maxiu, cleared away. Sorry, that was Ocelon. And now it's Maxiu off the backboard. Though, looking to keep the pressure on. It's in the corner. He will read this one and will get a 50 off the backboard, keeps the play alive. Maxiu over to the left. Now looking for the pass back to Ocelon, and it's just ahead of him. Such a nice idea for a play from Elevate. They don't make it work yet, but they keep the ball in 90+7's half. Though, turning on the ball, cleared away by Kevin.
Maxiu with a bit of an awkward position there. Can't take control of it, but does get it back to Ocelon for that. Out from the backboard, Ocelon with a shot on target. Going to be easily handled by Kevin there. And a bit of calmness on the goal line is what is ordered. Kevin displaying that there.
Yeah, Ocelon. Backboard again, 20 seconds left. Elevate can shut this series down with a goal here. 90+7. They want to keep it alive and In order to do that, they do
Oh.
need something, and Maxi will be able to clear. Have they overcooked it? 90+7, the ball played forwards, the 50 comes through. Kevin's awkward, it's
Oh.
off the backboard, and suddenly it's pushed away, and OT may be on the horizon. They
Oh.
will try and keep this up. 90+7, double commit from Elevate. It's going to be Tho to drop it down. Overtime is here.
Well, we just went from a dominant game-by-game series from Elevate to suddenly an overtime. We saw this. I feel like this is just a flashback right now. This is deja vu all over again from the Elevate KINOTROPE series.
Does feel a little bit like that. Certainly does. We've seen this movie before. As this one comes off the ceiling, Breezy sends it away. Ocelon's there onto the backboard. Good defense from Darku. Pushed over to the side. Ocelon's taken out. Breezy needs another touch there, and that pinch is not going to do Elevate any favors. Ball into the middle, flicked on. Ocelon will let that drop. And it's a slow pace really from Elevate, to be honest with you, Gex. I don't see them really taking a lot of early challenges. They're just trying to keep that ball in 90+7's half and waiting for them to make a mistake.
It really is reflective of that series with KINOTROPE. They get to this position where they can sweep the series and they just lack the finishing power. They lack the urgency. They get complacent, and that can drop a game here. I do think 90+7 have been playing better, but good enough to earn this win? Maybe not if Elevate were on their game.
That's a fair argument. As Breezy reset, Tho's going up to meet him. Breezy will drop. Like this, what is happening here? There's no one who particularly wants to take that ball. Everyone is just waiting on it, and there's no pace injected into the game whatsoever. Now 90+7 starts to challenge. Now they start to push forwards, but that clearance by Ocelon could spot the counter. Though misflipped, and it's going to be Breezy to bring it back forwards, looking for the pass across. Maxu misses. Ocelon clears.
I kind of understand the slowing down from 90+7. It's prompted by Elevate. Simply because if Elevate are in a position where they can beat and they do slow down, 90+7 have to respect it. They don't have the ping to respond to the touches at close range. So they don't have the option to just challenge wherever they want to. And Elevate are bringing the pace down as a result of that.
They are. Daku off the top. It's going to be Ocelon looking for the pass to the back post. Breezy equal to it. But again, the defense just scrambling a little bit. Ocelon going to go for this 50. Breezy wins out, and it's a triple commit there from 90+7. If this ball gets turned around, it's going to be Breezy actually to be able to bring this one back. Though with the drop down, Kevin keeping the possession with 90+7, and that was a nice play. Looking for the double touch. Kevin does not find the angle.
I mean, it is an extremely high-paced backboard, but I feel like Kevin doesn't miss those. It's definitely a miss forced out by pressure here. They know they need this win. It is the only thing stopping them from leaving this tournament right now. 90+7 don't just need this one. They need a full reverse sweep. The pressure is on because they now have the option to actually do it. But they have to win this challenge. They have to win this defense. Maxi with a lax touch will allow them to do that.
Yeah. And that's another one which just goes awry for Elevate when they're in a very, very promising position. She's going to let this one happen. Breezy doesn't have any boost to work with. Though challenges Kevin on the sidewall. Darku will come through to challenge. Double commit from Elevate, and these are becoming a little bit more frequent now from Elevate. Big demo through from Maxu though. Will it alleviate the pressure a little bit? Breezy knows he has a player on the far side. Can't find him yet. Kevin collects, cleared away by Ocelon. Wanting the bump was Tho. Darku turning on the play. Gets the reset. Will drop it down, but again, no urgency from 90+7, and Elevate might have a chance here. It's a 2v1. Tho off the backboard, needs a double. Who will be there? Great stop by Darku.
At least Kevin was there to put the pressure on, but Maxu with an open net opportunity. He won't miss it. And not only is it a win for Elevate, it is a sweep in the series. Despite all the predictions, not you, not me, but chat as well. Hail in the background. We've all been proven wrong in the most unbelievably dramatic fashion. 4 games is what it takes. Elevate win it in a sweep.
Well, we said we wanted an exciting grand final. We said we wanted a good game. Elevate and Luminosity both sweeping their respective semi-finals does indeed set that up. They're both coming in very, very confident. We'll see who that favors, but yeah, Elevate, they had to go right the way down to the wire. 4 minutes of OT required to beat 90+7 in that game 4. 90+7 grew into that game. They started off game 1. They looked real shaky, but as things started moving forwards, at the end of the game, they played Elevate pretty close.
Look, I'm just saying, I'm developing a really good reputation for my little side business here. I'll be waiting for Elevate to put the money in the bag for me. I picked against them there just to give them the win. Clearly, I've got the reputation for it now. I think I can claim that one.
I think you can. I think you can, and Gex's PayPal is open. He'll put a link in chat, and you guys can pay him off as much as you would like, and I'm sure he will be able to rig these games for you. But no, it was Elevate coming through. They looked really good. This is probably one of the better looks that Elevate have had this Open qualifier, and they need it going into that grand final.
Oh, yeah, they do. I mean, realistically, going into this, it could be the decider now between whether you go to the LAN or not. I mean, you need to, at the very least, equalize your opponents here, and that's what this would do. And Elevate, they want this. They want to continue to be that big representative for the region. We have lost Gladiators. It is down to Elevate to continue that reputation and the lineage of APAC. Can they do it? Well, you'll find out in the grand final, but we have one more series in this. We're going to send it off to a break. We'll catch you on the other side.
For all of the marbles.
Oh my God!
Wow. That's an early
All right, well.
start.
Yeah,
Yep.
well. Yeah. Oh! Wow.
Wow.
You pay extra for the longer car DLC? You know what?
I did, actually. I did take this car. I will admit that.
Is Monkey the only one to get kickoff gold in this whole tournament? Out of curiosity, I think he is.
You're acting like this hasn't been charity the whole time. Okay?
Listen, I gotta hold something, brother.
Everything's fine. I'm okay. No.
We're just getting it back.
Full confidence to make Monkey Man miss. That's not 10. Not a
Just
10.
when you're just yelling at someone behind them in traffic, like, move! Uh-oh. No.
Oh, hell.
No?
Oh.
It's okay.
Oh.
Okay, buddy?
That was my assist. Yeah, you're welcome. My assist. Thank you. Yeah.
We are teammates at heart. That's what this
Yeah.
really is. Yeah.
I was telling we want to support each other, boys.
The
That's
UN
yeah.
here on the desk.
We had to do it against our invader daddy. Okay, so that's he's been demoted from colonizer to invader.
Couldn't even get the colonization done, boys. Just invaded and then got sent back. Yeah, sounds about right.
Isn't that
Oh.
how it went with America? Ah,
Listen. We don't get taught that in history, okay? We don't get taught that part because it's a shame on our whole country. So I wouldn't know.
I mean, I allowed this. This was
That's
an
true, you
allowed
did.
thing that happened. Yeah.
It's okay. Everyone's got to know that you have 200 ping, and I am definitely totally at the same ping.
You're definitely okay.
Yeah.
There is definitely a
Same.
server guy at play. You are on 30 more ping than you were when you were playing against me.
I know. Hale is just watching through my window.
That's a freebie right there. Wow.
I thought it could be faster than his ping dip. Like, all right. See if we just get through.
I respect Hale getting the demo and then realizing that it was rude to try and take the shot there, so just backing off. That's,
Look, I back up when it comes to open nets, okay?
that's huge.
Unless it was done against me before, then I got to make sure we go tit for tat. Yeah.
Double.
He really wants it on stream.
No, go away.
It's gonna cost him a goal though.
Your hubris!
I told you, Rhino. the downfall of Gex.
Hey, listen, free play Gex scores goals, but he also concedes goals.
As fast as you can. I'm actually leaning in my chair.
Oh, great backdoor defense.
Oh my goodness, he's got the dribble.
Oh!
I hit
nice.
X like one time. Look at me swerve. This is me checking my cell phone in traffic.
Give me the boost.
Where is that wildcard contract? It's got to be there somewhere.
Say it is variable. Oh no!
Oh!
Oh!
Got him.
Oh, I thought I could pinch this. No. Right there.
Yeah, dude.
It's on there, Daddy. Let's go. Well, there's nothing in it. It's all over.
Oh, Hale wants to save face. He wants one more. He wants one for the right. Oh! There you go. Congratulations, Gex.
Welcome back, everybody. For the final time this weekend, we are... Sorry, real prediction? You're being exposed immediately.
Sorry. Oh, my bad.
That's,
Okay.
yeah, okay, all right. Well, you know where we stand for this next one, but, you know that this is going to be fake, no matter what we hear. Hale, thank you very much for leading us in here, though, with that was obviously the real prediction from the beginning. I can't believe how wrong we were, how unbelievably wrong we all were. That includes you guys in chat, but welcome back for the final time for the weekend to the RLCS 2025 Birmingham Major. Open number 2. Our grand final is coming up for you, and I just don't know if there's that much to say about the last series.
I got to see it from the comfort of my my chair, again, with my cat, and he even was squinting and like, ooh, this is a bit rough, as we now observe the pathway that we've taken. Oh, with the caster final, by the way. You know, shout out everyone, round of applause for Gex representing OCE, able to take it. We had some much tighter 1v1s after the not very close first round.
Right. Okay. There's
Not very.
We need to have a discussion about being able
Rhino
to like,
found the
lift up
open
your
net.
fellow-
That's all it is.
You know,
It was
we're on this
closer.
just to help each other out. Surely, I don't need this attack from you. All right.
Yeah.
But, yeah. It
Prop
looked
each other
rough
up.
for me in that first
Thank you.
open.
Thank you.
Congratulations again, Gex. You didn't get to really accept your flowers in that first one, but yes, it was. It just so happened to be the champ player beating the 2 diamonds. Who could have possibly predicted?
Yeah,
Wow.
crazy.
Look, I'm grinding, okay? We're going to be back someday, okay? It's gonna
To
happen.
expose our ranks.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're right. The SSL player beating the GCs. My fault. My fault on me.
yeah, that's it. Top 100.
Wow. But for all intents and purposes, though, this is going to be a fun one walking in. And I feel like, gentlemen, that it cannot be stressed anymore that this grand final means a lot, not just obviously for this open, but going into LAN. Because, you know, if Luminosity wins, it will take them having a top 6 finish at best for there to be any chance for anyone else to have a LAN dream coming up into that 3rd open qual.
Yeah,
Well, I was going to mention that, yeah. There's just
here.
not that many chances left for anybody except that one team. Luminosity, they did not drop the ball against 3 Rats, that's for sure. If they don't drop it again here against Elevate and Luminosity storm through, that could be all she wrote for this entire major.
Yeah. I feel like we also were caught up in recency bias. There's definitely teams that will just have terrible days in sequence. The GSL didn't look good. Yesterday didn't look good. And we let that completely sway us here, Rhino. And
I've just been going with heart picks. I know you guys are all about the legitimate. Oh, I'm gonna look good on Twitter. I see how it is, Hale.
oh my gosh.
Content man Gex over there. I understand.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it was really tough because you have to, as you say, you do have to remember that there is recency bias involved. We saw what happened in the GSL. Elevate lost to 90+7, won, and you look at that game, you take it through into today. I think the sensible prediction was to predict 90+7. Realistic point is, they didn't have their best showing today, and it was Elevate to take it through to fight against their old nemesis. We've got Elevate versus Luminosity yet again.
Yeah, I hate to agree with chat, but I think you're right. It was the right pick, and you get to make the wrong one this time. It is your choice, chat, and that usually is wrong, but put it in anyway. Who cares? Hashtag LG if you want to support Luminosity here, or hashtag ELV if you want to support Elevate, who have just been here for so long. Elevate dropping the ball here. It seems almost impossible to see a region now here in APAC where Elevate isn't at the top of that board.
Yeah, but, you know, I can't wait for the day that our prod might accidentally misspell their hashtag and put EVL, just to have them live as the bad guys that apparently everyone has painted them to be. This is going to be a big rematch between, obviously, the Dutchman plus Max, who I'm so sorry for doubting you. My scholarly mind knew I shouldn't have gone against you. But Luminosity, they have a chance to secure the bag. get this one all sealed, signed, and delivered. And even though they've been doing so well, Elevate has shown some poise in the hurricane that this storm is, and that's actually why I'm going with Elevate.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Wow. Okay.
He took it away from us. He wanted that prediction first, and I'm going to give it to you next, Rhino. You look like you're ready to bite at that.
Yeah, I kind of am a little bit, but hey, at the end of the day, it's you know, these are just predictions. I don't see Luminosity losing. I don't see Luminosity losing. I understand the argument. Elevate just played a fantastic game against 90+7, but I mean, Sosa and Sphinx and Catalysm, those three are on another planet, and I'm going to keep saying it until proven otherwise. I've said it so many times at this point. They are the ones to beat in APAC, and I don't think anyone can. I think they're going to take this grand final.
Well, I think that there is a good reason to have a split desk on this one. This is the grand final. We are coming in with the two powerhouses for the region. There have been the teams with the opportunity to step up. We were kind of hoping that might have been 90+7 there for a moment as well, but clearly some issues to work on still. I have to go, though, with Old Faithful. I'm sticking with the region. It's Elevate for me, and that's where I'm sitting. Hale, I believe that means that you and I are sitting on the same side of the desk here.
Oh, and that means you and I might as well go on a date together to check out what's going on with the rest.
To the grand final?
Yeah, we can see ourselves in the grand final. But Chad also, they have a way. Maybe they were split. I know there was a lot of LG love, and I can't tell how much of that is just for Sosa and his mighty Pythons, or if there was actually some thought process to it.
Let's see.
I mean, Rhino, the love for Luminosity, it makes a lot of sense. They haven't lost yet. They won last time. And, you know, it feels like they're kind of on the same tear, especially after what they did to Elevate yesterday.
There you go.
And
that is exactly what Chat thinks.
No.
Listen,
that's disgusting.
Me and Chat know ball. Me and Chat understand exactly what's happening here.
I think you're breaking a law by saying that as a caster on desk. You know, you can't agree with Chat. That's...
I understand. But here I sit before you, a marvel of casting, and I am going to change the tune, change the laws. I am the law, Gex. Luminosity through into this grand final. They will take it. I agree with Chat. And never before has a caster said that on a main broadcast for RLCS. I will be the first.
Take it while you can get it. Oh, I don't even know what to say to that. I'm just so disgusted. But you've heard it here. Rhino is the law. So let's see if Luminosity agree. They're going to have to bring it pretty strong to represent that kind of split on in the chat differential there, I think.
And I don't believe that anyone knows that how deep that you and I also had picked for Elevate, because this is, if they do win, it will be a deep series. Game 7, Game 6, something to that regard. They have to wear down a team that has not been worn out as of yet. All of their series have been very, very short, either through a sweep or otherwise. And if they intend to really kind of keep this mountain beyond the eye of this Luminosity, it's got to be in a very, very long stretch of play.
Rhino, we got to send you off, but make a prediction for the score line here, because I've said 7, Hale's said 6. What are you saying in favor of Luminosity?
4 games. Sweep.
4 games. Sweep.
Wow.
Oh, the sweep. There it is. Yeah, get off desk. We don't want you anymore. Clear him off. We'll catch you later. Rhino, that's unacceptable.
Wow. All right. So a grand final sweep just to make it quick, boring, and get done with the morning. Okay. Well, Gex, you and I, we finally get to have this grand final together, and we get to see what happens for APAC number 2. And again, if Luminosity takes this one, they'll have 30 points, a 10-point separation from Elevate, and then they simply need to make a top 6 berth going into that next final, which really means that they just need to do well into their GSLs and survive that open number 3 pretty clean.
Hell, you had to sit through that Luminosity series against 3 Rats, so you've earned your spot here for a good grand final. I'm not gonna throw you under the bus just like Rhino has there. Hell, we need this to go Game 7, I think. As much as your prediction might be 6, I want to see Game 7 for the content. This has been a heart pick all along for Elevate. Luminosity have the advantage here, don't get me wrong. They are the storming team coming in and taking the region right now, and Elevate, they've got to stand up and stop this.
They definitely do, and I feel like this is a team that is having fun versus the team that is leaning forward, having a mental moment of clarity between a lot of teammates with Tho, Ocelon, and Maxu. Elevate obviously knows that it hasn't been a perfect weekend. It has not been the easiest competition. With Sosa, Sphinx, and Catalysm across the pitch from them, you're going to have to conquer not just what's in front of you, but what's inside of you. And I feel like their coach is also able to do a lot of that with Trill. So what can Elevate really find from going forward? We want parity across our two competitors to make this a 2-horse race and not one that is a horse and the other one is already bottled up glue.
Well, I think, yeah, Trill's got the lasso out. He's trying to wrangle these players now. I'm kidding. I think it's been a better day for Elevate, though, and I think they know what they need to do. They know how to keep it calm. Let's see if they can bring the mentality of their previous wins into this. Game 1 of the grand final here for Open number 2 begins now.
4 games between Luminosity and a repeat. Same thing for Elevate. And maybe breaking the score. Elevate currently is able to keep at least that lead in the overall team series for the season. We want to be able to improve it. And Luminosity just wants to dominate. This has got to be Luminosity playing their game, and they play downhill running.
The shot upfield, Tho already trying to get a passing play started, but it's gone to the wrong wall for that to be a beat by Elevate there. They're going to have to go back to defense only for a moment. Now midfield found Sphinx with control with a flick. Does he reach a teammate? Yes, Sosa eventually, but it came off Tho, and Elevate, they have been locked to their half. It has not really been on their goal line. It's not been super pressurizing. However, this will be a chance. Oh, I thought it was a save from Muslim for a moment, but Sosa sneaks it in.
Yeah, this ball had been getting beamed side to side from off the wall. Sosa had the tiniest little head fake, aimed for the 50-50 at the goal line, and Luminosity, even though, like you mentioned, it hadn't been at that back third, as soon as it was, they pounced at opportunity.
Pounce is right. We've been talking about that cat and mouse kind of gameplay all day, and Luminosity has been the cat in the scenario. Elevate now, though. They have to get into this like a Looney Tunes mouse. That's what we need to see.
Which means you got to bring out the saws and cut that hole a little bit bigger if you intend to go
the
full
Acme equipment.
On this.
Yeah.
Got to be that coyote, but don't have all that stuff, I guess, go wrong as it usually does. For Elevate, control. Maxu, flip reset. It actually gets taken away as Sosa goes for double demo. That's through the smoke screen, but a great reception by Sosa on the goal line.
Yeah, Luminosity, though, they're hunting Wabbits. It's Catalysm down, and the shot on by Sphinx. The save there from Ocelon. Elevate are holding good defense. It's 1 through from Luminosity. But other than that, Elevate have been holding the line well. They just need to pass the midfield. They haven't had a chance on offense.
Yeah, they've had an eyeball to it. They got one extension, but it was only one. And from there, we've already gone through more than 2 minutes of play, and usually at this time, depending on the opponent, they would have pinned them back and had a multitude of shots. I love the challenge out of Tho. That will drop, at least harmlessly, over towards this outside ring, and then a great second effort, again, as Sosa will clean things up. Sphinx has played that workhorse, playing off ball, getting demos, making light work for Catalysm and Sosa. Ocelon is going to verticalize this ball, Maxu to the ceiling, and they were hoping that it would drop back to Tho, but instead, backwards they go.
Ocelon with a huge EU clear. Maxu was prepared for it, but maybe not as well as the defense from Luminosity. And it is midfield, midline defense, but there it is. Maxu sends the defense packing. Absolutely nuclear bump here. Into the ceiling he goes. And it was, yeah, there it is. Elevate come up with their first.
That would have been tough anyway for Catalysm, because that was a straight line shot and Catalysm was on top of it from the backboard. Ocelot hoping to skip something here from this kickoff, but Elevate does find a precious and necessary goal. Luminosity is so hard to score on in the first place. They just stack opponents up like a brick in the wall. Bump attempt. You saw one flying by. Max, you trying to do it again.
I mean, Elevate, they just don't let those moments pass. You saw it in their last series. You give them an opportunity and they will score every single time. They don't miss opportunities. However, they haven't been given a lot of them. Elevate, to be able to even this up, has been an impressive effort here out of really only one opportunity that they have been given so far. Minute 30 on board, and they're going to need another.
It's really tough to force Luminosity to hand you those chances, so you must develop them. You really have to send up a forward man, an initiation, to trap someone on just a regular rotation. Less than 80 seconds to go. You've got someone diving. Max, you will commit. Though is way back. He has to give so much extra respect and room, and Catalysm comes up with that demo. Then they have it returned in kind by Ocelot. They'll boost out from out of their corner. Last 60 seconds here, Gex, and you know both these teams want this first game.
Elevator looking good for it right now, though. I mean, they are making their way back in, time and time again, into the Luminosity defense. You got to say, though, I mean, they surprised the Luminosity defense with that first shot. Right now, they're ready for it. Luminosity are stacking the line, stacking the net, and they have been able to bring this forward time and time again, but it seems like the roles have been reversed. Elevate, locking down the midfield.
Actually, winning that one touch between two is so pivotal, because Luminosity is just biting at the bit, hoping that they can get back downfield. That's where they were living for the first 3 minutes. Instead, Elevate have really stolen territory. Now, last time we mentioned that, Luminosity started to cook. Oh, redirect, what a save! Catalysm takes a shot on target. Sosa versus 2, top shelf, and the Canadian will not be denied.
A crazy save first here, and it's let down just a little by the second attempt. It was also on both times, but just a little late on that jump. Oslam was low on boost there, but had more than enough to reach the crossbar. Just uncertain of the challenge to make on that ball, and with 13 seconds left, Elevate may have let this go. In fact, may even let a second go. They lose the kickoff. 6 seconds on the board. It comes out to midfield. A pre-jump. Where is the third? No, it was going for a demo. It was a hopeful shot on target that was not reached.
Pre-postured to get that 1-2-3 going. Ocelot on the separation, but all the designs were a bit too muddied, as Luminosity simply had to play for the long game. And a great second effort. Sosa securing that goal, really making that the best possible way, especially considering that Elevate had them trapped for a couple minutes in a row, and then they found one way to break out.
500-point game from Sosa there. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot if you're just going into regular ranked. Certainly a winning scoreline, but 500 in a game between these two teams where so much is played out in the midfield, where so much is dealt with before it's on goal line. That's a big scoreline.
That's massive. And you see that, again, it's not like they didn't have at least people present or have a defense that was coming through, but Elevate, I love that what we're seeing, at least to be more competitive. This is where some of the doubts existed before. If we had Luminosity the way they were acting their Gex in the first 2 minutes for the entirety of that game, you and I would at least be looking silly. Now we're just looking a little bit inaccurate, just a tiniest bit wrong. Luminosity is still carrying that momentum in game one.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not undoable, though. It's certainly looking like Game 7 should be likely out of this. These teams are neck and neck. There is definitely the opportunity here. Luminosity, despite Elevate's recent win, have been able to come in with more momentum, though. And Elevate almost starting Game 2 off right, though. So, another pass across. Catalysm with not a lot of boost, but Ocelon is completely out.
Oof. Another big demo, and this kind of physical play is exactly what transcends and defines Luminosity. Oh, I love the fake! Sosa lays it up, but the following find after Sphinx gets that 50 is all Catalysm. Just look at him baiting that touch.
The problem for me is that Tho wasn't fooled by it. He followed that off backboard, and just didn't jump in time. That's a rookie error there from Tho to be jumping so late on a play that was going to be met in the air by Luminosity.
And so, I mean, it feels like Elevate just kind of falls under this this steamroll of pressure. Max, you got caught in traffic right there. But even so, they had that long read for that play. Tho is getting hyperactive. This is actually that main player for Elevate that if things need to occur offensively, Tho is often the tool that starts wedging open chances, and they've got to be even more active if they want to do it against Luminosity.
The door is looking pretty firmly closed right now for Luminosity, though, and Elevate are going to have to really jam it open if they want to get out of their own half even. This is looking very, very much like Game 1, though, and they can't take that long to respond. Elevate took so long to get out of their own half, and when they did, they actually led the series too. So, really not great circumstances for Elevate if we're looking at a reflection of Game 1.
Actually, he's playing this kind of coy, hoping to be patient. That's just a giveaway, but they knew Maxu was buried deep in that corner, so not too stressed or pressed about it. Again, Maxu trying to fill that second position gap. What can they rotate with? And feels like Luminosity hasn't run scared as of this moment, but they've been clustered. This is a team that suddenly finds a form. It becomes the shape they need to be right when they need to defend against Elevate.
Maxu also just completely out of boost at the exact moment he needed it for that last shot as well. He's out again, but he does find the placement this time around. He does not need it to just fire one on net. And with Catalysm tucked into the back of net and Sphinx avoiding a bump into the post, there's nobody available to save that.
Yeah, and even when he did, he traveled from that near side or far side post, and then the shot went high as he had to travel low. So great job. Oh, Maxu, these are scary moments from those kickoffs. You never want to be so stock still and cold, especially when you have someone just kind of coming forward. That post saving the day.
I mean, you look back at the previous series as well, and Elevate, they definitely can lose kickoffs. They have shown that, but what a save from Ocelon there. That is a beautiful one to push that out. Though in behind it here, and will 50 it away. Sosa. Now Ocelon to sneak through. Sphinx, is he back in time? He is going to get demoed away. The first shot not on target. They recollect. Maxu looking for a touch off the side wall. And it's going to have to go high. An attempt still by Tho. Battered away by Sosa.
Yeah, he wasn't able to fully collect on that flip reset. Put the majority of his car underneath it. You see how they're sweeping this line. Really prioritizing the same kind of game plan Luminosity had in the early game. And this is so reminiscent of what we had in game number 1, which means that there may be something breaking late term. Catalysm reverses his field and his trajectory, brings it high, calls for Sosa underneath, aiming for this outside angle touch. But Tho is just going to bring it back to a familiar corner. When things slow down, it gets dicey for Elevate on their back half, but they do get this clear.
Do not be fooled by recency bias. 4-1 in the upper bracket quarterfinals here. I am starting to lose my words. But Luminosity there were playing a very, very different Elevate. And now the chances are there. Demo and Ocelon will open up opportunities, but only really to push back out of Luminosity's own half.
They've been playing up. We often say that they play down. This is a team that recognizes they must not let opportunities slip. This grand final is going to be indicative of maybe who will make it into land. And as Birmingham has seats at the table, there's only one for this entire region. Ocelon aiming to carry. Tho is caught in no man's land. Sosa's going to try and take advantage. They go diving for a floor pinch. Maxu is stuttered. They set up for another shot. Sosa was in that corner. What an awesome idea, but they just couldn't execute.
Tho out to the right-hand wall with boost. Not a lot to spare here. Tries the fake. Sphinx not fooled. And back to midfield he goes. Passing off to Sosa. Going for the bump. Ocelon there to challenge, but it has to be Tho to get it back under control. A pass. Instant conversion upfield, but Elevate gets shut down, and Catalysm with the save.
The main weapon set that Luminosity uses is the third man, and often he's been just a little late. Elevate just trying to cruise with space. A massive clear, a pinch off of Ocelon, and a defender from Luminosity. Sosa trying to bury it. This one instead will touch grass as we go to overtime of game 2.
If you could tell me you predicted this one, you would be a liar. Elevate and Luminosity are neck and neck. There is nothing between these teams. I see no advantage here, other than the fact Sphinx has the ball. It's a pass off there and a shot, but away back to midfield it goes, and there will be caution displayed by these teams.
That was going to bail, because Maxu was chasing that. They had no boost, and Elevate, again, already squaring up the majority of this field. We have gone to the same corner, same arch. For the last several attempts out of Luminosity, they have a left side tendency. Sphinx sweeping the line with both so that's going to be booming down, but Catalysm is playing a very deep third. They're trying not to come up too far, and maybe that's actually the out of sync play that is keeping Luminosity from that more aggressive execution set.
Elevate trying to just put shots on target, not necessarily to score there, but to put on pressure. Unfortunately, they relieve the pressure with good defense and a conversion back to the other end immediately. Luminosity are looming on their opponents right now. Though, push again, Catalysm now. He has been instrumental to no end in this series so far.
It's been small ball play as well that Luminosity is aiming to defeat Elevate. Not really the big passes. They just want to defeat them in a cluster, forcing the defense to get into some uncomfortable situations. Maxu will get a flip and try to bring this right around the corner instead, but no. Sosa with not a lot of boost. He's going to call a teammate to help him out. Reinforcements coming again. We will now finally sweep this pitch to its other half. Sosa finds the midfield. That's a touch on, but the defenders of Elevate will be there to answer.
Every touch forward that can be a pass from Luminosity seems to be, especially from that midfield. They will turn it into a pass and immediately go for the bump transition. It is so threatening. The pressure on Elevate is really, really massive right here, and it feels like it should break them at some point. Though, demoed away here. They are drained of boost, but they get their breakaway. Sphinx with another demo. Maxu left alone in the upper half, and it will be Tho to close the gap. Now, Hi, Maxu looking for something, but can't get the read low, and Sphinx does.
I think they didn't mind being demoed in that moment. You had Tho rotating to that corner, hoping for that 100 boost. They knew that they were basically dusted, but being demoed and knowing they were tracked means they get at least a third of a tank, saving themselves from what was a very, very dry moment. We are now more than a half of a game of Rocket League into overtime for game number 2. Luminosity wants to double up this series lead. Elevate does not want to let things get worse. And they've been playing like madmen, trying to keep up with the beasts from APAC.
A great first touch there from Maxu, and he continually goes for these fakes in the midfield. It's just not working. Luminosity is reading the ball, not the player, and it's the right move in those 1v1 kind of situations. Maxu has the expertise there, but it's just not paying off. Maxu again now to challenge as well, and it's an upfield pass to Ocelon. Can they make the transition? It's going to go high. Maxu out to midfield, and the attack should die off.
There was an apprehension there by Tho. I know he didn't have a lot of boost, but he decided to not dive through, and it was Luminosity that read that as well. It was kind of helter-skelter between Maxu and Ocelon, and who would be able to find at least that follow-up. Ocelon with a great pickup. Sphinx is going to be buried. He's going to take that corner. Better watch out from behind enemy lines. Was aiming to get rid of Ocelon. That's a shot. That's a double commit. They're going to have a savior medal for Ocelon as it goes back to midfield. Watch out. Even without boost, Sphinx is dangerous.
We are creeping our way towards a full game length of overtime here. 3.5 minutes well past now. Ocelon just gets an important touch to keep that from going back towards their own net. Sphinx puts that high. Sosa. Oh my goodness. The demo on Sosa almost just smoke screened that for Ocelon, but he does make the challenge correctly.
Soft touch given away. Ocelon trying to make that Dutch connection between himself and Tho. Maxu, even with no boost, just here as an ever-present threat.
Oh!
Sphinx is stalled out on the line. It will go high. As we turn now towards the near 5-minute mark, Tho dangerous turns just to collect that ball.
It is a win, though. Possession is found, but only for a moment. They allow Sphinx back to this. No real urgency on the challenges against Luminosity in the midfield. And that should have been a goal. An open net saved by their own teammate. Luminosity denied.
That one was a dangerous position for the defender. Sphinx ends up putting their trunk on the ball. Elevate has gifted us with extra time as well, or rather Luminosity. So we get to see what continues to move forward. 5-minute OT in game number 2. It's going to be a backbreaker for whomever loses this one. Elevate doesn't want it to be then the pass back, but look how deep everyone is for Luminosity. No boost to share.
Right now, I'm liking my Game 7 prediction. 5 minutes of overtime. If this doesn't go to Game 7, then it's just wrong.
Oh, but as much of the theater of the mind as that is, we're seeing it right in front of our eyes. What a 50 win. Aslan wasn't there. Sosa's just going to kind of take that one off his fender, aiming for a bump no one gets connected with. And now Elevate has to receive. What a dime. A takeaway by Max. You good interception. Catalysm is going to try and give Sosa and Sphinx a chance to rotate, and you don't want to get caught looking up. Though, again, the first man to pick it up as they start taking these extra shots from Luminosity distance.
Continuous bad offensive signs for Elevate from me. It's really disappointing to not see the third man preparing for offense. They're trying to play too safe. I mean, even there, that last opportunity on Luminosity's net, nobody's willing to challenge the person in control of the ball, and it leads to them sacrificing a lot of time that they could have been turning that into attack. Sphinx now away. Aslan won't turn forward.
Oh. Cherry pick position, maybe? No, it's just going to be a 50 win. Yeah, we're seeing a lot more kind of a 1-2 separation. You're seeing someone dive wholeheartedly and then someone at midfield and then stacked right behind him. Aslan will get this one volleyed back, and Max, you went for them on man play, trying to separate them from the ball. That's Sphinx. This could be a kill shot. It will go high. Sosa following, and that's going to be the one that finally breaks it. 6:46 in OT.
It just ends up being a battle of attrition, and the team worn out is Elevate, disappointingly for the series score, because now it is weighted in Luminosity's favor. We are less likely to see that Game 7 for every game that Luminosity wins after that Game 1, and they are going to stack on a second here, and Elevate, after a massive, massive effort, they've got to be reeling from this loss.
Also, shout out to everyone that was making predictions as to who would win in OT. I think the closest was 6-13 Sosa. Shout out Flu. You did a good job. So, we go into and out of that one. That had to have been exhausting, Gex. And for Elevate to not walk away now with a tied series into game number 3, does that rack the mental too hard?
I mean, at least it would have been exhausting for both teams. But it was Elevate that gave up the ghost. It wasn't Luminosity. So they've got something left to spare here. And that's very, very scary for Elevate. Like you said, it could be a mental boom here as much as it was demos on the field.
Yeah. Also, apparently Rhino made a slightly closer guess, but all casters have the script, so his kind of doesn't count. So he might know some ball. But yeah, this has got to be an elongated moment where everyone kind of looks at each other. You still have to get all the pressure off your shoulders. Take a moment. It's still a couple games. It's a best of 7. You know that this can happen anywhere, but you feel like you've played now more than 3 games. And that's where some of this could come to rot, especially with what's right around the corner. Game number 3 is going to be so telling. And if this ends up being a sweep, much like Rhino thinks it's going to be, it's because of that previous game being so fatiguing.
It's gonna feel like they've played the series already at this point. I mean, it's not just that it's that length of time. It's that length of time without a goal being scored. You don't get the chance to just put your controller down for a second, flex out your hands. You know, you don't get any room to breathe. It's such a massive slog to be in an overtime that long, especially under the pressure of an RLCS grand final.
Oh my goodness. Especially one where there could be a land berth right around the corner. We go to DFH Stadium. It is, in fact, 2-0 right now to Luminosity. They're trying to secure this one. It would be a match point right around the corner for them. Elevate. They've got to find something to muster up, but the good news is it was just one OT loss. Got to just minimize the impact of that.
The touch from Catalysm, looking for the backboard there, and it will be Maxu underneath it with control here as well. All eyes are on Elevate right now. What can they do to get back in this series? Because another game across to Luminosity, you don't win 4 back-to-back. that would be a death sentence for Elevate. And Luminosity want to make it likely.
These are those follow-ups that have been so crucial by Luminosity. Elevate can often either go for the first one or just kind of come away, but it was a fake out from that near side post. Obviously, would have loved to get it in the first place, but finding someone in your back pocket, it's so tough to stop.
Big demo there on the line. It's Catalysm to go down for it. Sosa making a challenge here. And it's long enough that Catalysm can get back in this play with full boost. They may just retain their offense. Not if Tho has anything to say about it, though. It's a good dribble forward.
First minute finally comes to a close, and it goes quickly the other way as Luminosity holds this early lead. So far, that has been the make and the mayhem for them as they find these leads, but it has been a very minimal series, not this kind of openness that you would normally get from the full offense that these teams can bring. Getting that slight bump, a Goomba stomp, if you will, by Maxu to make sure that counterplay doesn't happen. This is going to be backboard, but Sosa signs, seals, and delivers that one out.
Another shot straight downfield, but the deep third defender, Tho, making use of that. I feel like maybe that big split between the one left in defense for Elevate during that overtime in particular, it had to be a bit of a plan there. Game one, Luminosity were just putting on a lot of shots. Whether they were quality or not, there were a lot of shots. And this might just be one for Elevate, but no, it gets away again. So many opportunities just not going answered. Elevate have been so good at capitalizing on everything they create, and it's just not happening right now for them.
They can't get any of those midfield passing plays. They've been stretching the field laterally across that back third, and this time around, it feels like they have to rely on backboard placement to then work off of double touches. You're going to see the same thing here. Ocelon with a putback shot. Woo! It will collide. Sphinx is going to backflip. That happens again. Crossbar! 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 Keeps them out.
The defense keeps it alive. It is found to safety over and over again, whether that be by slight misplacements or very, very clutch defense. But Luminosity will just not let Elevate through. And
trying to show the fourth man is maybe working for him as the opposite side crossbar was setting someone up. But there is not the same kind of fortuitous follow-up from Luminosity that we've got so many times before. Sosa underneath Ocelon, forcing him to jump. That will make that ball go high. Maxu is waiting all the way into the back line. Where is Tho? Maxu will step up anyway. I think Tho is going to be looming into the midfield. Sphinx, I think he's recognized that he's had a few sour touches, trying to keep things calm.
This is going to start to get overwhelming for Elevate. Oh, nearly a rule one. Tho jumps it before I think it was set in stone. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. Shot goes high. Sphinx to answer. Elevate at this point, you would be normally talking about how many goals have they been kept from in a row, but it's not really that. I mean, they didn't score that long ago if you look at that statistic. If you look at the amount of time that has passed, it has been 2 games worth of time since Elevate last scored.
That's not where you want to be against the clock, and knowing that your offense can, in fact, get beyond the brick wall that is Luminosity. But it feels like forever. Tough find from Maxu. Oh no, that one's gonna be buried. Sosa gets another one. And that could be enough if Elevate cannot get anything in this last minute.
Could be. I mean, 2.5 games probably at this point of time have passed since Elevate last scored. And you expect them to get 2 in 57? I love the hope, but I just can't see it.
I live my life through dreams. Only dreams. Oh my!
Yes,
hey,
we live for these moments.
This is something I would come up with in a dream. Off of Tho to Sphinx to Catalysm. Both teams, so much camaraderie out there.
Yeah, they're all working together. It's one big party. I'm sure nobody is upset by that at all.
It took, what, 7, 8 seconds? Wonderful follow-up. Can it be done again?
Mean, we've just proven that Luminosity can score 3 in that period of time.
Uh-oh. Oh, well, they're definitely going to score 3. Yeah. As this was an all-in play, and just a complete overcommit. We know the aggression that this team can play with, but no one was expecting that same zone. 2 players just too I guess, corralled in the same spot.
Look, I'm happy if we ended this here to call this a 4-0, really. It's Luminosity has been firing all the shots here and has been saving all the shots, more importantly. Their defense has been off the charts, and even when it's not, the pressure to get magnificent placement, just unbelievably epic goals, that's what it seems to take. In Elevate's mind, they cannot shoot basic shots because they're never making it.
Sphinx cam right now. Oh my goodness! Pipeline, and finally, Maxu will find purchase. 1 goal off, 8 seconds to go.
It only took most of last game's regulation time and a full game length overtime, plus all of this game for Elevate to finally earn a goal.
They find one more. Ocelon has already jumped. No, that's Maxu. Ocelon's going to have to get some level of redirect. They want to plant this one to the grass. Ocelon has a tough task in front of him. Maxu will pop this high. They've stolen boost from them. It's near impossible. They will let this one die. And that may very well be the hopes as well for Elevate. Luminosity, they go to match point. As we approach game number 4, Gex, this is a tough ask for Elevate to answer.
I mean, it was rock in a hard place for that last touch. That was going nowhere but to Luminosity control again. So keeping it up, not an option there, and that spelled instant disaster. I mean, it might be a 1-goal difference, but that did not tell the story of this game, and it certainly wouldn't tell the story of this match. We are now 3-0 in series score, and it's wrong. It's all wrong.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Luminosity, it's all right. Everything's going just true. Right. Yeah. But I felt like Elevate there was spacing issues. No one knew who was supposed to be on proper rotations. We found 2 open backlines, and we had just the most chaotic of not being able to break down the defense, hitting the backboard to crossbar. I swear, I think Rhino did in fact give them an extra PayPal payment. So we get to see how much of that actually works out, because now Elevate has to prove not only do they answer the gut check, but can they do so 4 times in a row, what they have not been able to do over the past 2 days.
I mean, I feel like we're being harsh. The defense was still good out of Elevate there. It was really, I mean, even the offense was good. It was just that they were forcing themselves into positions where they had to score the best goal that's ever been scored in RLCS, or they weren't scoring. So all of their placements were risky, and it didn't pay off time and time again. Elevate got cut out by Luminosity's defense, but Luminosity scored 1 goal for the vast majority of that game, and that was because Elevate had control not only of their defense, but the midfield. There's still so much to work with for this team. They're just not converting.
No, yeah, it feels like that final little piece is missing. It's like you got all the jigsaw pieces. They're all squirreled together in the spots they need to be, but you're just not quite kind of turning them to the angle they've got to lean. So at the best sight that we've seen so far for this moment, Luminosity has not scored. Ocelon telling Tho, yo, I'm upfield, hands up. Can you touch it to me? Maxu will win a 50-50, and now they kind of go looking and lurking for some of that outside room boost. First minute elapses, still 0s.
I mean, credit where it's due as well. Luminosity have made it a situation where it almost is true that Elevate, every single shot they have to put on it has to be perfect. Luminosity's defense has been, I don't think I've seen anything quite this solid in the history of APAC. Luminosity is coming in here with some really tough to beat mental and energy on their own line. They are just showing us how to hold a score line, and that has been lacking.
The only team I'd actually harpen back to say that it has happened before with APAC, off of this touch, I was going to mention Tokyo Verde, but let's talk about Maxu, because this is just a 50-50 shot. Sosa shoves it high, and they were able to kind of cut the difference between.
Tokyo Verde, you are going back away.
Right, yeah.
I don't think chat remembers that. Elevate, though. You're not wrong. 1 up here in a good fashion. Maxu just sniping an opportunity, but it should be one there. They are lucky to earn it. That is a bad misplay on the kickoff, despite winning it.
This does look like my lobby for that kickoff. The good news, though, is that Ocelon does come up and score it. That often would not happen at the end.
Hey, Kale, you can't tell everybody your rank and then say that. That's not fair.
Most people actually won't even park next to the ball. They just look at it and be like, oh, we have to hit this thing? Cool.
They weren't aware.
Nah. Playing soccer?
So with a challenge?
Wild.
Yeah, in the net is where you want the ball. The other one, not yours. Oh, another clear upfield, though. Elevate are making moves. This is a turnaround. Luminosity couldn't keep up what they were doing forever. I mean, they were playing almost perfect Rocket League. It would be ludicrous to think that that level of play is sustainable for just about any team in the world. But right this second, it is a test being put to Elevate that they are answering. They have to do this time and time and time again, and they have to not let it drop this time now.
They're also taking shades of the way they play and kind of balancing this this weight. When they have to go into defense, they're not at all anxious nor panicked to get out of their back half, and they take a long rotation to do so laterally. When they are on offense, it feels like they are just trying everything in the book, but again, with full-fledged fun.
Oh.
Sosa also just knows when to body slam and completely decimate through this defensive hold.
You were talking about Elevate's gameplay like some kind of Michelin star chef, and meanwhile, Luminosity's like, let me cook.
Look, sometimes you get the stars. Sometimes you throw it in the fryer. Both taste good.
Right now, I'm sure either option would work if it creates a goal. For Elevate, they still want to be alive in this series, and they're only up by 1. The nerves will start to set in here.
Less than 2 minutes to go, and Elevate just needs to not let loose this lead. They can't completely play defense. You've got to have that solid rotation. Big save out of Tho. Another wrecking ball.
Oh.
It will be a double commit, and they'll put it past them. Sphinx will get another, and this is breaking down Elevate.
Not even a full double commit. Tho jumped. There wasn't really a lot of options there. He probably should have stayed grounded, but it's definitely a excusable mistake. The unfortunate part came that it wasn't just a double commit towards the ball, it was a double commit that reached. If one of them had missed there, they would have been fine.
90 seconds. No misses allowed. Luminosity. Time to finish it. Rhino's got a full 4-0 ready to go. The man is cooking, apparently.
No, we can't let him actually
apparently
have that.
Luminosity wants to answer.
Okay.
Oh, man, Elevate. They've got a lot to work for. And you know what? At best, they can be able to bring on your prediction. But with 1 minute approaching, the gong is being hit, and it's very loud.
1 minute now, and Catalysm is trying to follow that through. No boost. He backs away. Sosa now faking to ground. Going to grab boost. Trying to starve out Elevate. It's the right move right now. And nobody in the lead. There is no room to spare. A good pass out here could spell something positive for Elevate. It's Catalysm. Again, the pass off. Sosa. It's a double commit. Do they have the time to turn this around? Luminosity could score here, but they're just not quick enough.
That one, luckily for Elevate, hung so high, Sphinx wasn't able to immediately go for the sprint.
Oh.
Sphinx comes through. He is everywhere, omnipresent and consistent. Just all over the place.
The immortal Sphinx.
Oh! Looking for the floor pinch. 10 seconds to go. Can this go overtime yet again? They've not been able to answer the call in regulation or in bonus time. One handoff. The man is dead. Catalysm for the kill shot for the win. Flip resets. It will land in the corner. Elevate has a chance, but they want to settle this in bonus time.
Luminosity, I mean, they did well just to get here. It looked like Elevate had that chance, but I guess the ancient Egyptians were onto something. Sphinx is just magical.
See if Sphinx can drum up some of that ancient magic. Don't even think he needs too much mana for it. That's going to be two defenders on top of Sosa. Catalysm sweeping the corner, the midline. It's a 3v1. Ocelon with not a lot of boost. Sosa with a high-hanging shot, but the knuckleball will be put away.
Another chance here. Maxiu sat dead in the way, and a pinch out actually might benefit Elevate here. Commit from Tho. Gonna take it slow, looking for a good 50. Does find one. Catalysm out of boost. Will be able to collect in the corner. Though has to rotate out. It's in front of net. Ocelon puts the pressure on, and it's a big clear down the other end. Does it hand away possession, though? It looks like Luminosity can keep it. Maybe this will be an attack back the other way, but they want to keep it safe, too.
Elevate's getting bodied. Like 100-pound men versus the best sumo wrestlers. That's going to be a dunk attempt. Trying to Harlem Globetrotter through that. Sphinx will take this corner boost and this ball and take it away, not letting Elevate have a chance. We have not seen an Elevate shot since the first couple of minutes of this game.
Oh, this is a brutality by Luminosity on the opportunities they've had, but Elevate, they are standing up to it. I mean, they are taking a battering, and they are just weathering it right now. It's another shot across the bow. Answered by Maxiu, now out of the corner. We'll get a bump, carrying Catalysm away. The dribble of the player instead of the ball, I'll take it.
Oh, Catalysm, he's coming. Watch out. Double, trying to read Ocelon's first touch. And now they aim to break out. Ocelon with no boost. Just kind of bounces this one forward. He's going to give Maxiu and Tho something to look at. And they're both in the same exact zone. The last time they did this, they were scored on so quickly. Counterplay by Catalysm. Oh! It's on angle! That's it! 4-0 sweep. Rhino's right. We're out.
No, don't say Rhino's right. I don't accept it. It's all lies. It's a mirage. Luminosity. 3-2. I don't want to believe it. Luminosity have been talked about as, you know, it's Luminosity, then the rest. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want it to be true. But there might be some validity here. They stand up against the rest of the region. And not only do they do it with their head high, they do it in a sweep. The grand final rests in their hands, and it's twice back-to-back. They might just have the major in hand.
They've got a 10-point lead over the next best team, and that's Elevate, who they just defeated. This was from end to end. Luminosity playing their game, playing calm. They went down 0-2 in this fourth game, and they were able to bring it to an overtime. And Elevate looked starstruck facing off against Luminosity. And they went, if you count the overtime, 8.5 bonus minutes. So it's not like this didn't go at least 5.5 games, if you will.
Yeah.
Wow. Luminosity's very strong, and they're pretty much on the precipice of making land.
Yeah, I'll take that, and that means that Rhino is wrong. It wasn't 4 games, it was 5.5. So, you know, predictions out the window, man. What were you even thinking? How did you not predict the 5.5 to 0? That's a totally predictable scoreline. But let's bring him back. Rhino, you got to watch that one. It is brutality at its finest, really. I know we're not allowed to outright state that somebody's making the major, but come here. Just between you and me, guys. Just between you and me, I think Luminosity is making the major.
Oh, that could be a hot take. Listen.
Oh, really? Could it? I don't think so. That's the most lukewarm take I've ever given on Death.
No, I obviously was very much enjoying watching that. There were some very, very close games, but I did bring a prop to help me out, explain the exact, the way that this game went.
You sweep your house with that?
Yeah, the whole house on his hands and knees.
It's the whole thing. Yeah, it turns out I just use my vacuum most of the time, so I only have a dustpan and brush.
Okay.
But
he doesn't even own a
to
broom.
accentuate the point, we had to get there. So yeah, big sweep, and no one could possibly have predicted that scoreline. So we'll move on. And yeah,
he's so humble.
So humble. Wow. Luminosity, they just look so. I don't even have any other words to describe it. They are APAC region right now. It would be a huge capitulation in OQ3 if they weren't to get there to Birmingham.
You've made me like you again, Rhino.
I like that it's again. I like that you liked me in the first instance. That's good. Thank you. That's
true. Again, yeah, you've been it back.
Yeah.
Surprising, right? Well, let's see how we liked the entire weekend. Here is your playoffs bracket, that top 8. Coming all the way from Luminosity, Elevate, DEKUBOP, 90+7, KINOTROPE, Blue Torch, Jungle Juices, and 3 Rats. There were some 4-0s, there were some 4-3s, there were some 4-1s. We had no 4-2s.
Huh. So the one prediction I made was terrible. Okay. Yeah, I should never do that ever again. Cool.
Yeah, it's not a scoreline that happens here.
No, never. Which kind of rings true. It's the gatekeeper map, and either you break through it or you're far from it. Okay, but Luminosity, like what has been mentioned in chat, but what we've been talking about, they guarantee themselves 30 points after today, but also a LAN appearance if they make top 4, which they've consistently done twice now, at least through the outside of the GSL range from the Opens. And if they win that match, they're in. So they know the pathway forward, and fate's in their hands.
Well,
their own fate is in their own hands, and that's the best place you can be in a region like this. We talked before the season started about this being such a tight region at the top. We mainly talked about Luminosity and Elevate, but we mentioned 3Rats, we mentioned a couple of other teams that were involved, so that's where we sit. But Luminosity, they've got 30 points from a possible 30, and the next lowest is, of course, 20 with Elevate. So as Monkey Man has said already, top 6 guarantees Luminosity getting to Birmingham, and I think they'd be hard-pressed not to find that in OQ3.
Well, they at least get top 6 a tiebreaker with whomever, if Elevate now is able to get up and get that dub. But 4. So just a big win in the upper side of that bracket, and it's over. So either way, the math will come out, and you'll see some big announcement from Esports.
I gotta say, I don't think it needs to. The chances that Luminosity are not only not winning the next one, I think there's still the chance there is a world where they lose the grand final. But them not making it to the grand final, that seems a little far-fetched to me.
Yeah, the percentage exists. It just happens to be right here between my fingers, which looks really cool when it's up to my eyeball, but is in fact
Hale, you have this thing where it's like you're talking to preschoolers sometimes. I love it because it was very, very apt there when you were talking about the big scary boogeyman that was coming down. That it was Luminosity in that series. It was look out, here they come, they're coming in. It's like Dad stomping down the hallway pretending to be a monster. That was it.
I'm trying to minimize how scary this actually is for everyone. So, don't want it to be too bad to handle,
I think it was apt.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
I have just seen something my ex just refreshed, and though on Twitter has posted depressing no major GG's. He's given up.
Yeah, he's got the stats for you there, right there.
Yeah, that's the one.
Rough.
So, yeah, Elevate not happy with their performance, not happy with the way things have worked out, and pretty much seeming like they are convinced that the major will not be coming their way. So,
well, I think they're probably not happy with the fact that the chance they make it to major now is out of their hands. It's not about winning the next event. It's about Luminosity not winning the next event. It's about Luminosity losing objectively the next event. And I think that's probably where their real gripe lies. Sure, it would be if it was me.
I mean, maybe someone breaks a mouse. Maybe someone drops a controller. I have to remind everyone, last season, Sphinx had major issues with his computer, and then as even they forfeited 1 or 2 games to Gladiators, then Gladiators got full reverse swept. So there is a chance his network dies.
It's possible.
The possibility exists that
is technically possible. I think it comes under the category of infinite improbability, but
yeah,
we'll see. There's more than just our grand final to talk about, though. It has been a big weekend, and I want to focus in on the hopefuls we've got from within the region as well. I mean, definitely we saw 90+7 with some hope. We saw Elevate come in looking fairly good again there, but Locomotive Esports, or otherwise known as 3Rats throughout today, they've had their chances. They've made top 4 twice now, and I think just as good as stepping up to that mark has been KINOTROPE.
That's true, and KINOTROPE has been improving, and I actually am hopeful for them to make a top 4 appearance. I wonder if they might get a chance to actually play against a Locomotive / 3Rats and kind of define that old North versus South APAC, and I want to see if Blue Torch gets into there. So there's a lot of love that came from the depth, and even though maybe this first land is starting to look pretty out of reach, considering it's mostly in the clutches of Luminosity, there's still an entire other land as well that everyone could end up in North Carolina.
The Rhino's in the background like, what about the Finns?
DEKUBOPDUMNEM have a chance, right, guys? Yeah,
They do. They keep making the top 8. They keep making top 6.
It's true.
They do. They do continue to get there. I do wonder if there is scope for them to move over during the split 2 and maybe get that better ping, maybe try and play on local servers, because then we really would have a bit of a competition. But for the moment, with the ping that they're having to play on, they're just not able to push past that. I'm not going to say that I want to see that. I'm not going to say that I don't want to see that. I'm just going to say that's a thing that might happen, that we could be talking about next split. So I will continue to sit on the fence as best as I can.
The most lukewarm way to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not going to fire in here with some hot takes that they would win the region if they were in region. That's not what we're here to discuss. That's not what we're here to talk about. I'm going to throw that out there, but I'm not saying that's my opinion.
I just said it.
No,
He's
there we go.
it.
Locked in. Rhino's made the statement. Somebody go post that on Twitter. Too easy.
Please don't clip that. Please don't clip that.
Yeah,
I had
they're
such
going
a good
to.
day. I had the prediction of the grand final. Don't make this the thing that you remember me by.
Putting that with your string of Rhino nose ball, and then them coming in and winning the next major
Can we-
land.
Oh, can you imagine?
Can we make the real takeaway here? The 1v1 series win?
Here we go.
Thank you again. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I would like to dedicate this win to my co-casters just sucking at this. It's unbelievable.
Wow. All right. Final point standings for people that matter in their W's. Luminosity gets 15, Elevate for 10, and that will, in fast math, if you didn't see what happened last time, put Luminosity at 30 and Elevate at 20. A full collection actually right now has Locomotive Esports with that 3 rats by design. They are at 14 points for a couple of top 4 finishes. 90 plus 7 is right behind them with the 7 this time around, and from the 5 last time at 12. But the awesome Brainiacs over at LP have actually already redlined everyone except Elevate and Luminosity, I think for good reason.
Yeah, there is definitely a reason for that. That makes a lot of sense. I think there are only 2 teams left in it going into the final Open qualifier, and to be honest, the second team are clinging on by mathematics alone more than anything else. So yeah, it is mathematically possible for Elevate to come through, but it would take a lot, and it would take Luminosity to have a really, really bad few days.
I heard DDoSing is possible. You know, not legal.
No. We don't say that.
We don't
bring it. The one benefit we have there, they can't bring that to land. So you know that's
true.
They can't do that. Before I get too far from it, just one quick shout out to that one guy in chat from yesterday who said I played worse than his blind grandmother. Yeah, in your face.
I
have a gripe. I have a gripe.
Let it go.
It's time for you to 1v1 that
Never.
guy. Now that you're the champion.
All right. That's content.
Yeah.
That's content.
He just followed me on Twitter. I can make this happen.
Okay. We need to get on that. We need to get on that before the next Open qualifier.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Oh, well, before the next Open qualifier, there will be a little bit of a break as well as per usual, but it will be event number 3 coming up as well. So I'd love to hear from the guys in chat. I want to know everybody. We don't have an interview today, so if you guys have something to say in the chat, feel free to shout it out. What do you want to see as we come back in from that 3-week break? It could be just about anything. I just want to see that step up from within the region. I want to see the adjustment to a team as big, as hammering as Luminosity is right now.
Yeah, honestly, the way that we've seen all of this is 3 weeks apparently is enough time for improvements to be made, for challenges across the region to occur, and for some of these teams to really step up to the plate. That's what I want to see, especially from our top 8 and from everyone that's trying to fight their way through the GSLs. It's a brutal format, but it's a really great proving ground. And so far, it's been working really well for the season.
It's been working fantastic. And we have had some amazing games on stream. Even if Luminosity have won both qualifiers, we have been entertained by the APAC region so far this season. There's no doubt about that. So there's only more entertainment coming up in Open Qualifier 3. There might not be much on the line, but I tell you what, these players, they are prideful. They will want to win. They are absolutely going to bring it in the next Open Qualifier. So I can't wait to be back here with you guys in 3 weeks' time to see what happens in that final qualifier.
I'm already proud of the region. One event and we've seen adjustments. We've seen big adjustments, and I think we'll continue to see that. So a big shout out to all of those teams, but of course, a big shout out to you guys at home for coming out here, for supporting the stream, and particularly those ones with the social media followings that have been supporting, have been shouting out this main broadcast. It is so exciting to have the English broadcast back again for the season 2025 for RLCS. The Birmingham Major is looming though. One more event, and we will see you after that. If you want to track us down though, it's at GexCast. You guys shout yourselves out.
Yeah, Hail_MonkeyMan.
At RhinoCast11.
And if you want to check out, of course, the Tesseract Esports as well. I believe it's TES Esports on Twitter as well. Going off pure memory here, but yeah. So thank you for the confirmation on that. But look, guys, an epic event. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you to production, and thank you to my co-casters. It has been wonderful. I promise I don't believe you actually suck at this game. I really, really hope you believe that. We will see you guys on the other side of a little bit of a longer break. We'll see you in event number 3.